Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Becomes Businessman Engineer. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Midoriya's POV. You want to what? Mom asked. I want to do all three. I exclaimed. All three? Mom asked again. There isn't a rule against it. Dad said reading over the rulebook. So technically, he could. Yeah. And the testing times are separate. The business course exam is at 8 a.m., the support course exam is at 11 a.m., and the hero course is at 1 p.m. But all of them, Mom asked for the third time, and those leave about 4 hours each before the hero course. I can blaze past the tests and rush over to the hero course exam. I said, this will be tough, son. Are you sure you can handle it? Dad asked with a proud-looking smile. Yes, I said, brimming with excitement. Well, I approve. Dad said, what about you, Han? Just one question. Why? Mom asked. Because I want to be just like you. I said before looking at them, I want to be a pro hero. But I also want to be a support item designer like you, Dad. And I also want to one day take over New Leaf and make it the biggest store Japan, no, the whole world has ever seen. It's going to be hard, but I want to do this. I want to make you proud. Oh, all right. She accepted finally. But if you so much as break a limb, you'll break a plate, and breaking plates costs money. I recited afterwards. Glad you remembered, she replied. But how are you going to do the practical? You don't have a quirk, and without one doing the practical will be difficult. Yeah, and according to this, you can't bring weapons like ebony and ivory or rebellion. Dad said, I like Devil May Cry, don't judge me. I have an idea. And it requires a lot of stainless steel. I said, I'm listening. Dad said with an excited smile. He may be a support designer and mainly uses tech, but loves welding, works with his quirk better than typing on a computer. I want a bat and a frying pan. I said, I understand the bat, but a frying pan? Mom asked. It acts more of a shield, but at first glance, the enemy will underestimate it. I pointed out. I like it. Dad said with a smirk. That's the kind of creative thinking I like. But those will be super heavy. I have 10 months before the exam. I can handle it. I said. Then I have no further questions. I should have those ready by next week. Dad said. But you still have to help around the store. Mom said. Got it. And so 10 months of building up arm and leg strength has come and gone. As well as avoiding Bakugo. He constantly boasts about how he will be the only one from Aldera Junior High making it. All I know is that he will be super upset when he hears I made it into UA. Not just that, making it into all three of the different departments. Anyway, it's time for the exams. The business course exam was extremely easy. It was all basic business-related topics and questions. Boring. The support course exam was at least more exciting. Aside from the written exam, which was math, science, and other different topics required to attend high school, but the practical gave us an hour to build something and present it to the examiner, who was Power Loader. Yes, it was difficult to not fanboy over him. Anyway, after years of learning from my dad, I built something simple and fast. Is that a robot? Power Loader asked, looking at the small little ball in front of him. Yes, I said as I pushed the button on his back, causing him to wake up and hover into the air via propeller. I named him R0B, or Rob. Interesting, what does it? Hey, I corrected. What does he do? Power Loader asked. Simple, I said as I pulled up a thick sheet of metal and placed it onto the podium. Rob, hyperbeam. Rob then pulled out a refurbished laser pointer from within him. He then fired the laser, resulting him in not only creating a small hole in the sheet of metal, but a few walls behind it. Oh oops, maybe I should have dialed it back a bit. I muttered as Rob gave a few happy beeps and boops before landing on the desk and going into sleep mode. What'd hell? Everyone exclaimed. That's amazing. A pink-haired girl exclaimed, can I take it apart? I want to see all the little ins and outs of that. I instinctively backed up. Sorry, but he wouldn't like being ripped apart, I said, swallowing my nervousness of being in such close proximity of a girl. Boo, she pouted. Anyway, sir, here's my presentation. She exclaimed. If that's your presentation, then you're finished. Power Loader said. Oh okay, bye sir, I said as I took Rob and ran away. The hero course exam is in 15 minutes. Gotta hurry and grab my stuff. The hell are you doing here, Deku? Bakugo asked. Who decided to sit next to me? I'm here to pass and join the hero course. I said. And with what? He asked, being infinitely louder than before. You don't even have a fucking quirk. That made most of the applicants lose it. No quirk. He's doomed. Well, that's one less applicant to worry about. See, no one believes you can make it. Keep talking, I said, which silenced the whole crowd, because I'm ready to win. Before Bakugo could counter, Present Mike finally decided to step in. Hey, enough of that, he yelled. We still have to go over the exam. He TCH'd and sat back down. I took a deep breath and listened. Time to prove all of them wrong. This is it, a mock battle. The objective is to take out as many robots you can. The higher the point value, the powerful the robot. There is also this 0 pointer, it mainly serves as a wall. Anyway, I have my frying pan, my bat, and Rob. Everything I'll need. Excuse me. I turned to see a blue-haired boy. Yes, I asked. You are quirkless, correct? He asked as snickers were heard. And I thought this kind of treatment was over and done with last century. Correct, I said. Well, you are clearly not meant for this line of work. I expected that statement, so I suggest you leave. And start. Present Mike yelled. I wasted no time in running off. If the other applicants want to count me out, by all means, I'll just pass and move on. Principal Nezu's POV. It's the kid again, Mr. Power Loader said. Again, Mr. Aizawa asked. Yeah, he was at the support course exams. He replied. He was also taking the business course exams. Not only that, he got all of the questions correct. Wait a second, is he? I swiftly pulled out the UA rulebook. See anything, Principal? Ms. Midnight asked. No, I have not. And that's a good thing. I said. Principal, you're smiling. Is something happening? Mr. Snipe asked. Yes, hahaha, something is happening. Okay, I'm officially scared. Mr. Power Loader said. What's his name? I asked, pointing to the green-haired boy, who just pulled out a golden bat to concave the heads of the robots into their bodies, who also switched to a golden frying pan and reflected the beams back to a 2-pointer. He never ceases to amaze me. Izuku Midoriya, quirkless. Ms. Midnight read aloud. Do you understand what he is doing? I asked as they shook their heads. He wants to get into all 3 courses. What? They all asked. Is that even possible? All Might asked. Yes, there is no rule against it. Most students just assume they are only able to take 1 course. But he read the rules and noticed there isn't a rule against it. I said. But will he? Mr. Aizawa asked. I graded his business course exam because he turned it in early. He didn't miss a single question. Mr. Power Loader. He aced the business course exam as well. Power Loader said. And he just got his 33rd point. Mr. Ectoplasm exclaimed. Mr. King, however, was confused. Okay, assuming he does pass all 3 of the exams, what then? I turned towards them. We must do something special for this momentous occasion. Midoriya's POV. I believe I'm at 37 points right now. Not bad, but I need mo. EOOOM. Dust and debris flew towards us as the 0-pointer wall exploded as everyone was running away from it. I should do the saw. Oh, I looked back to see a girl trapped under debris. She's going to get crushed. I threw all caution to the wind and rushed over to her. Home run. SMASH. I yelled as I swung at the debris with my legendary bat, causing the debris to crumble off of her. Whoa, she exclaimed. Are you okay? I asked as I examined her. Her ankle was mangled. And my ankle, she muttered. I can't haul her away and outrun that thing. Time to use him. I reached into my pocket and pulled out Rob in his dormant form. I pushed the button, causing him to wake up and start hovering in front of me. Rob, take it down. Beep beep boop. He beeped in affirmation as he flew up towards the robot's head. Okay, let's go, I said as I gently lifted her up. Are you crazy? That thing isn't going to. ACCTBOOOM. She looked up as the robot was riddled with holes before it started exploding. What? She asked as Rob flew back down. Good job, buddy, I said. Beep beep. He beeped with happiness before flying onto my head and falling back into sleep mode. And that's it, time's up. Present Mike yelled. I nodded and gently set her down. What was that? She asked. Oh, that was Rob. He was outfitted with a laser that can cut through a thick sheet of metal and a few concrete walls. I explained. And your frying pan and bat? She asked. Oh, you mean the holy fry pan and the legendary bat? I asked. Sure, she asked. That earthbound reference probably flew over her head. They're made from stainless steel. They're heavily resistant to corrosion and completely immune to decaying. I explained. How much do both of those weigh? She asked. The pan is 11 pounds and the bat about 28. I said. And you were swinging that like it's nothing. Everyone asked. I thought it was just some wooden bat. Damn, that's some strength. Is that blonde guy sure he doesn't have a quirk? I take back what I said. He's definitely someone to worry about. A little bit too late for that. Very nice. Good work all around. You're heroes in my eyes, every one of you. Oh, it's Recovery Girl. Now, I do believe you need healing, right, young lady? Oh, yeah, she replied as Recovery Girl kissed her on the head. Her healing kisses caused her ankle to twist back to normal. Okay, you'll be fine now. Now, anyone else need healing? She asked as she walked around. Well, I'm going ho. Wait, the girl yelled, running after me. Thanks for the save, she said with a bow. Nervousness levels 100%. Stutter levels 1000%. Proneness to make a complete fool of myself guaranteed. It's fine, I yelled. I mean, it's no problem. Anyone would have done it. But you were the one who did. So thank you, she said before leaving. Talking to girls is so hard. It was the next day. When I got home, my parents swarmed me, asking me how I did, before backing off immediately telling me to shower. Once I exited, I told them everything that happened. Dad wanted to see Rob, then told me that I can make many upgrades to him. But for now, Rob is amazing and the laser is potent. Oh, and he told me the legendary bat and holy fry pan needs slight repairs to the paint job. Anyway, rambling. Today was something unexpected. All three of us were invited to a private meeting at UA to discuss something important. Every single staff member was there, even All Might. So I'm going to get right to the chase because I know how busy you all are. My name is Principal Nezu. I don't know whether I'm a dog or a mouse or a small bear. But what I do know is that your son, Izuku Midoriya, has passed all three of the exams. I did what? We asked. Not only that, but he got the highest scores on all three of them. I did what? We asked, louder this time. Indeed, your son has accomplished a great feat no one has even known you can attempt. But he noticed a loophole in the rules and realized that was possible, Principal Nezu said, which puts us in a difficult position. Here's the stipulation. So are you saying he can't do it? Mom asked. Oh, far from it. He said. Wait, what? We fully intend on letting your son take all three courses, the business course, the support course, and the hero course. He said. What? I asked. You aced the exams. You have every right to be in those courses, Mr. Aizawa said. But that's where the difficulties come in. See, with you being in the three courses, you need to have 2 more classes. Our schedules are strict so that way our students won't be too exhausted and drained per week, Midnight said. So as such 2 classes need to be dropped to make way for those 2 classes, Cementos said. Seriously, it's so hard to not fanboy here. We decided on mathematics. Since the support course is heavily based on mathematics and you aced the exam, it's clear mathematics isn't a problem for you, All Might praised. However, to make sure you're keeping up with your studies, a mathematics test will be given to you at the end of every month, Principal Nezu bartered. I am fine with that. I stuttered. No, calm down, Izuku. These are your teachers. But we have no idea what should be your last class you need to drill. English, Dad said. English, they all asked. I started up in America. However, I moved back a decade ago to start up New Leaf with my wife. So I decided to teach Izuku everything I knew about English. Show them, son, Dad said before patting my shoulder. What do I say? I asked. Something complicated. Oh, I know. Tell Cementos that whole analysis you did of him. He said. Dad, I yelled. They aren't supposed to know about that. Perfect. Go right ahead, all of it in English, Principal Nezu urged. Fine, I started. So Cementos' quirk is cement. It's a powerful quirk, but it's entirely defensive, as well as for city repair. It's unknown whether or not Cementos can use his quirk in an offensive fashion, creating a cement wave to hit them with great force. As far as I can tell, for offensive capabilities is being able to bury opponents. The upsides to all this is that Cementos, as far as I could tell, has no clear limit so long he has the cement supplies. He can use his quirk as long and as much as he will. Okay, I think we heard enough, Principal Nezu said. Sorry, I tend to ramble. I apologized. Man, this is embarrassing. Anyway, I think we're in agreement. The subjects that are being dropped are mathematics and English, with progress exams every month, Principal Nezu said. But how will the hero course go? I asked. On that, you will be in both 1A and 1B, Principal Nezu said. I thought we agreed he would be in 1A. Mr. Aizawa asked. Oh, we did, but his analysis have piqued my interest. And if it interests me, I want to hone it, Principal Nezu said. So you want him to analyze all of the students? Mr. King asked. Exactly, Principal Nezu exclaimed. I approve, Dad exclaimed. Dad, Midoriya's POV. I still can't believe I got into all 3 of the different courses. Not only that, but my classroom is Class 1AM, literally named after me. I can't. Not only did I get into my dream school, accomplished my goal, but I'm also immortalized into school history. Okay, maybe not that, but you get what I mean. And on top of that, I am the first quirkless student to even get in. Sure, Bakugo had a few choice words to say, but a small price to pay for doing thud. What? I looked down to see a little girl. Oh. Right, UA isn't for 3 weeks, and I was amping myself up to lower my nervousness levels. And in reality, I'm just going out to get some stuff for New Leaf. Oh, and there is a girl clutching my leg tightly. Please, save me. She whimpered as a guy with a beak mask walked up to me. Yeah, he just screamed shady. I apologize for my daughter. He continued to talk, but I am too busy freaking out to listen. Okay, Izuku, calm down. There is a little girl. There is a guy with a beak mask. There is you, and there is a bunch of people. Running with her would be a good and a bad thing, because while he can't hurt us, he could turn this on me saying I'm a kidnapper. I could call for help, but it's his words against mine. Then again, the girl would be a valuable. Forget it. Call All Might install. I reached into my back pocket subtly and pulled out a button. Principal Nezu stated that I was, and I quote, a valuable asset and should be protected as such. So this button was created a day after the meeting so I can contact All Might should I be in danger. All I can do now is stall. So this is your daughter? I asked. Brilliant. Used the biggest conversation point out the gate me. What a good idea. Correct. We were playing a game of hide and seek. He said simply, is that what they're calling it nowadays? Now if you don't mind, give me back my Dao. I am here. All Might yelled as he punched the man in the face, knocking him out. All Might, I said as All Might walked over to me. You did well in using that button, but please don't make it a habit of getting yourself wrapped up into danger. All Might warned, it's good that you want to help people, but don't put yourself into danger without proper training and paperwork. All right, I replied. Now let us take him to the station. Right, I don't know what gave you the idea to call All Might, but that was the best decision you could have made. The detective, Tsukachi, said. We brought that man and the girl, who I soon learned her name was Iri, to a nearby police station. See, this man, known as Overhaul. He claims to work alone, but that was a lie. However, we cannot find any of his lackeys. That made the girl tense up. Well, let's get her and her family somewhere safe, I stated. But there's a problem. All Might spoke up. There is always a problem. See, little Iri doesn't have any known family. Oh, that's simple. She can live with my parents and I said. What? They, including Iri, asked. I quickly called my parents. They said they would be here. What happened? They asked. Right now. We explained the situation to Mom and Dad. They took one look at Iri before Mom pulled her into a tight hug and said, and I quote, I want her. I need to protect her. Well, that settles that. Dad said, yeah, that settles that. The move-in went extremely well. Iri took well to Mom and Dad, and Mom absolutely loved her. She always wanted a daughter as well as a son. Dad said simply as Mom got ready to take Iri to go shopping. Then why don't you make another? I asked, but Mom cut me off by placing a hand on my mouth. Don't ask, Mom warned. But Dad explained anyway. See, I'm not going to tell you about the birds and the bees, but doing, you know what, with a fire-breathing quirk, doesn't work. I still have the burn scar on my chest. Mom muttered as Iri looked extremely confused. And I learned something I didn't want to learn. What are you doing? A small voice I instantly recognized as Iri's asked. I'm making some cookies for the customers, or the lack of customers. What seemed to be a boring task to anyone. Iri's eyes lit up. See, can I help? I looked at her and smiled. Sure, grab an apron and that stool. She nodded and rushed to grab her things. Once she did, she climbed up onto the stool and looked at the tray of balled cookie dough as I put it into the fridge to let it chill for a few days. I'm going to show you how to make good cookie dough. Okay, she exclaimed with excitement as I placed a chilled batch into the oven for the customers. As they were baking, I pulled out the last of the set-aside ingredients to make the last batch for the day. So one of the easiest ways to make cookies taste even better is by browning your butter, I said as I placed 2 sticks of vegan butter into the pan. I'm not a vegan by any means. I still eat meat, well, fish and poultry. But if you ask me, I'd rather the animals be killed swiftly for their meat than being exploited for their lactation. It's just wrong. Anyway, back to the recipe. I placed the 2 sticks of vegan butter into a heated pan and let them melt. So 1 cup is about 225 grams. So what you do is let the butter heat up until you see it turn brown. That means that the milk fats have separated and, well, turn a light golden brown, I said as we waited a few seconds before it turned brown. Once you see that, immediately take it off the heat. Some of the butter is going to burn, but that's fine. So once you have a good batch, refrigerate it for at least an hour or until it solidifies. I took the cup of butter and put it in the fridge, only to grab another cup of brown solidified butter. We'll use that later. Okay, Iri replied. So once the butter has solidified, we need to plop it into a stand mixer. We want cold butter. That's the ideal type of butter. After that, add 60 grams of plain old white sugar and then 170 grams of brown sugar. You can use light or dark brown sugar depending on how sweet you want your cookies. I'm going dark, I explained while dumping the measurements into the bowl. Now you just mix it medium speed for about 3 to 4 minutes until thoroughly combined. After that, you grab a mixture of 1 tablespoon of flaxseed meal and 3 tablespoons of water. Mix to combine, then let it sit in the fridge for 15 minutes. I already prepared that, I said as I pulled it out of the fridge and dumped it into the bowl. After you added that, mix to combine. But what about the eggs? Iri asked. The flaxseed mixture is a substitute. We don't use eggs here, I said. Oh, she replied. So, now we add our dry ingredients. We're adding about 11 ounces or 322 grams of flour, 16 grams of kosher salt. Yes, you should do this, and it's kosher salt. Kosher salt is bigger and, for lack of a better term, weaker than table salt. Next is 2.5 grams of baking soda, and my special ingredient 0.75 grams of cinnamon. It adds a bit of warmness to the cookies and doesn't make them taste too cinnamony. I explained as I poured all of the ingredients and mixed them together until they are thoroughly combined. Now, you need to add them to the wet ingredients. Here's a tip. Don't add everything in at once. Pour around half of the bowl into the wet ingredients. We don't want to overmix the mixture once flour was introduced. It will result in gluten, which will result in tough cookies. Okay, she nodded, writing this stuff down. Be still, my heart. Now, you can add whatever you want. I'm adding the tried and true chocolate chips, but you can add anything you want. Just be careful with nuts. More people are allergic to nuts than chocolate. I explained. Okay, she responded. Now, once your dough is well mixed, you grab a small clump of it and roll it into a ball. Then, something I like to do is tear that ball open to create little cracks and crevices. It's mainly for aesthetic. Anyway, put them in a 375-degree oven for 12 minutes, 17 minutes to create, I said as I placed that tray into the oven, all the while pulling out the smaller tray of cookies I made for this demonstration. Cookies. She rushed over to the pan, only for me to lift it above her head. But it's hot, that's what, I said as I set the pan down onto the stove top. Your mouth would be too much in pain before you can actually taste it. She pouted, but waited for the cookies to cool enough to still be warm, but not painful. Once I gave her the go-ahead, she took one and took a bite. "So good," she exclaimed before scarfing down the rest of the cookies. I think I created a monster, a cookie-loving monster. Son, let's work on Rob, Dad exclaimed as he dragged me into the office with Uri in tow. He said he wanted to make sure I don't mess anything up and turn him into a toaster. Like that would happen. But in reality, he wanted to tinker around with Rob. As we were working in concentrated silence, Dad spoke up. "Hey son, I need some parts," he said as he handed me a list of parts, along with a stack of yen. "There's a store down the road." I nodded, took the list and money and walked off. I'm sensing a trend here. On the ground in an alley was a bird with a wounded wing. They were struggling to get up. I couldn't leave it to be eaten by some stray cat, so I rushed to the department store, conveniently placed right next to me. I purchased some veterinarian bandages. Luckily they had some. And they were on sale too. Anyway, I rushed back to the bird. They were defensive, but I approached slowly and carefully. Once they assumed I wasn't a major threat, I began treating its wing to the best of my ability, which wasn't much, but I'd say I did an okay job at bandaging the wing. Now it's time to take it home. So let me get this straight. Dad started. I told you to go to the store to get parts. You not only didn't even reach the store, but found a bird, a peregrine falcon no less, tended to her wounds, and brought it home. Yes, I replied as the falcon continued to eat a dead pigeon. Yes, we bought a dead pigeon for her to eat. And yes, Mom did faint at the sight of it. Uri, she just stared at her curiously. "Remind me to never send you out to buy stuff alone," Dad commented. The falcon, to which I named her Light, stayed around to rest and let her wing heal. We brought a real veterinarian to check out her wing. She said the bandage work was shoddy at best, which stung a bit, but she said the wing will take about 2 weeks to heal. She showed me how to properly wrap a wing and was off on her merry way. After the 2 weeks, Light was flying around properly. We opened the door to let her fly off to live the remainder of her life. And she did, only to fly back and sit on my head. PFFD. Mom started to laugh, as she thinks her head is a tree. This isn't funny, I exclaimed before sighing to myself. Looks like Light is staying. I'm going to get groceries, I called out. No, you're not, Mom called out. We can handle a daughter and a Light, but we can't afford another addition, she said as she gently dragged me away from the door. Besides, you have your first day of school tomorrow and you still need to finish Rob's upgrades. Oh right, I exclaimed, stirring Light from her nap. Then hop to it, I'll be back soon, Mom said as she headed out the door. I sighed to myself and walked towards the workshop. Light flew onto my head as I passed by. And Uri walked up to me. She has taken an interest in watching me and Dad tinker, and she has been fiddling with different, safe tools as well. All right, time to get to work. Many hours later, I did it. Now time to BRRIINNNGGG. I yelled at the sudden, loud noise. Wake up, Dad yelled, pulling the alarm clock away from my face. You slept in here. Class is going to start in an hour. Shoot, come on. 1 a.m. 1 a.m. It shouldn't be that hard to Midoriya. I turned to see Mr. Aizawa. Oh, Mr. Aizawa, I exclaimed. Where is 1 a.m.? I asked. You're not going there right now. Instead, come with me to class 1A. He said. Oh, okay, I asked. I followed him towards 1A's classroom, then hesitated. Come on, we don't have all day, he said. All right, I said as I entered the classroom. Once I entered, 19 pairs of eyes were on me. Yua, hi, I greeted. Oh, robot boy, the brown-haired girl exclaimed, before Mr. Aizawa walked past me and headed inside. Hello, I'm Shota Aizawa, your teacher, he said, which got shocked looks from everyone. I get the feeling telling them he's a racerhead isn't a good idea, right? Let's get to it. Put these on and head outside. Everyone nodded and headed outside. I was the last one to leave, before Mr. Aizawa stopped me. Just a second, Midoriya, he said before handing me a piece of paper. Principal Nezu told me to give you this. You know what to do. I gave the paper a once-over. It was a list of 1A and 1B's quirks, so he really does want me to analyze them. Interesting, let's see. Invisibility. Dupli arms. Oh no, there is a Yaoyorozu here. Midoriya, catch, Mr. Aizawa said as he tossed me a ball. You know what to do, anything goes, just stay in the circle. I'll worry about the Yaoyorozu later. I gripped the ball and got ready to throw, only to hear something high-pitched, then have something land on my head. What is that? Everyone exclaimed. Light, I asked as she hopped off my head and hovered onto the ground. What are you doing here? I asked. She didn't respond. She just gripped the ball onto her talons and took off. After a few seconds she dropped the ball. 10.7 kilometers, Mr. Aizawa said. But that's cheating. A pink-skinned girl exclaimed. Is it? Mr. Aizawa asked. I did say anything goes. And that bird, she's a peregrine falcon. And her name is Light. I corrected as she landed on my head. Whatever, Mr. Aizawa said, is Midoriya's ally, so it's allowed. But what about his quirk? A red-haired boy exclaimed. Don't have one, I said as I stepped out of the circle. What? Everyone exclaimed. Everyone started to talk and say things before Mr. Aizawa stepped in. This is a waste of time. Hurry up and get these tests over with, he said. Why yes sir. The Yaoyorozu has an amazing quirk. She can, as far as I can tell, create anything from her body. Fat cells maybe. Either way. Hey you, I looked up to see a girl with purple hair and earphone jacks for earlobes. Kajiru, yes, I see you looking at her. We don't need 3 pervs in the SKU. Don't misunderstand, I said, which quieted her down. I don't want anything to do with the heiress of the Yaoyorozu conglomerate. Midoriya, it's your turn, Mr. Aizawa said. Coming, I said as I walked away from the group of students, but could still hear their whispers. The Yaoyorozu conglomerate. Did she do something to him or something? Probably. Did you see the anger in his eyes? She did well during the 50-meter dash, creating a motorcycle to speed through. I now have a new goal. To beat her. Rob, I said as he hovered in front of my. Tighten your claw around this. Beep beep boop. He beeped in affirmation as he levered his claw onto the machine and squeezed. 550 kg. The machine said out loud. W what? The guy with dupli arms, Mizo Shoji said in shock. I outfighted Rob with a claw. It's mainly used to grab things and carry them, but it has the strength of a hydraulic press should the need for it arise, I said as Rob let the machine go and went back into sleep mode. I think he's pissed. The guy with tape dispensers for elbows said. Hantasiro. Yeah, probably. The purple-haired boy, Minoru Minta said. Next was the standing long jump. Yaoyorozu used a long pole and a few rocks to pole vault herself over the sand pit as Bakugo and Aoyama flew over it. But I had other plans. Rob, I asked as he came out of sleep mode. Beep boop boop. He asked, this might be asking too much of you, but can you carry me over the sand lot? Beep beep. He beeped with affirmation. Thanks buddy, drop me when it gets too taxing, I said as he gripped my arm with his claw and lifted me up. Dad helped me upgrade his propeller, as well as give him 2 more to help him lift heavier stuff. And it showed. He lifted me far past the sandbox and gave me second place in this challenge before letting me go, with Bakugo being the only one ahead of me. Beep, boop, he beeped, signaling he's tired. Good job, Rob, I praised. Take a long rest. That should be the last thing I need you for, I said. He gave one last beep before returning to sleep mode. Next was repeated side steps. Minda got the highest score in this department with 240 steps in a minute, or 3 times a second. Still can't get a grasp on his quirk. Anyway, all that matters is I beat Yaoyorozu. She couldn't create anything that could have helped her in this department, so this came down to pure skill. She got 72 in a minute. I got 83 in a minute. After was everyone else's attempt at the ball throw. Yaoyorozu created a cannon and fired. She got 2.3 kilometers, while the brown-haired girl, Achako Uraraka, got a score of infinity. Wow, awesome. Afterwards was sit-ups, seated toe touch, and lastly the long-distance run. Hey, why won't it work? Yaoyorozu asked as she tried to start up her bike. Damn it, it's a she, and here, I said as I reapplied the spark plug. Without the spark plug your motorcycle is good as useless. Why, you sabotaged my motorcycle? She asked. Yes, I replied as I started it back up again. Why? She asked. Because her family ruined my store New Leaf in a stint for us to give in to their demands. I told her I'll never forgive them, but I want to beat you fair and square. I ran off before she could reply. She beat me, but I think I got ahead of her in the end. Mr. Aizawa flashed our scores with a hologram device. First, Izuku Midoriya. Second, Momo Yaoyorozu. Third, Shoto Todoroki. Fourth, Katsuki Bakugo. Fifth, Tenya Ida. Sixth, Fumikage Takoyami. Seventh, Mizo Shoji. Eighth, Mishirawa Jiro. Ninth, Ijiro Kirishima. 10th, Mina Ashido. 11th, Ochako Uraraka. 12th, Koji Koda. 13th, Rikito Sato. 14th, Tsuyu Asue. 15th, Yuga Aoyama. 16th, Hantasiro. 17th, Denki Kaminari. 18th, Kaiuka Jiru. 19th, Hagakure Toru. 20th, Minoru Mainta. Mission accomplished. Oh, and I was lying. No one is going home. Mr. Aizawa said. I expected as such, but I feel terrible knowing that the only reason I got that far was because of Light and Rob. Especially Rob. It was unfair for him the most. Anyway, after that Mr. Aizawa told us to grab the syllabus and read it over before walking away. And after that my other introductory classes came around. Principal Nezu told me that my analyses of 1A's quirks is due tomorrow, as well as what I can expect from our business course lesson. After that Power Loader came in to tell me that we're going to have support course lessons in the support lab. He also wanted to see Rob's upgrades, but I told him he needed to recharge after the quirk assessment test. He understood. After that it was my other classes with Cementos, Midnight, and All Might, and after all of that, we were allowed to go home. And man, do I want a cup of coffee right now. We implore you to reconsider. I recognize that voice. We've been over this. How many times now? We will never give you new leaf, Dad said as I walked inside the back room. It also served as a meeting room, especially to the people who destroyed our business with lies and slander. You're making a mistake, Mr. Dirtbag Yaoyorozu said. Out, Dad replied with fire coming out of his mouth. That only happens when he's mad. They took their things and left. When they were gone, Dad sighed and collapsed onto the couch. They're a real pain in my back. Same, I replied. How is school? Dad asked. I beat their daughter in a quirk assessment test. Now that's the best news I heard all day, Dad said as Mom and Eri came downstairs. Are they gone? Eri asked as she came out from behind Mom. Yeah, for no. Ding ding. I'll handle it, I said as I put on my apron and headed out. Welcome to. It's Momo Yaoyorozu. Oh, good afternoon, ma'am. Keep up the server talk. How may I help you? She pulled out her bag and handed me a packet. I would like to apply for the opening. Midoriya's POV. I'm sorry, what? I asked. I would like to apply for the opening. She reiterated. That's what I thought you said. I said, now let me offer this as a rebuttal. Thud. I ran around the counter and pulled her into a hug. You're hired. You, shouldn't you? Oh, I don't know. Interview her first. A voice I recognize as Mom's asked. I let go of her. You're right, I said as I stepped aside. Please come into the interviewing room. So, I'll start with why would you want to work here? Mom asked. Well, I heard from your son how my family ruined your store. She started. I may be my family's daughter, but I heavily despise their methods of maintaining the conglomerate. However, I don't have much power in terms of decision making. But helping New Leaf become bigger than my parents' conglomerate is the only way I can think of to do that. Right now. You're hired. I yelled. Izuku, down. Mom said. Fine. I muttered as I sat back down. Now, as I can tell from your resume, you have a PhD in chemistry. Mom asked. Yes, got it when I was 11 years old. She said. I'm like her already. Dad commented. This is why you aren't a part of the interviewing process. She replied. Aside from that, you also have a minor in business. My parents wanted me to take over the conglomerate, but I don't intend to with my goal to become a hero. She said. So let me get your story straight. Mom said, you don't want to take over your parents' business because you want to be a hero, but you want to help us be bigger than your parents' conglomerate. Yes, she said. Okay, go ahead. Mom said, you're hired. I exclaimed, before I realized something. The initiation. The initi what? Yaoyorozu asked, but I rushed out and quickly created the initiation drink. Here you go, I exclaimed, handing her the cup. What is this? She asked, looking into the cup. Just drink it. Yaoyorozu's POV. Okay, Momo, it's fine. It looks like a normal cup of coffee, but who knows what could be in it. Still, it's the initiation, and as such I have to abide by it. Bottoms up. I put my lips on the cup and drank some. It's so good, I muttered before drinking more. It just feels so warm and so gentle. What is this? My special mocha drink, Midoriya said with a massive smile. We decided that should be the initiation drink if and when we got new workers. They said it was special and should be treated as such. I can see why. Uraraka's POV. I'm concerned about Yaoyorozu. Ribbit, Asui commented. Yeah, Midoriya didn't seem to like her at all. Ashido responded. The girls and I have met early to have a meeting. We had become friends after the assessment test. Girlfriends and all that. Something about the Yaoyorozu conglomerate. Jiru voiced in. Either way, I don't like I believe the best course of action is to make a flower shop. Oh, it's Mido. I agree. It does fit with the coffee shop bakery hybrid. Wait, is that? Slam. Yeah. The calm atmosphere and the nice presence of flowers will attract Custo. What? I yelled out. The pair looked towards us. One was shocked. Another, Midoriya, was confused. What? Do you not like the idea? He asked. No, not that. What are you two doing? Ashido exclaimed. Yeah, didn't you two hate each other? Toru yelled as well. Oh, I just hated her parents, and by association, her, Midoriya explained. But she wanted to work for us and now she's my friend. What? He asked. Nothing, but yauk for you, I asked. His family owns a small coffee shop and bakery. Yaoyorozu explained. But it'll be big, you'll see, he exclaimed. And he told me that my parents nearly ruined his business in a slimy attempt to get it for themselves. She added, wait, but they're your parents, shouldn't you not talk about them like that? They're loving parents, but in the business world, they'll do whatever it takes to stay ahead, she explained. And they saw my parents' company of New Leaf as a threat to their uprising coffee division. Midoriya explained. Hold on a minute, Ribbit. Sue said, you're here to be a hero, and yet you're talking about a business. Yes, Midoriya said. So why are you here then? Shouldn't someone like you be in the business course? She asked. And what is that supposed to mean? Midoriya asked. She's talking about your quirklessness. A cold voice behind him said, Todoroki. I didn't even hear him open the door. And what exactly do you mean by that? Midoriya asked, sounding more angry. Just saying, without your bird and your robot you wouldn't have gotten anywhere close to your first place. And without your God-given powers you wouldn't even be here in the first place. Midoriya countered. And so what? We can still beat you. How much you willing to bet on that? Midoriya asked, which silenced Ashido. 10 million yen, Todoroki voiced. But that's not. You're on, Midoriya replied. Midoriya, Yaoyorozu said. With that money we can finance the flower shop expansion, he said, and I know I can beat him because he hasn't seen anything yet. I know what he has up his sleeve, his bat and his frying pan. But, judging by his confidence, he has a lot more I haven't seen yet. Midoriya's POV. It's time. I didn't expect it to come so soon. But here it is. Battle training. All Might burst into the door declaring we are having battle training, and brought out our hero costumes because looking good is an integral part of being a hero. My costume wasn't super flashy, just something my mom and dad threw together. Defensive, light, and very green. A brief explanation is that it's a baggy combat suit, with Kevlar padding on my chest and legs. I also had the legendary bat and holy fry pan strapped to my back and waist. I also had straps that hold my secret weapons for this combat exercise. Once we got our costumes, we were told to go to training ground beta. And once we got out of the long tunnel, I took a good look at everyone's costume. Wait a minute. Yaoyorozu, what is that? I asked as she looked at her outfit. It's my hero costume, she said with honesty. More like a lack of a costume, I exclaimed as I poked her in the exposed belly. There is no protection. What if some street thug shot you in the chest? You would die. In this day and age, no hero dies by guns anymore. This is horrible, but I need exposed skin to use my quirk, she rebutted. I sighed and opened the fourth pouch and pulled out a capsule. Thank goodness Dad is friends with David Shield, or else this would be a pain to carry. I pushed the button and revealed a cloak. Here, put this on. How will this resist gunshots? Yaoyorozu asked as she put it on. Simple, Rob. I yelled out. Beep beep. He beeped as she pulled out his laser. All Might stood at attention. Young Mai. Pew. He fired the laser at Yaoyorozu. And there was no damage to the cloak. Huh? She asked as she looked at the impact area. Nothing. That cloak is special, one of a kind. While not indestructible, it's pretty dang hard to destroy, and should it get damaged the suit will regenerate in about a day due to special nanomachines. We tried to shorten the time it takes to regenerate, but couldn't without sacrificing some of the defenses. I explained. But why give it to me? She asked. Because I don't want to lose my co-worker, I said. Anyway, with that you can create your stuff without having so much exposed skin. It also helps with secrecy. Thanks, she said as she looked at the cloak. You even got my color. It was a 1 in 10 million chance. Hey, 10 million. That means I'm destined to win the money, I said. Not that I need destiny anyway. You're not going to beat him, Deku. Bakugo yelled. I ignored him because All Might reined the conversation back. Now before we continue, we have a special announcement from our esteemed principal. All Might introduced as Principal Nezu walked up. Good afternoon, students. Now it has come to my attention that some of you have made a competition. Now here at UA, competitions are an integral part of learning. And as such, we shall honor that competition. Would Todoroki and Midoriya please step up? He said as we stepped up. Principal, what are you doing? Now this exercise will be a pair exercise consisting of a hero team and a villain team. Now which one of you? I want to be the villain team, I said. You don't even know what it entails, Todoroki said. If it gives me a building immediately, then it doesn't matter, I said. I approve, Principal Nezu said. But since you chose the role first, Todoroki gets first pick of an ally. I pick Yaoyorozu, Todoroki said. I expected that. He probably thinks Yaoyorozu has some sort of information on me and my weapons. As much as I wanted to tell her about them along with my plans for New Leaf, she said she had to leave right after the interview. Turns out that was the best possible outcome for me. Very well, Midoriya. Principal Nezu asked. I don't need one. I said. I know you don't, but take one so we can balance out the teams. Principal Nezu said. Fine, I said as I looked at the others. Koda. He looked at me shocked. I approve. Principal Nezu announced. All Might, you may explain the exercise now. Very well. All Might yelled before pulling out his script. Basically, heroes are tasked with capturing the villains with capture tape or capturing the weapon. The villains are tasked with capturing the heroes or defending the weapon for 15 minutes. After the explanation was over, All Might led us over to the first building. He told us that we should embody what it means to be a villain, and he would stop the match should things get hairy. After that, we headed up to the weapons location. I took a deep breath. It's showtime. Todoroki's POV. You don't know anything? I asked. No. All he told me was his plans for New Leaf. Nothing about his equipment aside from the ones we know about his bat and his pan. She explained. Well, doesn't matter. I said as All Might yelled that we could begin because we already won. I said as I placed a hand on the wall. I don't want the money, just want to show the others that I am the best one here. I have to be the best one here. Stay out here, I'll be back. Once the building was frozen over, I headed inside. After checking all of the rooms, I made it to the 5th floor and found Midoriya alone struggling to get out. It's rather comedic. Sorry, I apologized as I dodged a swing from his golden bat. Gold, so gauche. But we're in completely different league. BZZT. I pulled my hand back once a purple force field enveloped the weapon. What did you think? I think my acting deserves an Oscar. I turned to see Midoriya. Smiling. Why are you smiling? In case you haven't noticed, you're stuck to the ground. I said. I know, but you're running out of options. He said. I only need one option. To freeze you and Koda. I said. And what would that do you? He asked as I stopped. The objective is to use the capture tape, because it's supposed to represent those quirk-suppressing handcuffs police officers used to capture villains. Okay, your point? I asked. Okay, think of this as a real-life scenario. Midoriya stated. Say you froze me right here and now. Your options would be to drag me out of that door or throw me out the window. If you drag me out the door, you have to carry me down 5 flights of stairs. Rob and Koda are nowhere to be found, so without that information you could be dragging me into a trap. Say you throw me out the window, there are 2 outcomes with that plan. The ice breaks and I escape, or I die. And a hero killing a villain. Sounds like something your dad would do. Slam. Don't. Come-upper me. 2. Hi. Click. Checkmate. I said. Bang. Young Todoroki. All Might yelled as I staggered back and felt my stomach. No blood, but there's this. I pulled it out of my body. A needle. Tranquilizer dart. Midoriya said. Drowsy. Last 10 minutes. He added. No, I can't. Midoriya's POV. Once he collapsed onto the floor, All Might talked to me on my earpiece. Young Midoriya, what was that? All Might asked. Trank gun. I said. I made it during my support session. I want that 10 million. Principal Nezu said he allows it, and is laughing. All Might said, sounding rather scared. Okay, I said as I smashed the ice with the legendary bat and captured him with the tape. However, as I got close, Yaoyorozu was yelling into his earpiece. Todoroki, Todoroki, are you there? She asked. I took the earpiece out of his ear. He's unconscious. Just you versus Koda and I. What do you got? She exclaimed as All Might appeared onto the announcer. Young Todoroki and young Yaoyorozu have been captured. The villain team wins. He yelled. Nice job, Koda. Nice job, Light. I praised before hoisting Todoroki over my shoulder. Time to debrief. Now, I do believe that young Midoriya is the MVP of this match. All Might said. Yeah, he took out Todoroki. Kirishima said. Yeah, with his force field. That's not fair. Ashido pouted. If he would have fought Todoroki one-on-one, he wouldn't have won. I did. I replied. Yeah, but without your gadgets. Kaminari replied. Young Kami. No, All Might let him finish. I said. Well, your gadgets are unfair. Kaminari asked, now unsure of himself. So you're saying that gadgets, that I made myself, mind you, are unfair, but powers that you all got by luck and genetics isn't? I asked. Well, that's exactly what you said, and exactly what Asui and a lot of you think, I said, which made everyone shift uncomfortably. So you have no physical right to say that my gadgets are unfair, because I had to work my butt off to create them, and you all were gift-wrapped your quirks. So what? Are you jealous of your lack of a quirk? Bakugo asked. No, I said simply, I was heartbroken as a kid, and the bigoted bullies in primary and junior high were complete jerks. But I eventually learned that I don't need a power to be great. Having a power to hone, along with all the other stuff I plan to do, would be a waste of time. Now that's exactly how I feel, I said. So if you think I'm below all of you because I don't have a quirk, then you're exactly what sickens me about this society. Now that's over the lie, is it? This time the principal asked, which silenced it, because I can assure you, Mr. Midoriya is the same, if not more of a hero than any of you. Not just because of his intellect, but his quick thinking, his planning, and above all else, his dedication and drive. There is a reason why he got the top scores in not only the hero course exam, but the support and business course exams. What? Everyone exclaimed. You can get into more than one. Bakugo exclaimed. Correct. He noticed this and leaped into action. It's about time I introduce you to the sole student of Class 1 I am, Izuku Midoriya. Principal Nezu said. I would have appreciated it if you left that secret. I muttered. But why? Why do you need to do all of them? Toru asked. So I can take over New Leaf. I responded simply, which quieted the whole class down. New Leaf has been my life. The place I would go to whenever I needed a pick-me-up from school. In New Leaf, our motto is the place where you can be a new you. Of course, our reputation has been dragged through the mud by those who shall not be named. But it's my duty to restore New Leaf to its former glory and take it beyond, as well as become the first quirkless person to be a pro hero, as well as become the symbol of peace. Okay, that's an admirable string of goals to have, young Midoriya. All Might said while clasping my shoulders. Quirk or no quirk, you have shown us incredible skill during this past month. I smiled. Thank you, All Might. That was all I could say on the matter. The other matches were going on, but in all honesty I couldn't care less. I was hoping they would be different from the bullies back at my old schools, but turns out I was Midoriya. I turned to see, oh, hey Todoroki. He didn't say anything but bowed. You won. He stated. Okay, this is getting awkward fast. Why, you don't have to apologize. But I do owe you 10 million yen. I'll bring it to you tomorrow. He said. He was serious. How many students in our class are rich? Why, you don't have to. But I do have to. We made a bet, didn't we? He asked. Well, yeah, but then I will give you the money tomorrow. He said before walking away. But don't take it easy. I will beat you, using only my left side. That was strange. But I have 10 million yen to play with. But I feel bad about taking it, even if he was rich. Wait a minute. Good idea. I stepped outside and pulled out my phone. Hey, Mr. Uraraka. I asked. Oh, Midoriya, how are you today? Mr. Uraraka asked. He is our main contractor. He and my dad go way back. He scratches our back, we scratch his. Good, so I have a job for you. I said. Oh, good. We've been a little strapped for funds lately. He muttered. Well, this job is worth. I paused. We need funds for the actual flower shop. 7 million. I said. PFBBBT. He must have been drinking water on the other end. What? He asked. Honey, what was that? That must be Mrs. Uraraka. Honey, Midoriya has a job worth 7 million. He exclaimed. What? She exclaimed at about the same volume and pitch as Mr. Midoriya. What could you possibly need? Mr. Uraraka asked. Just an expansion for New Leaf. We're planning on opening a flower shop. I explained. And you just want us to do that? Nothing else? He asked. No, that's it. I said. But why? That job is worth about 2 million at most. Mr. Uraraka asked. It's a thank you for all you've done for us. I said. It's not much, but it should keep you on easy street for about a few months. Not much, Mr. Uraraka asked. Before he paused, wait a second. Just how did you get that money? Oh, that, I said. One of my classmates challenged me to a fight. He bet 10 million. He lost, so I have 10 million to use on New Leaf. I'm saving 3 million for capital for the flower shop and the coffee shop, bakery hybrid. But we don't have the money right now. He's going to give it to me tomorrow. That's fine. We'll start working on it tomorrow. Oh, I can't wait to tell Achako. Bye, and thank you, Midoriya. He exclaimed. No, thank you. Bye, I said before hanging up. Man, playing Robin Hood is fun. Uraraka's POV. Man, what a day. I muttered as I slammed onto my bed. I need a bring. Hello, Dad. I picked up my phone and answered. Hi, Daddy. Achako, we got a job 7 million. Dad exclaimed. What? I exclaimed as well. I know, right? It was from our old friends, the Midoriyas. We told you about them when you were younger, remember? He asked. Midoriya, oh shit. Language. Dad yelled. I am sorry, but one of my classmates' last name is Midoriya. I muttered. Oh, you know him? Dad asked. Yeah, we were just talking about how he shouldn't even be in the hero course because he's quirkless. And oh my god, I have to go see him, I yelled. Achako, why? Beep. I have to go. What was his store called? New Leaf. Okay, it's not far. Just a train ride away. I picked up my bag and took off. To New Leaf, Midoriya's POV. And then he spat out his water. Ding ding. Oh, a customer. Hi, welcome to New. I quote him sorry. A brown-haired girl. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, Uraraka, how are you? I asked. Why, you're not mad? She asked. Why would I be mad? I asked. B, because the others said you can't do it. B, because you're quirkless. And I agreed with them, but didn't say anything. And then you gave my dad the biggest job we've ever had. For 3 times the amount just because. She exclaimed. And she was crying. So sorry. Stand up straight, I said as I walked over to her. She said as she stood up. Once she did, I brought her into a hug. Want a cup of coffee and some cookies? I offered. It's on the house. Why are you so nice? I thought you would be angry, she exclaimed. Their words hurt, I'll admit. But here at New Leaf, we believe people can change. He said, opinions, like people change. All it takes is one act of kindness. She looked at me before burying her face into my apron. How are you so nice? She exclaimed while crying. I get asked that all the time, I muttered. For once I'm glad we barely get any customers, because this would be really awkward. She kept crying for a few minutes before she wiped her eyes and blew her nose on my apron. It was stained with tears anyway. How can I repay you? Oh, I know, I exclaimed. You can work for us. I'm sorry, what? She asked. You can work for us. We can always use more hands, I restated. I said, how could I repay you? How is giving me a job repaying you? She asked. By helping us around the store. With the new edition coming in soon, we need all the help we can get. We were lucky to get this lot. It was expensive as heck, but now we have creative freedom to expand. I explained. I have big dreams for this place, but we have to start one step at a time. But with you here along with Yaoyorozu, the process will speed up immensely. So, please, shouldn't you, I don't know, interview her first? Dad commented. She's the daughter of Mr. Uraraka. He'll put a good word in for her. I responded. All right, it's your funeral when your mother gets back. He muttered. So, I asked. I accept. She said. Awesome, I exclaimed. Then I remembered. Oh, the initiation drink. Uraraka's POV. It tastes like kindness. Midoriya's POV. All right, let the first New Leaf meeting commence, I exclaimed. Since I have class 1, I am all to myself. We established the classroom as the New Leaf headquarters. Now that Todoroki has given me the money, to which Yaoyorozu put in a super secure impenetrable box, I said, pointing to the metal box covered in locks and chains. We need to discuss how to budget the money. We have 3 million yen in capital after we spend 7 million of it on the expansion of the flower shop, Yaoyorozu stated. Speaking of, what do we name it? Uraraka asked. Name it, I asked. What do you call the coffee shop bakery hybrid? Uraraka asked. New Leaf, I asked. We don't really name the stores. We just called it New Leaf as an umbrella term. In fact, this is the first expansion in our history. So you never thought about expanding? Yaoyorozu asked. Not before I popped up. I said. Mom and Dad were content with keeping it a coffee shop, but humored my idea of expansion. And now here we are. But still, we need some names. Uraraka exclaimed. Well, we'll talk about that idea at a later time. For now we're talking about budgeting, and class starts in 10 minutes, Yaoyorozu said. Well, the flower shop is a newer store, but flowers and plants aren't as expensive as ingredients and equipment for the bakery and coffee store, so a 2-to-1 split should suffice. 2 million to the coffee shop and 1 million to the flower shop, Yaoyorozu stated. Yeah, that makes sense. But we still need someone who is knowledgeable in the art of plants, as well as someone who is willing to supply the store, Uraraka said. Someone knowledgeable in the art of plants. I muttered to myself. Well, none of us in Wano are in any way knowledgeable in that department. Wait a minute. What? Yaoyorozu asked. 1B. I know someone there who can help. I exclaimed. Let's go. Wait, Midoriya. 1B. I yelled as I slammed open the door. GAH. Some guy with weird eyes exclaimed, and turned himself into metal. Oh, that's Tetsu. Who are you? Someone. Oh, there you are, I exclaimed as I walked over to the girl with green hair. Hello, she asked. Hi, are you in any way knowledgeable in flowers? I asked. That's, and what's it to you? Tetsu asked, getting in my face. What's going on? Oh, hello Midoriya, is it time for you to come into our class today? Mr. King asked. You know him? Everyone, including Uraraka and Yaoyorozu asked. I don't know, I asked. Principal Nezu hasn't told me the schedule with the hero course, mainly my schedule for support and business courses. I'm just here to ask Shizaki if she was knowledgeable in flowers. I said. You know her? Everyone yelled. You know me? Shizaki asked. Yeah, anyway, we have a flower shop opening in about a week, but we don't know anything about flowers, so we need help. I explained. Interesting, but Mr. Midoriya, it's time for business lessons. A voice I know all too well yelled behind me. Principal Nezu, I exclaimed. Biba, in fact, you're going to be late, Cementos. He asked as Cementos walked in and hoisted me over his shoulder. Cementos, you Judas, I exclaimed, as Mr. Aizawa walked in. And you too, class is starting, he said as he wrapped his capture weapon around them and dragged them away with me. Bye, I exclaimed as we split off. Dang it, my prospect has been snatched from me by Principal Nezu's schedule. Fine, lunch it is. And, done, Hatsum exclaimed. This will be the best invention yet. Oh, most definitely, I replied before the bell rang, but it's time for lunch. I need to get my newest worker, I yelled before speeding off. I was rushing towards the cafeteria, only to hear light mumbling. It's coming from 1B's homeroom. Looking inside, I saw Shizaki looking deeply into a book. The Holy Bible. She hummed to herself as she scanned the page before turning it. I was confused, until I saw the sign on the door. Bible Club, join today. Wow, no one has joined except her. Which sucks because religions are cool. I'm sorry, what? Did I say that out loud? Yes, you have, Shizaki replied. Dang it. But anyway, you think religions are cool? She asked. Yeah, I said as I walked over to the desk next to hers. I don't follow them by any means, but they're cool to learn about. In fact, my dad brought me a copy of the Bible from his time in the States. It was a bit hard to read at first, but I learned. Her eyes lit up. And no one has ever taken an interest in the religions of the pre-Quirk era. I follow Christianity, as does my family. That's cool, I exclaimed. I just love learning about them. Christianity, Islam, Buddhism, they're just so interesting, you know. They have so many things to do, so many taboos, and I just want to learn all of them. My sentiments exactly, she exclaimed. Most of the student body view religions as just extra sets of rules and lose interest immediately, which is extremely narrow-minded. We both exclaimed. Oh, that reminds me, she stated after a few seconds of silence. You said something about a flower shop. Oh yeah, I forgot, I said. My store, New Leaf, is expanding to have a flower shop. However, we have zero knowledge about flowers. So you believe I would hold such knowledge? She asked. Yeah, so do you? I asked. I know a thing or two, she said. Great, I exclaimed. But there is always a but. My parents own a flower shop as well, and I'm currently their only employee. She said. Oh, so I apologize, but I cannot join your New Leaf, she said. Disappointed, but that's fine, I exclaimed. I can just learn the stuff on my own. I see, she said. But I would still like to join your Bible club. I'm sorry, what? She asked. Yeah, I exclaimed. I can only research so much, and hearing the views of someone else will help. If you'll have me, of course. Yes, she exclaimed as she pulled me into a hug. I am happy to have you. Girl, hug me. No, calm down. She's just happy that someone is joining her club. I returned the hug, but then the alarm blared. A level 3 security breach. We have to evacuate. Come, Shizaki said. I nodded and followed her down. Turns out, it was the demons of the world, also known as the public media, storming the gates of Normandy to get an interview. The police soon arrived and handled the situation. But something seems off. The press wouldn't destroy a gate that is meant to protect students, or else their reputation would be as ruined as the gate they destroyed. Which means someone did it for ulterior motives. Once we were ushered back to our classrooms, I was told that I would be joining not only Class 1A but also Class 1B for a joint USJ training session. I've got a bad feeling about this. In fact, I think we need to bust it out. I pulled out my phone and dialed my partner. Hatsum, I asked. Midoriya, what's wrong? She asked. Nothing, but I think something will be wrong soon. Can you get Project Alpha ready? I asked. Okay, I'll get that ready for you, she said. Thanks, I said as I hung up. I hope to all that is good we don't need it. I have something to ask you, Midoriya, Asui said. Yes, I asked. You seem stressed, she said. Because I am stressed. Probably because we're doing rescue training. Can't really do much without a quirk. Ignore them, Izuku. We have bigger problems to deal with. Whomever broke into UA will probably attack us at the USJ. Even with Project Alpha, Light, the legendary Bat, the Holy Fry Pan, Rebellion, and Ebony and Ivory, who knows how we can deal with them? Hell, for all I know, they could be weaklings hoping to make a statement, and showing off all I can do would be a death sentence. And all of them probably don't know it's Kami. Midoriya. What? I snapped. Answer the question. Don't care, I said as I looked at Uraraka and Yaoyorozu. If anything, I'm saving them first and foremost. But stop messing around, we're here, Mr. Aizawa said. Focus up. Yes, sir. 13 is leading this along with Mr. Aizawa and Vlad King. 13 was giving a lecture about quirk safety and how they can be used to kill. But I had other plans. A purple swirl appeared at the plaza. It's showtime. Light, survey the area. She nodded and took off. Once she was gone, I pressed my earpiece. Initiate Project Alpha. Beep BBZZT. The communications were cut off. But I got my message through. Midoriya, what's hap? Villains, I said as I pulled out my legendary bat and holy fry pan. And then I began walking towards the stairs. Midoriya, get back. Before I can respond, Light landed on my shoulder. Coda, translate. She says there are 30 of them in each area. He signed. Well, those I don't care about. For now I need to take down the ones in the plaza. I said. What's this? Mr. Aizawa asked. You, stay here. And what? I asked Mr. Aizawa. From what I can tell, that purple mist guy is the one who can warp people anywhere. Their plan is to spread us out and pick us off. And taking on the 50+ villains in the plaza is a better alternative. Mr. King asked. Yes, I said, because I'm more comfortable on solid ground than in the rain, in a flood, in a fire, and in unstable ground. But this conversation is getting us nowhere, I exclaimed as I turned back towards the villains. Yaoyorozu, Uraraka, Coda, Shizaki. I asked. Yes, Yaoyorozu spoke for those 4. Out of everyone here, I care about you 4 the most, I said, so it would make me really happy if you stayed alive. And then, I ran down the stairs, much to the staff and the others' yells to stop. I have to buy Rob time. So, a small fry wants to take us all on. One female villain scoffed. We don't know his quirk, so don't underestimate him, especially since he came down here alone. Slam, Midoriya, when we get out of this, we're having a talk, Mr. Aizawa said, sounding extremely angry. But now isn't the time to think about that. I'll handle the long-range fighters, you handle everyone else. Got it, I said as we stood back to back. Alright kid, I'll take you on, one of them yelled as he rushed at me. He has 4 legs, speed and kicks most likely. However, I said as I dodged one of his kicks, cripple one and he goes down. I said as I swung my legendary bat at his ankle as hard as I could, giving off a loud cracking sound as he fell over, leaving him open to be knocked out with a strong blow to the head. He'll be fine. They're just small-time villains. They are worried about quantity over quality. I told Eraserhead as he took out 15 other villains as I told him that. Makes sense, he replied as he stopped using his quirk, resulting in his hair falling back down. But still, what are they here for? What do they have to gain from throwing away pawn villains? A message, sure, but at the cost of this many pawns. No, killing, most likely. But who? That big guy is probably their weapon. But if they were after any old pro then he wouldn't be necessary. Unless, All Might, I said, which got Mr. Aizawa's attention. They want to kill All Might. Impressive. The blue-haired hand villain said, we are here to kill All Might, but he's not here. He said as he raised a hand, causing the other villains to stop and move out of the way, as the muscle villain started to walk towards us and the mist villain to disappear. But since he's not here, we'll have to deal with you too. The muscle villain then disappeared, only to reappear right in front of us. He's fast. Now who is first? I will, I said. Midoriya, Mr. Aizawa said. I'll be fine, I said. Against that. And you don't even have a quirk, Mr. Aizawa exclaimed. I shook my head and gripped the holy fry pan on my right hand. Quirks would weigh me down anyway. He laughed as the muscle villain punched Mr. Aizawa away. Very well, if you have a death wish. Namu, get him. He roared as he pulled back for a punch, but I blocked him with the pan. I skidded back a few meters, but the pan withstood the force. What, is that the best you got? I asked as I rushed after the Namu. HMPH, not bad kid. You might have some merit. Still weak though, the hand villain exclaimed as the Namu started getting serious. I took a swing at it, only for it to dodge my attack, knock the pan away, and grip my neck. Now Namu, kill. EOOM, we are here. We, the hand villain asked as the Namu let me go. It's here, I said. What's here? Mr. Aizawa asked as he hobbled towards me. Ladies and gentlemen, I exclaimed as I heard something jump into the air. The moment we've been waiting for. Slam, the pride of UA High. And the greatest invention yet by myself and my partner. F-Whoosh, Rob, Alpha Mode, as well as I. Slam, All Might, Creator, are you alright? Rob asked, fully functional voice acting, along with a durable and light body. I'm fine, Rob, and I'm glad to see Project Alpha is a resounding success. I said, this is thanks to you and Hatsum. He replied, thanks to you too I am now beautiful. That's right, young Rob. All Might said as he got ready, because we are here to fight. Young Midoriya, you get back and survey the area. The gas villains spread your classmates around excluding some from 1A and 1B. I'll get a status update on them, I said as I turned towards the stairs and began running. Once I was a safe distance away the battle began. Sounds of fists colliding and bodies slamming echoed throughout the USJ, but I didn't look back. I have faith in All Might, Mr. Aizawa, and Rob. They will win. What happened? I asked as I rushed towards the others. The door was blown open probably from All Might and Rob's entrance. Everyone was scattered. A short girl with a brown bob haircut, Kinoko Komori, stuttered as light landed on my shoulder. Thank goodness Koda is still here. She says that all of the other students are stranded in the other areas fighting off villains. Yaoyorozu is at the mountain zone, Shizaki is at the fire zone, and Uraraka is at the landslide zone. He signed. What about everyone else? Ashido asked. They're scattered as well. They are all currently fighting off villains. He signed. Go beyond. Slam, plus Ultra. I turned to see All Might blasting the muscle villain away, and Rob unleashing a massive laser beam incinerating it, leaving no trace of it ever existing. Hatsum clearly went overboard with it. Once the big bad guy was taken care of, All Might rushed towards the hand villain to stop him. However, the mist villain warped himself and the hand villain away before he could catch them. However, he swiftly took out all of the villains at the plaza. Creator. I turned to see Rob rushing towards me. Rob, the others are scattered around the different areas. We have to get them, you mean? I turned to see the entirety of the UA staff. Sorry we couldn't be here, Mr. Midoriya, but I'm glad you had the keen intellect to suspect something would happen. Principal Nezu said. Why you knew this would happen? Ashido asked. It was a hunch, I replied. That was the reason why I was so nervous on the bus, and I'm so glad everything worked out. The staff cleared out the remaining villains, and the other students were evacuated outside to safety. Midoriya, Yaoyorozu, Uraraka, and Shizaki rushed towards me. I'm so glad you're okay, Uraraka exclaimed. That was extremely reckless, Yaoyorozu yelled. Not true, Principal Nezu said, which garnered the attention of everyone. He expected there'd be an attack, and he planned for this moment. Him walking towards the villains was all a part of his plan. Isn't that right, Mr. Midoriya? It wasn't entirely a part of my plan, I said. You planned all of this, everyone exclaimed. No, I just had a loose plan, I said. I didn't know how many villains there were, nor did I know about the muscle villain. I just brought out the big guns just in case. Huh, Howard Loader said as he looked at Rob Alpha Mode. So this is what you and Hatsum have been working on. Impressive. We had to keep it hidden. Rob is a part of my arsenal after all, I said as he deformed the helmet and flew out, deactivating the suit and causing it to then deform down into a small cube, to which I picked up and put it into my pocket. But the field test is a rousing success. But why did you rush into danger? Wasn't that dangerous? Usui asked. Sure, it was dangerous, I said, but that's why I did it. Ribbit, she asked. A hero can't just twiddle their thumbs and hope a stronger hero comes. So I jumped into action and did all I could do. Fight and protect, I said. As far as I was concerned, the lives of my nakamas came first. And nakamas? Uraraka asked. Yeah, you're my allies, my crew. I won't let anything happen to you four, I said. And what about us? Kaminari asked. Anyway, I said, ignoring Kaminari's statement. Now that everyone is okay, we should go back. Correct, Principal Nezu said. Now come along everyone, time to go back to UA. Everyone headed back. But Shizaki didn't walk as fast as the rest of us. That's concerning. Hey Shizaki, what's Ro? You called me a nakama, she said. Okay, what about it? I asked. But I told you I couldn't join you in New Leaf, she added. Okay, what about it? I asked again. Then shouldn't I not be one of your nakamas? She asked. No, you should be, I said, because you're still my friend. And if you're my friend, then you're my nakama regardless. But I don't think about it too hard, I said. You'll give yourself a headache at this rate. Okay, she said. Now come on. The buses are going to leave us behind, I exclaimed. She smiled. Okay, Shizaki's POV. Mother, father, I asked as I entered my home. Yes, Ibara, Mother asked as she looked at me from her chair. I would like to resign, I said. For whatever reason, she asked. Because I want to help my nakama's shop, I said. Your nakama, she asked. Yes, I found a friend in UA. He has interests in religions, mainly for learning the diversity of religions. He wasn't saying that to convince me to join. His interests are genuine. However, he still wants me to work for his flower shop his store is opening. I said. Then why don't you go? Dad asked as he walked in. Because we're short-handed in our store. Actually, we hired 2 more workers whilst you were at school. Mom said. I'm sorry, what? I asked. We want you to focus on your studies, or find somewhere you can be happier. Dad said. Now go work for your nakama. I know he is teasing, but I nodded and rushed out. To New Leaf. Ding ding. Hello, welcome to New Shizaki. Oh, Uraraka. I am here to apply for the position in the flower shop, I said. How many workers is Izuku going to bring? A man I assumed to be his father exclaimed. Don't be like that, dear. A woman with green hair exclaimed as she walked towards me. Must be his mother come this way for the interview process. I'm moderately terrified. Midoriya's POV. You drank it, I exclaimed. Why yes, is something wrong? All Might asked. Yes, that stamina potion wasn't complete. It was a prototype, and has numerous side effects, I exclaimed. What kind of side effects? All Might asked. Well, there's itchiness. All Might started scratching himself. Sore throat. KMM. He coughed. Profuse sweating. Is it hot in here? Extreme thirst. All Might picked up his water jug and downed it in one sitting. And lastly, intense drowsiness, slam snore, and All Might passed out. Well, there's that, Mr. Aizawa said before looking at me. But next time you have a hunch about villains attacking, tell me. Gee, got it, sir, I replied. Now go home and rest, Principal Nezu said. Yes, sir. Ding ding. I'm Shizaki, I asked as I saw Shizaki, wearing a new leaf apron. Meet your newest co-worker, Mom exclaimed. But I thought you couldn't, I asked as I walked over to her. Mother and father hired new workers. They allowed me to work here, she said. Awesome, I exclaimed. But then realization sunk in. But the flower shop won't be up and running for at least a week. Man, chatting with Uraraka and Yaoyorozu wasn't this awkward. Well, I should be going. I shall come by at 9 tomorrow, she said as she took off her apron. Oh, okay. Bye, I exclaimed as she left. Once she was gone, I collapsed onto an empty chair. So, any more employees you want to tell me about? Mom quipped. No, none I know of yet, I replied. The way you said yet worries me, she said back. I know, isn't it great? What to do in my day off? I asked myself. The school gave us a day off to recuperate from the villain attack. Uraraka, Yaoyorozu, and Shizaki didn't come in today, well more so I told them not to come in today. They needed a break after fighting off villains all day yesterday. And it's not like we get much customers anyway. Just our loyal customers mainly. Anyway, what do I do? Tug tug. Izuku. Iri was tugging my shirt. Oh Iri, I exclaimed as I kneeled down to her level. What's wrong? I asked. Nothing, just don't know what to do today. She said. Well, I don't know why. Izuku. Mom called out as she handed me a plastic-wrapped plate of cookies. Can you deliver these to? You know who? Wait, really? I asked. What's the occasion? It's her birthday. That's all she needed to say. I'm on it, I exclaimed. Oh, I should make her my mocha as well. Do you want to come with me? Yes, she exclaimed. Well, go get dressed. I'll work on the mocha. I said. Okay, excuse me, Mrs. Todoroki. You have a pair of visitors, the nurse said as she stood aside for us. Auntie Ray, I exclaimed. Oh, Izuku, she said before looking at Iri. Who is that? Oh, my little sister Iri, I said before looking at her. Iri, introduce yourself. She walked away from my legs and bowed. Hi, my name is Izuku Midoriya. Nice to meet you. I'm Rei Todoroki, a close friend of your mother and father. She greeted before looking at me. So when did this happen? 4 weeks ago. I said. So adoption? She asked. Yes, but mom loves her so it works. I said with a smile. Oh, almost forgot. I said as I handed her the cookies and mocha. Happy birthday. Iri's eyes widened as she pulled out a folded up piece of paper from her pocket. Happy birthday. It was a little card made of construction paper, makers, and glitter. We stopped by the arts and crafts store on the way here. Aunt Ray smiled and took all 3 of the gifts. Thank you. Oh, your son is in my class, I said. She looked at me shocked. Oh, how is he? She asked. He's rather rude, I said bluntly. Oh, I apologize, she said. Why? It's not your fault, I said before pulling up a chair. This is all that horrible Endeavor's fault. His thirst for power and being number 1 single-handedly ruined everything he touches. So it's not your fault, don't think that it is. She didn't respond, so I decided to keep going. So anyway, he was rather rude, but then again 90% of my class is extremely rude, saying I shouldn't be a hero because I don't have a quirk. So I made a bet with him worth 10 million that I can beat him in battle training. You did, she exclaimed. Yeah, and with that I'm making a flower shop for New Leaf. I said. Though you won? She asked. Yeah, took a little bit of finesse but I won, I said. But even with beating the 3rd strongest student they still think I'm weaker than them because I'm quirkless. So I just gave up trying to impress them and decided to move on with my life. And that's what I respect about you. You always move on, she muttered. Well, why don't you? I asked. It's not that simple, she replied. I can't just walk away. Yes, you can, I said. Just join mom, dad, Iri. And my mom's a lawyer, she can break you out. Legally. But what about your store's reputation, fighting the number 2 hero? The store's reputation has already been ruined by the Yaoyorozus, so what's a few more hits going to do? I asked. Completely destroy it, she said. If you lose, and with his resources you will lose, then your store will probably be shut down and your hero career would be destroyed before it began. But it's worth it for my family, I exclaimed. Give it time, she said calmly before placing a hand on my shoulder. I'll be fine. You, Iri, Inko, and Hisashi remembering it's my birthday today is helping me enough. So don't worry about me. Okay, but I'm not happy about it, I said. I know, but it's the best thing you can do, she said. But enough about me. Tell me, how's New Leaf doing? Awesomely, I exclaimed. I said 90% of my class are complete jerks, but the other 10% are nice people. In fact, 2 of them wanted to work in New Leaf. I thought the school doesn't allow students to have jobs outside of school. Ray asked. Oh, Principal Nezu doesn't care. So long their grades are fine, they can do whatever they want, I said. Anyway, that's not the crazy part. We hired the daughter of the Yaoyorozus. Really? She asked, shocked at that statement. I know, right? I asked. I told her how her family ruined our business, and now she's working for us to atone for it. And then once I got the money, another classmate joined the crew. Turns out she was the daughter of our main contractor. She was grateful for me giving them 7 million yen for a job that costs about 2 million, so much so that she asked what she could do to make up for it. And I said, well, come work for us. She was confused but accepted anyway. Ooh. There was this one girl who is also a faithful Christian. I found her reading the Bible and we started talking about how religions have heavily decreased in fellowship with the uprising of quirks, but we called that a waste of culture. So we were talking, and after the USJ incident with villains. Speaking of, are you all right? She asked. Oh yeah, I'm fine, and all of my nakamas are fine. So we're fine, I exclaimed. So anyway, she talked to her parents, because she didn't want to work for us because she was the sole worker in her parents' flower shop. But as it turns out, her parents hired 2 more workers, so she is now working for us now. Is that so? She asked. Yeah, we're growing busy. It's a text, and it's from Mom. Number 1 Mom, we have a rush of customers. Come home quick. Mom says we got a rush of customers. I told Auntie Ray. Oh, well go and help her then. She said, right, come on Uri, we gotta help Mom. I said, okay, bye Auntie, she exclaimed before we rushed out towards the train station. We'll get her out. Ray's POV. He will be the symbol of peace one day, I said as I took a sip of his world-famous mocha. I can taste the warmth and kindness. He will most definitely become the symbol of peace. Midoriya's POV. All Might, I asked as I walked into the store. Oh, good afternoon, young Midoriya. All Might said as he took a sip of coffee. I was in the neighborhood and decided to have some of New Leaf's coffee, and I must say, it's very delicious. Gee, thank you for the compliment, sir, I exclaimed with a bow, but All Might laughed. Well, I must be off, he exclaimed before walking towards me. I would like to talk to you after class tomorrow, he whispered before slapping my shoulder. Now good luck with the rush, young Midoriya, but I must be off. Now, watch how a hero exits, like he's got somewhere to be, he yelled before rushing off, leaving me with a rabid fanbase along with info-hungry press. 3, 2, 1, you, how are you related to All Might? Are you his sidekick? Divert the expectations. Fast. Cheese. A sponsor, Dad exclaimed. And not what I was going for. A sponsor, a newscaster asked. Yes, he loves our coffee, and comes here on his off days for a surge of energy. Today is one of those rare occasions where he comes in during his work hours, he explained. I smiled and walked towards him. What are you doing? I whispered. Shilling customers, he replied, before looking at the customers. Now who wants to order something? Shilling. Sucks. Word soon got out that this place was All Might's favorite coffee shop, and soon many people came flooding here. Even with the Yaorazos destroying our reputation, no one can raise a hand to the symbol of peace. But still, the profits we made will go a long way towards our next expansion. But do people have to be so rabid? Like seriously? Sai, remind me to get more cash registers. That wasn't so bad, huh? Dad asked. You were in your workshop during all of this, I exclaimed. I had to deal with them on my own. Yeah, but look at all of these tips, he exclaimed, pointing towards the tip jar. Jars. Yeah, I'll add them to the money safe later, I said as I closed up the store. Am I ever regretful that I let Uraraka, Momo, and Shizaki take a day off? Young Midoriya is here, All Might yelled as he barged into my classroom of 1 a.m. Oh, All Might, I said as he walked towards me. I would like to talk to you about something. If that's all right with you, Principal, he asked. Oh, it's quite all right. I would like to hear this conversation as well, Principal Nezu said. Very well, All Might said as he entered the classroom and closed the door. Now, it's time I told you something secretive. Holy info bomb. All Might told me the origin of his power. One for all, how it's a power stockpile quirk that has been passed down for 8 generations. And now, he wants me to be the next wielder. And that's the very simplified explanation. Like 95% of the info shortened to that sentences. So, what do you say? He asked. I appreciate the offer, All Might. It shows that you believe in my potential. I started. But I'm here to be the first quirkless hero, so I can show people that quirkless doesn't mean weak. So I must decline, I said. H-O-H-O-H-O-H-O. He bellowed before slapping my shoulder. That's what I like about you, young Midoriya. Sticking to your guns, that's good. And it's all your choice. Looks like I'll have to look for another success. But if I may, I think I know of someone who would fit the bill, I said. And who might that be, young Midoriya? All Might asked. You wouldn't happen to know someone by the name of Melissa Shield, have you? Melissa, All Might asked. I assume you know her? I asked. She's my niece, All Might exclaimed. Why do you think she is a good candidate? Well, it could be biased because David Shield is a close friend of my dad. He's pretty much my uncle. Heck, they visit on holidays. Anyway, every time we get to talk, she always talks about how she wanted to be a hero, but she started learning from Uncle Shield to become a support designer because that's how she thinks she can be a hero, and thinks what I'm doing regardless of my quirklessness is admirable. And she told me to win one for the home team. I said, but she is clearly heartbroken over the fact that she can't be a hero. And deep inside her, she still wants to be a hero. Well, to that I say baloney. But Mr. Shield says she would be better suited to be a support designer. So you want her to have a quirk so she can join you to become a hero? Principal Nezu answered. If her athleticism is a concern, then don't let it be. I constantly egg her on to work out with me, ever since we were kids. I said, I'd say she's about as fit as I am. But that's still not a good reason. All Might said. Then think about it like this. I started. Based on what you told me, you're here to look for a successor. So out of everyone at the hero course, no, out of everyone here, whose quirks would blend well with one for all? No one, I answered for them. Super strength with ice, explosion, acid, electricity, sugar rush, etc., etc. None of them would mesh well with one for all. Sugar rush maybe, but moving on. Assuming you specifically kept your quirk hidden, it's safe to assume you don't want people to know. So giving it to someone who is quirkless, we can pass it off as one being a late bloomer. The fact that she is constantly working out can be used to say that her body needed to be a certain way so she can use it safely. Quirks are constantly evolving, so that excuse will be bought instantly. But and in my personal opinion, I don't like most of the other students. I said bluntly, they all counted me out because of my quirklessness, and they think I'm below them because of that. Even with me showing that I am capable of great things, they believe they're above me just because they have a flashy power. Melissa will not have that ideology, given the fact that she has been quirkless for the entire 18 years she's been alive. I said, but la piece de resistance is her intellect. She's way more advanced than me in terms of intellect, given the fact that she's the daughter of Uncle Shield, that with her skill at inventing and her athleticism, thanks to me, she is basically the female version of me. I said, and with that I am open to your rebuttal, All Might. I have no counter-argument, he conceded. Then it's settled, but if you would like, I can call her up so you can talk to her personally. I offered. That would be best. Izuku, Melissa asked. Hey Melissa, are you busy? I asked. Classes are out, so no. Why, what's up? She asked. I am here to talk to my niece. All Might yelled as he rushed into shot. Uncle Might, Melissa exclaimed. How are you? And when are you going to visit? As soon, Melissa, but there is something I need to talk to you about, he said, becoming serious now. Okay, she asked. All Might then told her about One for All, like how he told me. Oh okay, but why tell me all of this? Melissa asked. Because young Midoriya believes you are a worthy successor. All Might said. Me, what about you? Melissa asked me. You're the one who is currently in UA. You're in the hero course, even when you're quirkless. But I know how much you want to be a hero. I said. Melissa, you're smarter, better in terms of mechanical ability, and equal to my athletic ability. You're just as good of a successor as I am. Well then why don't you want it then? Melissa asked. Because I have something to prove. I said. I was told by many people and kids that I won't be a hero. Some even said I couldn't even be a police officer because of my quirklessness. Heck, even my own classmates say I should just stick to business or support. But I told them that I'll be a hero without a quirk. Because I wanted to show the world that quirkless doesn't mean weak. Genetics don't make people weak. Their own minds makes them weak. That's why I don't want One for All. But what about your other classmates? She asked, in a simplified way. I don't like most of them, I said, and even if I did, One for All doesn't fit well with most of them, and it's imperative we keep One for All a secret. How are they going to explain how one got electricity and super strength and speed? Or with acid, or with explosions, or invisibility? You get my point, I said. So with me being quirkless, it would make a good cover for One for All. She implied. Yes, I said. I know I'm being selfish not abandoning my ideals to take this responsibility. And I'm being even more selfish dumping it onto you instead of swallowing my pride. But I personally believe you are the best candidate I know. But know that it's all your choice. She muttered before looking up. I'll do it. I couldn't help but smile. Awesome, I exclaimed. But what now? Melissa asked. I'm currently across the ocean in an island. I can barely be able to leave, even with our Christmas visits. It's paperwork hell for Dad. Oh, that won't be a problem, Principal Nezu said, coming into frame. For you see, I have connections at Island. We can bring you in Wednesday at the earliest. But that's in 2 days. Melissa asked. I know, so you best start packing, Principal Nezu said. And now hold on. Shouldn't my father be here to listen? I heard everything, a voice said as Uncle Shield walked into view. D. David, All Might exclaimed. We're talking later, he said. As for you, I approve of you going to UA. Why you are, but what about the shop? She asked. I'm sure Hisashi will give you the same amount of training I would give you, he said. So when was it? Wednesday. Yes, sir, Principal Nezu said. Then you will see her by then, he said. Now let's go, Melissa. We need to get you packed. Why, yes, Dad. Sorry. Bye, Izuku. Bye, Uncle Might, she exclaimed before signing off. I think you're in trouble, I said. Yeah, I think I am too. After that interview, I was told that the sports festival is coming up, and I am not going to be with one but my own class of 1am. Oh, and I'm going to make a speech. I'm making a speech. I'm doomed. I told Yaoyorozu, Uraraka, and Shizaki. You will be fine, Shizaki said. Will I? I asked. Yeah, just be yourself. Uraraka cheered. However, what we have here is an opportunity, Yaoyorozu said. An opportunity? Shizaki asked. Yes, the business course is allowed to sell items at the sports festival, Yaoyorozu said. Oh, I exclaimed. Yes, we should have a new leaf stall there. Yaoyorozu finished. That's an amazing idea, I exclaimed. But who would man it? Shizaki asked. We're all going to be competing, so none of us are able to help out the store. I can ask Mom and Dad if they could close down the store for the day, I said. There we go. Uraraka cheered. Not so fast, we still need a prova. I approve of this idea. We all jumped at the sudden appearance of the voice. Principal Nezu. Yes, it is I, your esteemed principal, here to announce that I approve of your idea of bringing New Leaf to the sports festival. He said. Well, that works, I said. Now I need to convince my parents to close down the store for the day. It would also give Mr. Uraraka's crew a chance to work on the flower shop. However, a new voice, Mr. Aizawa, remember you still need to work on your training. We're being lenient with your work because you don't have a quirk to work on. But that doesn't mean you can slack off and drag those 3 down with you. Keep training. Do I make myself clear? Yes, sir. 2 days have passed, and after tough training, it's time. Time for Melissa's arrival. I have everything prepped for her. I cleaned up the guest room for her and everything. All Might was also kind enough to get her some training equipment for One for All training. The ORRN. She's here. Ding ding. I'm he. Melissa, I exclaimed as I tackled her into a hug. Hi. SNRK. Ha ha ha. She started laughing before ruffling my hair. Nice to see you, cousin. And I am here to bring her home. All Might yelled, lifting us up off of the floor. Let's take this somewhere more private, shall we? Yes, sir. Now, I do believe this should be secluded enough. All Might said before, deflating. Is that supposed to happen? I asked. Uncle Might, did you not tell him? Melissa asked. I might have neglected to tell him. He responded. Uncle Might, Melissa yelled. I mean, I know you got injured and all, but seriously. I asked. Wait, you knew about what? All Might asked. Oh, Rob told me. I said as Rob flew out of my hoodie pocket. He scanned you and saw your wound, and surmised that you had about a 3-hour limit. So I carried the stamina potion should we need you, and you used up your time limit. Good thing I did, or else we might have been doomed in the USJ attack. Well, yes, I got injured during a fight, and this is my true form. All Might said, hence why I need to find a successor, because my time is limited in this world. Well, we found one, and now we need to train her. I said, exactly, hence why I brought you out here. All Might said, looking at the trash dump that was once a beach. You see, this place once was a beautiful beachfront, but due to ocean currents and illegal dumping, it became a trash dump. So you want me to clean it? Melissa asked. Yes, All Might said. Your body is capable of withstanding One for All, which is impressive, don't get me wrong. But I injure myself whilst using it. She says. Wait, what? I asked. There was a reason why we were late. In fact, All Might flew over to Island to pick me up personally and have a long talk with Dad. He's upset that he withheld this secret, but understood why. Anyway, he examined me and said I was capable of holding One for All without it destroying my arms and legs. After the transfer and waiting a few hours, we gave it a test run, and my arm was shattered from the punch. You said she was able to withstand One for All. I said, yes, I did. All Might said, but she broke her arm. So clearly, while she can use One for All, she is nowhere near the level you can use it. I said, so what? Melissa asked. Tone down the power output, I said, and spread it all over your body. Pressure is equal to force times unit area. So if you use a small amount of force in a large area, then it'll be less pressure. Melissa finished. A pressure I can manage. Atta girl. Now let's test out that theory, I urged. It took a little while, but we noted that as of right now she is capable of using 10% of One for All, as blonde-colored sparks surrounded her body. It feels awesome. All Might laughed, as it should. It also took a little bit of time for her to get used to moving with the constant power usage. It's still awkward for her, but she's learning. Now try rushing around to pick up trash. But shouldn't I do it without using One for All? Melissa asked. Quirks are like muscles. The more you use them, the stronger they become. I said, so use them a bunch and we can work out at home. That's the plan anyway. All Might said. Principal Nezu said that the only way you can be admitted into UA is if you place high in the sports festival. How high are we talking? I asked. At least the final 16. All Might said. How do I do that? Melissa asked, nervous about that. We use their lack of information and our abundance of information to our advantage, I said with a smile. What do you mean? Melissa asked. I just smiled at her. It's about time I use Principal Nezu's assignments to my advantage. You made what? All Might asked. Notebooks about the students of Class 1A and 1B. I said as I set them in front of All Might and Melissa. It was Principal Nezu's assignment. He wanted me to analyze everything about 1A and 1B. It was difficult to get info about 1B, aside from their quirks. But I have the complete dossiers of 1A, personality and all. Isn't this cheating? Melissa asked. No, I said simply. And you're backed into a corner here. You need all the help you can get, even with the progress you've made with One for All. And besides, knowledge is true power. And knowledge is something we have an abundance of. So we use it while we have the element of surprise, I said. Melissa looked at All Might, who shrugged. Principal Nezu made him analyze the hero course and let him keep his notes for a reason. Fine, she said as she took the one of Wana and opened it. Katsuki Bakugu, quirk, explosions. He secretes nitroglycerin as sweat and they allow him to create explosions at will. The higher the magnitude and power of the explosions, the more backlash is exerted on his arms. A way to counteract that is with his grenade gauntlets. They allow him to use massive explosions without repercussion, as well as allow him to passively store nitro sweat into his gauntlets to release a devastating blast. He's powerful and an intelligent strategist, but his biggest flaw is his quick-to-anger attitude. Rage, while can make someone more powerful, will cause them to lose control. Exploit that. He is susceptible to taunts and jabs at his power. She read aloud, Wow. Principal Nezu really hammered me down for those. I said, so study them, and work on the beach and you'll be in guaranteed. I'll do it, she exclaimed. All right, let's get to work. While Melissa isn't a student yet, she is still allowed into UA to train one for all. So wait, you have a class all to yourself? She asked. Yup, I replied. I aced the hero exam, the support exam, and the business exam. There wasn't a rule that restricted me to only one, so they made one I am. It's kinda embarrassing to have a class named after me. But that's super cool you have your own class, she exclaimed, even though it might be a tad bit lonely. Well yeah, but I have. Midoriya, where he? Oh, Uraraka, and Yaoyorozu and Shizaki. I exclaimed. Hello, who is this? Yaoyorozu asked. Oh, this is my cousin, Melissa Shield. I introduced. May, Slam, Melissa Shield, and that's May Hatsum, my partner in the support course. I introduced as Hatsum rushed over to us. You're related to the Melissa Shield, daughter of David Shield? She asked. Not related by blood. My dad's a close friend of Uncle Shield. And in turn, we became super close, cousins even. I said, hold on a minute. Uraraka spoke out. Where's your bird? Bird? Melissa asked. Oh, you mean Light? I asked. Kota wanted to train with his quirk, and Light went with him. So that's why Kota is outside. Yaoyorozu pointed out. Yup, and Rob, I said as he flew out of my open backpack, has just finished sleeping. Beep beep, he exclaimed as he hovered over to me. Wow, Melissa said as she looked at Rob. So small and yet it has 3 propellers, and a strong laser beam that can pierce giant robots. Uraraka exclaimed. Oh, that I know about, Melissa said. You did? I asked. Yeah, your dad bragged about it to mine, she said with a smirk. Their rivalry has been extremely one-sided, but it's nice to see him still working hard. Yeah, not like you had the technological paradise that was Island. I countered. Touché, she responded. So what, is she going to be a student here? Uraraka asked. Don't know yet. She has her test in a few weeks. However, she is allowed to train here for it. Technically not a lie. Oh, okay, Uraraka exclaimed. So does that mean she might join you in class 1 IM? Shizaki asked. I don't know, I asked. If she does, then it won't be IM anymore. It'd be IMS, the Institute for Marine Mammal Studies. Melissa asked in a joking manner. Sure, we will be the Institute of Marine Mammal Studies, I said. Awesome, and finished, Melissa said as she dumped the last of the garbage onto the parking lot. And with a day to spare, she said as she wiped the sweat off her forehead. You did good. Eri, who wanted to come watch, cheered as she handed her a cold water bottle, to which she gladly took. I'll say, something that would take a normal person about 10 months took you less than 2 weeks. I said, now you're ready for the sports festival tomorrow. Speaking of, how did your midterms go? Melissa asked, as if there was any doubt. I boasted, aced them all. I got the best score in my class. Congratulations, she asked. Thank you, I exclaimed. Now the best course of action is to have a bit of R&R. I suggest biatch relaxation. That's actually a good idea, Melissa said. Good, because I already invited Yaoyorozu, Uraraka, and Shizaki. They should be here. Wow, it's so clean. Right now, I said as they walked down the stairs and onto the sand. But I don't have any swimwear, Melissa said. Catch, I said as I tossed her a t-shirt and a pair of gym shorts. Wait, you're willing to give her your clothes? Yaoyorozu asked. Yeah, we wear practically the same thing at home, I said. I prefer to wear clothes that are 3 sizes too big at home so they fit her perfectly. And I'm triple his height, so my clothes are about 3 sizes too big for him anyway. She teased. Hey, I exclaimed as she laughed. Well, maybe you should grow more shorty, she said, adding fuel to the ever-growing fire. Oh yeah, wanna go? I asked. She nodded. Oh yeah, I am. Eri, bring it out, I said. But it's heavy, she exclaimed. Oh right, I'll get it, I said as I walked over to the pile of stuff Bee brought from home. I laid out a blanket and set a large watermelon on the blanket. I then brought 2 bats. All right, it's time. Oh yes, she said as she took a wooden bat. It's time. But isn't the watermelon game for couples? Uraraka asked. We busted out laughing. Not the way we play it, we said in unison as we stood opposite ways from each other. All right, 3. I started the countdown. 2, she said after. 1, we both said as we swung our bats at each other, creating a loud cracking sound. They're fighting, Uraraka exclaimed. Home run smash. I yelled as I swung the bat with all my strength. Full counter. Melissa yelled back as she blocked my attack, causing sand to fly everywhere. What's wrong? Not using your quirk. I quipped as I ducked to kick her legs. She saw that coming and jumped over them. Huh, like I needed to beat you, she exclaimed as she took two to dual wield. Is that allowed? Uraraka asked. Of course, no rules in the Battle of Melons, I exclaimed as I began blocking her dual bat barrage. Sigh, this is super immature, right Shioza? H. I turned to see Shizaki rushing in with a bat in her hand. Shoot, Midoriya yelled as he jumped out of the way. Why you too, Shizaki? Yaoyorozu asked. Yes, I adore watermelon, she said as she gripped her bat. Now, let us do battle. The three-way free for all. Interesting, I said as I got ready. Yes, all right then, Melissa said as she whacked her bats together as a sign of dominance. Let us do battle. Thud thud thud. Huh, man, that was tiring, I muttered as we laid in a perfect triangle. I agree, Melissa said, but this watermelon is delicious, Shizaki said. He does know how to pick them, I said. But do you two really fight over watermelon? Uraraka asked as she sat next to us. Oh, we fight over everything, Melissa said. We'd fight over what Christmas special to watch. We'd fight over what to have for dinner. We fight over a lot of small things. We settle things with debates, but when things get really heated, we'd wrestle it out, I said. And you'd always lose, she said, quick to point that out. First of all, I said, the record is 49-53. Second, you always cheat. Oh, and pray tell Izuku, she said. How do I cheat? I said before clamping my mouth shut. Is it because you don't want them to know? She asked. Know what? Uraraka asked. Absolutely nothing. Nothing, just the fact that Izuku is unbearably ticklish, she said, smirking at the fact that she has dropped the vital information that could kill me. He's what? Uraraka said with a smirk equally devious. I deny all AQSAHAHATIONS, I exclaimed as Yaoyorozu jabbed a finger into my side. Oh yes, he's ticklish, Yaoyorozu commented. Well, that's one less thing to worry about in the sports festival, Shizaki commented. In fact, why don't we eliminate it right now? Uraraka asked. This is mutiny. After spending the rest of the day running for my life, the sun started to set and my nakamas needed to go home. Bye, Uraraka exclaimed. See you tomorrow. Yaoyorozu waved. Have a pleasant evening, Shizaki said as they headed home. Are you ready for tomorrow? I asked. Yes, all by myself. Don't want to be all by myself. Slam. Were you singing? Melissa asked. Yes, because I'm all by myself, I said. I'm not allowed into 1A's room. I'm stuck in 1AM. Well, so am I, Melissa said, sitting next to me. But a white-haired woman told me to give this to you. Auntie Ray is here, I asked. Yes, she asked. Oh right, we haven't introduced her to Ray yet. Anyway, she told me to tell you to give this to Shoto when you get the chance. I took the letter and put it in the loan locker. I'll give it to him during lunch break. So how are you feeling? I asked. Nervous as all get out, she admitted. A lot is on the line here. I know, I said, but I'll help as much as I can. Isn't that cheating? She asked. No, it's called making an alliance, I countered. And besides, the others are fighting for publicity, you're fighting for admission. However, once you make it to the top 16 and into the final tournament, the alliance is disbanded. I expect you to fight to win once we get to that point. She looked at me before smiling. All right, I'll take you on. In the finals, I asked as I extended a balled-up fist. The finals, she responded as she responded with a fist bump. Will Class 1IM come to the field? Mr. Aizawa's tired voice said. Let's do this. And finally, Present Mike announced. The class consisting of the one who aced all 3 entrance exams, the one who has brains and brawn, the lone legend. Class 1IM. Seems I'm not in your class yet, Melissa commented as we walked out. Don't worry, you'll get in, I said as we walked with the others. 1IM. One student from the general department. All of them, all 3. He must have cheated or some shit like that. Ignore them, Melissa said. Oh, I don't care, I said, as Ms. Midnight stepped onto the stage, in her hero costume. Now it's time for the student pledge, Midnight exclaimed. Would Izuku Midoriya step up onto the stage? Wish me luck, I said. Good luck, Melissa exclaimed as I stepped onto stage. I'll make this brief, I said. I got top scores in all of the entrance exams. As such, I was placed into my own, soon-to-be-shared, class of 1IM. And let it be known that I did this while being 100% quirkless. Gasps were heard in the stadium. That's right, I don't have a single power, and I'm proud of it. So watch me, and let this be a reminder that if a quirkless student can do this, then anyone can do it too. Quirkless doesn't mean useless. And to the quirkless out there who are told or think that internally, I have one thing to say. Everyone was confused, but Melissa, Yaoyorozu, and Shizaki understood what I said. Jupiter himself is not ever able to take back an opportunity that has slipped away, Melissa said. And in Latin too, impressive? I got it from a video game. I responded, and it felt fitting. She barked out a laugh. Of course you did. Now with that, let us begin the first match. Midnight exclaimed as a holographic screen popped up and started rolling. And rolling. And it stopped. Tada. Accuracy test. I read aloud. All classes will participate in this challenge. The objective is to hit the targets spread around the stadium. You may use your quirks or use these, she said as a table appeared from the ground. Guns. Oh my god. Use whatever you deem fit. The closer to the center, the higher the point value. The top 42 contestants will advance to the next round. Midnight said. Izuku, you're smiling. Melissa said. I know, I'm excited. I've been waiting for a reason to bust the girls out, I said as I raised my hand. MS. Midnight. I exclaimed. Yes, Midoriya. She asked. Permission to go first. I asked. By all means, she said. Just choose one of those. No, that's fine, I said as I walked over to the table, pulled out a capsule, and pushed the button, revealing a case. I set the case down, opened it, and pulled them out. I have my own. Huh, what the foo? What is that? Present Mike asked. They're my girls Ebony and Ivory. I've been waiting for a reason to bust them out, and now I have one. Now, I said as I held them in my hands. Let's have some fun. Asash's POV. Oh, this isn't even fair, I said as I leaned over the railing to watch my son in action. Why? Iri asked. Because, Iri, I said, Izuku is a natural sharpshooter. I gave him a slingshot when he was 4 and once he got the hang of it, never missed a shot. It was at that moment I knew, bang, that he needs guns in his repertoire. Bang 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 bang. But isn't that not a good look for Izuku to use a gun? Inko asked. Snipe uses a gun in combat. So long you don't hit something vital, it's fine. And besides, he's been itching to show off this skill for weeks. Bang 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 bang. It also helps that he designed Ebony and Ivory to be powerful and rapid. Semi-automatic .44 Magnum. It was hard work, but it was worth it for him, I said as I saw the last target. But that's showing off, I said, not even trying to hold back my smile. Incredible, Present Mike exclaimed. He not only got bullseyes on every target, but also wrote 1IM on the last target. HM. Izuku cackled as he walked past the other students. Man, I love that kid. Oh man, that was fun, I exclaimed as I walked back to Melissa's side. Man, it's been a while since I've let loose. Dude, what was that? Kaminari asked. Ebony and Ivory. I said simply, what? Did you think my only skills on the battlefield was the legendary bat, the holy fry pan, rob, light, and other gadgets I had on me at the time? I have more tricks up my sleeve, I boasted. Wait, oh shoot, Melissa hasn't shot a gun in her life. I looked at her, and her eyes had the same sentiment I had. I have to do something. Wait, I have an idea. Rob, I said as he flew out of my jacket pocket. Help out Melissa. Beep beep. He beeped as he hovered over to her. Rob is extremely accurate. Her position of advancement is guaranteed. And there you have it. The top 42 contestants have been decided. Ms. Midnight exclaimed as she popped them up on screen. Wait, where's Melissa? She scored bullseyes with Rob. She should be tied if not below me. In fact, she's not on there. What? Now we have a rule. Only those in the support course can bring in outside equipment, so long you develop them yourself. Ms. Midnight explained, and Rob was created by Izuku Midoriya. As such, she cannot use it, so she has been disqualified. But now wait a minute, I said as I began walking towards her. I gave her Rob so she can have a fair shot at it. If the two of us consent, then it should be allowed. If it were a gun or anything without a mind or AI, I would have. Ms. Midnight said, but it's a robot, meaning she has an inherent advantage over everyone, even you, Mr. Midoriya. As such, she cannot advance. What? Izuku, stop, Melissa said, with tears in her eyes. It's okay, I'll be fine. I can just go somewhere else, she said before giving me a sad smile. You just go on ahead. K. Oh fuck no. Ms. Midnight. Oh, cut it out. Are you aware of the rule 2479B? I asked. No way, Present Mike said. He's not, Mr. Aizawa said as well. Seems they know what I'm doing. And what do you mean by that? She asked. I'm challenging you, I said. Her eyes widened as I pulled out Ebony and Ivory. If I beat you in a head-to-head battle, will you allow Melissa into the second round as the 43rd person? What? Everyone exclaimed. So, what'll it mean, Midnight? I asked. I see no reason as to why I should, Midnight said. But I do, Principal Nezu said as he was riding on Present Mike's shoulders. There is a reason as to why I put that rule in there in the first place. But sir, and as such, I approve of this challenge, Principal Nezu said. But it has to be a unanimous agreement. And I don't see why I should agree, she said. That was when Principal Nezu stared at her dead in the eyes. Because I said so. Right away, sir, she exclaimed. Excellent. We shall have a brief recess to set up, Principal Nezu exclaimed. I nodded and headed towards the 1IM locker room. Once I made it and Melissa started yelling at me. You moron. Why would you do that? Melissa exclaimed. Because I want you to go to school with me. And All Might is here, he can help you with you know what. I said. But you know what happens when you lose, right? She asked. The loser gets expelled, no questions asked. I said. Exactly. So why would you throw your school career away? Melissa exclaimed. Because you're my family. My nakama. I said. I would do whatever for my nakamas. If staking my school admittance is what's needed, then so be it. You're GAH, she exclaimed, before gripping my collar. You better win. I plan to. Now then, we have a special challenge, Principal Nezu said. He took over the announcer's booth. The issue on the table. Melissa Shields placing in the second round. If Izuku Midoriya wins, she will be allowed to participate in the second round as the 43rd person. However, if Izuku Midoriya loses, then he will be expelled, no questions asked. Wait, what? A voice I recognize as Uraraka exclaimed. Expelled? That's Yaoyorozu's voice. Midoriya, did you know? Shizaki asked. Yes, I said. And you challenged her anyway. Uraraka exclaimed. Are you that confident? Yaoyorozu asked. No, I said. But I have to win for Melissa. But staking your expulsion? Kirishima asked. Why would you do that? Kirishima, you always go on and on about manliness, so let me tell you something. I started. A real man would rise up when someone takes their friend's smile away, I said as I stepped onto the stage. However, one stipulation before we start, Principal Nezu said as I stopped at my edge of the stage. The rule states that, should a student disagree with a decision, he or she can declare a challenge, as such a staff member may take on that challenge. If he or she wins, then the decision gets overturned. If he or she loses, then they will be expelled. Wait, as such, the staff member they will be facing is Slam. I am here to fight. Midoriya's POV. All Might, everyone exclaimed. You'll have to beat me if you want to stay at UA. All Might said, I'm sorry, young Midoriya. He whispered. Don't worry about it. I whispered back before gripping ebony and ivory. Now let's go. Ready? Principal Nezu asked as we all nodded. 3, 2, 1, go. All Might rushed at me and punched me square in the gut. I retched as he jumped back. I didn't even see him. You know, if you give up, then I won't be expelled. I finished as I stood back up. I'm well aware of the rules. The whole reason I'm in what I am in the first place was because I read the rule book. But you of all people should know why I can't let Melissa lose. Then let us continue. Melissa's POV. This is difficult to watch and even harder to hear the commentary behind me. He should just give up. He can't win. He doesn't even have a quirk. How can he expect to even stand a chance against All Might? Yeah, and he won't be expelled if he gives up, so why doesn't he just do that? Boom. What? All Might was covered in some kind of pink cement? Now. Izuku yelled as he aimed ebony and ivory at him and fired rapidly. Monochrome volley. He unloaded his magazines into All Might, and once the guns couldn't fire anymore, he staggered to stand up. I took your blows to set that up. Now smash. Impressive, but not enough to beat me. All Might said. Now, what's your next move? I thought that would work, was what I heard him mutter as All Might rushed over and punched him in the stomach again. He keeled over as All Might caught him. I'm sorry, young Mai. No, Izuku yelled as he swung at All Might with his legendary bat. I woke KMPH Ka. He muttered as he spat up some vomit. I won't lose. I have to win, so Melissa can attend UA. What? Everyone exclaimed. And if you think I'll just give up, then you're getting senile in your old age, All Might. Izuku yelled as he rushed towards All Might and started swinging wildly. All Might blocked all of those swings and punched Izuku away. Young Midoriya, stow. If you want to beat me, you're going to have to try harder than that, Izuku exclaimed, smiling as if nothing is wrong. He ran towards All Might and continued swinging, this time slower than before. All Might blocked them and punched Izuku away again. I can't take this, Izuku stow. See how much stronger we are when we believe in ourselves, Izuku exclaimed as he hobbled his way towards All Might, swinging his bat much slower and only left and right. All Might only dodged and punched Izuku back before hopping towards the edge of the stage. I won't give up, he muttered as he limped towards All Might and began swinging at his head, his body worn out and full of fatigue, as the swings missed and Izuku fell onto the floor without All Might needing to move a muscle. Izuku struggled to stand up. Why are you looking at me like that? Izuku snapped as All Might gave him a sympathetic look. I've done everything up till now, all without a quirk. I don't need a quirk. I don't. All Might, thud, has stepped out of bounds. Izuku Midoriya wins, Principal Nezu said, as the big screen showed All Might with a foot out of bounds. He gave Izuku the win. All Might walked over and picked up Izuku. He fell out of consciousness right after All Might stepped out. I'm sorry, young Midoriya. That was all he said. That was all he could say. You mean to tell me? Recovery Girl said as she, Mr. Aizawa, present Mike, Principal Nezu, Midnight, All Might, and an unconscious Izuku were all in Recovery Girl's office, that her placing into the finals was the only way for her to get into UA. You neglected to tell me that. And in return you let this boy get battered and bruised in order to try and get her another chance to advance. Yes, Midnight said. And the only reason this all happened was because of a rule. Recovery Girl asked. Yes, Principal Nezu answered. Well, because of that rule a student has been beaten and battered with no hope of waking up before the second round. MGH. We all turned towards the bed, as Izuku sat up in his bed. Why are all of you here? How are you awake? Recovery Girl exclaimed. Am I not supposed to be awake? Izuku asked. No, Recovery Girl exclaimed. Are you hurt? I asked. I'm fine, he said. He's lying. Young Midoriya, Did Melissa make it to the second round? Izuku asked. Yes, Mr. Midoriya, you won the challenge. Principal Nezu said. Then we're good then, Izuku said as he hopped off of the bed, staggered a bit, but stood up straight. Young Midoriya, you can't possibly. I'm going to win the second round. No ifs or buts about it, Izuku said. Now come on, Melissa. Fine, I said. Young Shield. But I'm not going to let you get hurt again, I said. Fine by me. Midoriya's POV. I feel like complete utter garbage, but I need to reassure everyone that I'm okay. A few full-powered punches from All Might only hurt a lot. But anyway, Melissa and I made it back to the stage. As Ms. Midnight returned as referee, she explained that we are having a cavalry battle. We shall form teams of 2-4, and our teams will have point values. The points are based on our rankings. We will be given a point value going up by increments of 100. So Melissa's point values would be 100. Next up would be 200, and my point value would be 100 million. Midnight exclaimed. I could feel everyone looking at me. Good. Time for me to finally prove that being quirkless doesn't mean weak. No, wait. Ensure Melissa's advancement first. Then focus on your agenda. We are given 30 minutes to form a team. With Melissa, Shizaki, Yaoyorozu, and Uraraka. I can't form a team with all of them and ensure their advancement. But then again, wait, I know how we can all advance. I rushed over to Yaoyorozu, who was talking to Todoroki. Yaoyorozu, I exclaimed as I ran towards her. Midoriya, are you okay? She asked. Yeah, I'm fine. Not, I'm dying slowly on the inside. Anyway, I have a way so all of us at New Leaf can advance. We're talking here. I'm listening. Yaoyorozu said. You form a team with Uraraka and Shizaki. With your combined points of 41-0, 23-0, 4,000, and whomever else your team adds, you will have 10,400 plus points. I explained. But what about you? She asked. I'm partnering with Melissa. I said. It's imperative she advances to the finals, so she can attend UA with you, correct? Yaoyorozu said. But what if someone takes your headband? Not going to happen, I said as I pulled out ebony and ivory, so please. I asked. All right, she said before looking at Todoroki. My apologies, Todoroki. He just hummed to himself as he walked away. As Yaoyorozu ran towards Shizaki, Uraraka, and the orange-haired girl Kendo. She got 12 points. So in total that's 11,600 points. So what's the plan, Izuku? Melissa asked. Keep everyone at bay, I said as I pulled out ebony and ivory. While my rubber bullets won't kill, they will still hurt a lot. But what if they breach our defenses? Melissa asked. Then, I said as I pulled out my legendary bat, I'll whack them away. There is no way that will guarantee us a why. Hey, support buddies. I was hoping she would join us. Hatsum, Melissa and I exclaimed as she hovered towards us. Let me on your team, she exclaimed. With your point values, we'll have the spotlight for our beautiful babies. I thought we agreed to not call them babies, I said. Oh, come on, Hatsum exclaimed. Fine, this one time, I muttered. Awesome, she exclaimed as she pulled out her briefcase of assorted support goods. I think this will help us tremendously. I scanned the case and found one that will surely help us. Oh yeah, we have this in the bag. But a fourth member would be nice, I said as I combed the area for a fourth mem. Now that's interesting. Why has no one picked him up? Oh well, more opportunity for us. We rushed over as I stood in front of him. Takoyami, care to join first place? All right, Melissa, I asked. Ready, she said as she took the left wing. Hatsum, I asked. As good as ever, she exclaimed. She took the right. Takoyami, I asked. Standing by for battle, he said at the front as his dark shadow popped out. Same here, he exclaimed. Perfect, our secret weapon is on standby as well, I said as I looked up at the sky. Remember, our goal is not only for us to maintain first place, but to also protect Yaoyorozu's group if they need it. Not that they will. MMHMM. Hatsum nodded. All of New Leaf will advance, Melissa said. Understood, Takoyami said. Oh, and you're officially part of the New Leaf crew, Takoyami. You signed the verbal contract. I commented jokingly. Fair enough, he said. I have been interested in brewing coffee. Oh, I was just joking. But Mom was getting on my case for only getting girl employees. I said, hey, why am I not a part of the New Leaf crew? Hatsum asked. You are. You just never bothered to show up to the interviewing process. I replied. You know what, valid, Hatsum said. And start. Present Mike yelled. Oh right, the cavalry battle, I said as I pulled out the switch. Get ready, guys. They braced as I took flight with Hatsum's jetpack. Uraraka was nice enough to remove the gravity on our equipment as well as us, so we took flight without much issue. After all, there is no rule against cross-team help. Damn support course. After them, Tetsu exclaimed. Now, Hatsum asked. Jiru now, Toru yelled. I know, she yelled as she sent her earphone jacks at us. Not necessary, I'll handle them, Takoyami said as Dark Shadow batted her earphone jacks away. Good work, I said as we landed. Once we did, everyone started coming after us. At least they're ignoring Yaoyorozu's group. MWHAHAHAHA. Oh great, Minta, this is too easy. This isn't a fight. It's more like a massacre. Shoji, he's inside Shoji. What we need is breathing room, Takoyami exclaimed. We can't be sandwiched between two teams. Right, I exclaimed, but we didn't move. Shoot, Minta's ball snagged our boot. Sorry, Hatsum, I exclaimed as I activated the jetpack. We flew off, but at the cost of Hatsum's hover boot. My baby, it's broken, she exclaimed. Necessary casualty. EOOOM. An explosion. Bakugo, don't think for a second you're safe, he exclaimed as he reached for my headband. I swiftly pulled out ebony and ivory. I am. Bang bang. I shot him in both shoulders. He was in too much pain to try and reach for the headband. Zero launch tape so he wouldn't fall and be disqualified. We had a rough landing. With that broken hover boot, we can't control where we land as well. So we can't risk taking to the sky again. So we have to rely on Dark Shadow, Ebony, Ivory, and our secret weapon. How is Yaoyorozu's group doing? 0 points. Who took them? Bakugo yelled. I looked at the source of his anger. A blonde-haired boy, Nito Monoma. He must have poked the sleeping bee. Wait, one of his headbands is 11,600. That's Yaoyorozu's headband. Guys, Monoma has Yaoyorozu's points. We need to get them back for her. Your fight's with me. I turned to see. Should have known. Todoroki, Ida, Kamakiri, Tsunotori. I named as we stood face to face with Todoroki's group. Interesting choices. Enough small talk, Kamakiri said. We have a battle and shit. Yes, we do, I said as I raised my hand into the air. They got ready for whatever I have planned, but nothing can prepare them for this. But I have my eyes on something more. Snap. I snapped my fingers and pointed up at the sky. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment you've been waiting for, Hatsum exclaimed after me. Melissa Shields, Mei Hatsum's, and Izuku Midoriya's greatest collaboration, Melissa added as he landed. Slam. Rob Beta Mode. We all exclaimed. Rob Beta Mode is a complete improvement over Alpha Mode. Granted, it took all three of our collective minds, hands, and time to build it, but it was well worth it. Beta Mode is sleeker, and the hydraulics in his arms and legs have improved for more striking strength and overall speed. Another big improvement was the addition of his palms being able to fire off lasers as well as his chest. It was difficult to pinpoint back in his Alpha Mode, but with Melissa's help we got it down. We kept the overall visual design the same and painted him gray. We'll save the gold and overall aesthetic for when we reach his ultimate form. Rob Omega Mode. Is that even allowed? Kamakiri asked. It's their invention, so it's allowed, Midnight exclaimed with a thumbs up. But you said Rob wasn't supposed to be used by S.H.I.E.L.D. earlier, Kamakiri exclaimed. That's Rob, normal mode, I said, not the ultra-powerful and awesome Rob Beta Mode. My creators, I thank you for the opportunity, Rob said, the opportunity to show the world true beauty. Not yet, Rob, I said, we have yet to reach your ultimate form. Rob Omega Mode. You are correct, creator, Rob said as he got ready. However, we shall reach that in due time. Correct, I said. Think you can take on Todoroki? We need to get Yaoyorozu's points back. I shall fight them, he said. We're counting on you, buddy, I said as we sped off towards Monoma. While we were rushing him, I glanced at the screen. The top 4 is below 11,600, so if we get that back for them, they'll shoot up to the top 4. But we need to get them back. Well, if it isn't the golden boy of UA Izuku Midoriya, he sneered. And if it isn't the guy who messed with the wrong people, I said as I pulled out ebony and ivory. Now give me the 11,600 point headband. Now to Cha. EOOOM. Bakugo rushed over and snagged their headbands. Oh great, one of them is the 11,600 point headband. Damn it. Well, looks like we'll have to settle for the 100 million. Monoma said. Get the fuck in line, Bakugo exclaimed. Hey scumbags. What? Both Bakugo and Monoma asked, but their expressions were blank. You're too loud, the boy with purple hair said. What was that? Ashido asked, but her expression blanked as well. What's happening? Kirishima asked. Same thing. So responses is what triggers it. Huh, Kosai said. You get the trend. Soon both of their teams were blanked. Give me your points, the purple-haired boy said. It was then that Bakugo took all of the headbands and handed them to him. Once he took them, he looked at me. I got ready to fight, but he balled up the 11,600 headband and tossed it to me. His group just walked away after that. What an odd fellow. Bang. No time to think. I need to get this to Yaoyorozu, then help Rob with Todoroki. Rob, I got the headband. Leave Todoroki and help us defend. I said, understood, he said as he fired off a dual beam from his palms and rushed to catch up with us. Yaoyorozu, I exclaimed as I turned towards the time. 10 seconds. Mike yelled. Shoot. I yelled as I looked at everyone. Sorry about this, guys, I exclaimed as I jumped off and flew towards Yaoyorozu's group with the jetpack. 5, 4, 3, 2, catch. I yelled as I tossed the headband at her. 1. She caught it. Time's up. Present, Mike yelled as I flew back to my group. Now let's see what the top 4 teams are. In first place, Team Midoriya. That was close, I muttered. In second place, Team Shinso. I turned to see the purple-haired boy with his team. Ajaru, Takage, and Shota. Interesting picks. Good thing we had your secret weapon there, Takoyami said. It wasn't overtly necessary to win, but it's imperative. In third place, Team Yaoyorozu. Present, Mike yelled. That Yaoyorozu's team moves on. I finished. And in fourth place, Team Todoroki. Present, Mike finished. I glanced at his team and sighed. Meeting Melissa in the finals just got a whole lot harder. Midoriya, I would like to speak with you. Hold that thought, I said. Hey Shinso, I yelled as I rushed over to the purple-haired boy. Yeah, he asked. I wanted to say thank you for giving me the 11,600 point headband. I said, I had enough points to advance, so I just gave it to you. He shrugged. It wasn't a big deal. Don't blow it out of proportion. Well, you know what is a big deal. Your quirk, I exclaimed. It's so cool. Yuka, not so loud, he exclaimed as he covered my mouth as people passed by. My quirk is my ticket into the hero course, so I'd appreciate it if you didn't say anything about it. He whispered. Ame, he let go of my mouth. But aren't you relying heavily on your quirk? If you want to get into the hero course, shouldn't you have other methods of attacking? Like what? He asked. Well, that depends, I started. How proficient are you at hand-to-hand? Ooh, I don't know, he asked. I didn't respond right away and looked at his arms and legs. Well, you look pretty slim, not much muscle going on. Do you have some sort of weapon? No. Where are you going with this? He asked. You're in the sports festival. If you desire to join the hero course, then people, mainly villains, will watch this. They will study the quirks of future heroes and pick it apart. I explained. If you want to become a hero, you need a plan B all the way to plan Z, because people will figure out your quirk and it will be as good as useless. Because, I said before leaning in, if people figure out your quirk relies on a verbal response, then they won't answer you back. Then what do you suggest? Shinso asked. How about working out for starters? I began. Then maybe work on your hand-to-hand. Actually work on your everything. Then and only then would you be able to survive the hero course. Midoriya. Oh right, Todoroki. Sorry, gotta go Shinso, I said before walking away. But I turned back around to face him. Good luck. He waved back as he left for lunch. After that interaction, I followed Todoroki to a hallway. So what did you want to talk about? I'm going to be up front here, Todoroki said before looking at me dead in the eye. Have you ever heard of quirk marriages? Yaoyorozu's POV. Looks like Class 1 is going full-on fan service. Present, Mike exclaimed. You're right, they are. Wait, is that Midoriya? I exclaimed as we all saw him in a cheerleader outfit like ours. It really showed off his upper body and legs. Come on Takoyami, Midoriya said as he dragged Takoyami, who looked really uncomfortable, and also in a cheerleader outfit on, mind you, out with him. We're standing in solidarity, he exclaimed as he ran towards us only to flip onto his hands, do a triple handspring, and land into the splits. The crowd erupted into a frenzy once he finished his move. Whoa-ho-ho. Present, Mike cheered, strong and agile to boot. Takoyami, on the other hand, just walked over to us and shook his pom-poms. What are you doing? We're standing in solidarity, Midoriya exclaimed. I saw the perverts of the class tricking you. So if we all do it, it won't be weird. That's so manly, Kirishima exclaimed as he took Midoriya's hands. I had you all wrong, Midoriya. You're a tried and true badass. Really, Midoriya exclaimed, clearly flattered by his praise. Yeah, Kirishima yelled. And I thought about what you said earlier. Oh, you have? Midoriya asked. Yeah, a true man would stand up for his friends, Kirishima exclaimed. You know what? I want a cheerleading uniform too. Yeah, Midoriya yelled out. Yaoyorozu, can you make him one? Why not? I created a spare cheer uniform. Awesome, I'll put it on, right after the draws, Ms. Midnight exclaimed. Oh, right, forgot about that. Midoriya sighed. Let's go. Well, at least we have some company. Before Midnight could pick the matches, Ajaru and Shota forfeited their spots. They said that they don't remember how they made it in, and as such don't feel right about entering. It was probably Shinsu's quirk. Midnight approved of their forfeit and said that the 5th place teams can advance. The only other team that got points was Tetsu's team. So Thai group spoke amongst themselves and let Tetsu and Honuki advance into the finals. Makes sense since Awase and Yui's quirks aren't meant for combat. After that, the matches were chosen. Izuku Midoriya versus Tetsu. So I might face him next. Fumikage Takoyami versus Juzo Honuki. Melissa Shield versus Achako Uraraka. Momo Yaoyorozu versus Tenya Ida. Satsuna Takage versus Mei Hatsume. Togaru Kamakiri versus Ibara Shizaki. Honitsuno Tori versus Itsuka Kendo. Okay, let's press pause for a momentary interlude. Before the battles begin, it's time for some pulse-pounding side games. Present Mike yelled. Alright, let's go Takoyami, I exclaimed as I dragged Takoyami towards the girls. I regret this decision already. Yaoyorozu's POV. Come on Yaoyorozu, you gotta pump them higher. Midoriya exclaimed. How are you of all people the most pumped up about this? Kayuka asked. I don't know, Midoriya replied. I was doing this to stand in solidarity, but now it sounds like something fun to do, even if it means wearing a skirt. Kayuka countered. I mean he's pretty hot in it. A green-haired girl commented. What was her name again? Takage. What? He asked, setting a new record for redness. But that's only the first of the onslaught, as Mina joins the fray. Yeah, I mean do you see his abs? Mina asked. Wait, Midoriya pleaded. But he was doomed from the start. And look at these thighs though. He can crush 13 watermelons at once with those. And these arms, solid as a rock. And his butt though. Thud. And he fainted with a bloody nose. I think we went too far, Mina said. You think? Midoriya's POV. Huh, fluorescent lights. Where am I? You're in my office. I jolted up to see Recovery Girl. I don't know what her emotion. What's a word that's a mix of angry and sad? Malcontented, disgruntled, miserable, desolated. Oh right, smad. What? Recovery Girl asked. Your emotion, sad and angry, smad. Recovery Girl looked at me before sighing. Did All Might give you a concussion? Because you walked out there in a cheerleader's outfit, took one of your classmates with you, fainted because of compliments, and said that. Probably. Wham. Oh, why are you hitting me? All Might yelled. Because you caused this ultimately. Recovery Girl yelled. You didn't have to take the challenge. I didn't want to show bias. All Might countered. All of a sudden. Oh snap, the double counter. Well that's fine. All Might muttered in defeat. Anyway, your match has been postponed. You're going last. Recovery Girl explained. Okay, wait, did the others go? I asked. All but the last 3, yours included. All Might explained, and if you're wondering, Melissa advanced, as did young Yaoyorozu and young Shizaki. Young Hatsume used her match as an advertisement before jumping off. That's completely in character. What about Todoroki's battle against Shinso? I asked. Over in seconds. Todoroki froze him in place with a giant ice attack. All Might said. So I faced Todoroki when I beat Tetsu. But still, I feel bad for Shinso. He has a great quirk and deserves to be in the hero course. Can I challenge someone to let Shinso into the hero course? I asked. No, by the rule. If you succeed in the challenge you don't get another until the start of the next school year. Recovery Girl explained. So if I get in trouble I can't challenge it. Shinso could challenge it though. But I don't think he's willing to try it, especially since the staff know his quirk. Anyway, you're cleared to go. Just don't go fainting again. Recovery Girl warned. I won't, I said as I walked out. But I'm scared if I have to face her in the finals if that's the case. Well, either way I don't have to face her for a while or at all. Positives Izuku, positives. But of course once I made it back up to the top floor of the stadium I was immediately called to the stage, making me have to go all the way back down. Awesome. On the plus side, I get to use something I've been waiting to show off. Luckily Nezu approved of it along with Rob Beta Mode. Ebony, Ivory, Legendary Bat, Holy Fry Pan, Rebellion, and even Light. This will be fun. FWOOSH. The 8 match consists of these top competitors. Present Mike yelled. One of them's a passionate, manly fighter with nerves of steel. The hero course is Tetsu. Bring it. Versus the boy who has taken the sports festival and the world by storm with his powerful gadgets and knack for exploiting the rules. UAS sole member of Class 1 I am. Izuku Midoriya. Can I not sound like a criminal please? I muttered even though he can't possibly hear me. Can't wait to see who wins this just so they can fight Todoroki. Begin. Tetsu wasted no time in ironing up and rushing at me. H. Too easy, I said as he threw a punch. I gripped his arm and vaulted over him. Midoriya shows off that athleticism we saw during the interlude. How can Tetsu keep up? Like this, he yelled as he threw another punch. I dodged and hit him in the face with my legendary bat. Then another punch, another hit. The cycle kept repeating, causing Tetsu to be extremely frustrated. Stop dodging and fight me like a man. No, I'm good, because that's a fatal flaw of your quirk, I said as I dodged another punch. What do you mean? He asked as he threw kicks into the mix as well. Your quirk obviously runs on a time limit. There is no way you can keep your steel mode up forever, I said as his punches and kicks became more fast and frantic. And judging by your change in speed, I'm 100% correct, I said as I pulled out the legendary bat and hit him in the face, causing his steel armor to crack. G-H, he yelled as his body stopped holding his steel form. And now, it's time to end this, I said as I pulled out my secret weapon. Is that a pen? Tetsu asked. It's more than that, I said as I clicked the button on the tip, causing it to shoot out a beam that wrapped around his body. What is this? Tetsu asked as he struggled to get free. I borrowed this idea from Super Metroid. The grappling beam, I said as I pulled him towards me, but it's game over, I yelled as I pulled him over my head and sent him flying out of bounds. Tetsu is out of bounds. Midoriya advances to the next round, Midnight yelled as the crowd cheered. That match was kinda boring, but don't fret, for we have a big one coming up. It's Izuku Midoriya versus Shoto Todoroki. Present Mike yelled. At this point I might as well stay here, but I need to prepare myself for the second match. Sorry I'm late, I yelled as I rushed onto stage. I had to reload Ebony and Ivory. Well, you're here now, Midnight said as Mike started announcing the match, but I could care less about that. Todoroki was adamant about beating me without using his fire side. Needless to say, I'm 100% insulted. Begin, Present Mike yelled as Todoroki sent a massive ice wave at me, wanting to end this quickly. Yeah right, smash. What? Todoroki asked as Rob Beta Mode stood at the ready. You said you wanted to beat me without using your fire. You insult me, Todoroki, I muttered as I felt light land on my head. Because I'm going at you with everything I have, so you better take me seriously, I said as I pulled out my legendary bat, or you won't make it past me. Midoriya, you have approval for all of those, do you? Midnight asked. Yes, I said as I handed her the approval form. He even approved of your bird, Midnight asked in disbelief. Her name is Light, and yes he did, I responded. All right, let the battle continue, Midnight yelled. I nodded and looked at Todoroki. So what's your plan? I asked as he looked at me with wide eyes. As you can see, your ice is nothing in comparison to Rob's beta mode. Even if you unleash more powerful ice, I can join in and offer Rob assistance. With the way you're going, your body won't be able to withstand your ice without your fire to back it up. You're lowering your chances to win, all for some petty grudge. What would you know? Todoroki asked, which made me stop my advancement. You know what I've been through, and yet you ignore it. Why did my bastard of a father put you up to this? He yelled as he rushed at me in an ice wave. I used Ebony and Ivory to steer him off course. He stopped but blocked with ice. I couldn't give a shit about that man, I yelled out as I smashed his ice myself. Once his defense was shattered, I gripped the collar of his shirt. Did you even read the note I gave you? NGGH no, Todoroki yelled as he used his ice to trap me. But Rob pulled me away in time. I don't give a damn what's in that note. I just threw it away. You damned idiot, I yelled, which made him flinch. That note was from Aunt Ray. Your mother. What? He asked, before growling in anger. Bullshit, he yelled as he rushed at me with an ice wave. Rob, stay back, I said as I got ready. Now go away, he yelled as he swung at me. But I dodged, gripped his arm, and aimed his head up to the top viewing booths. Look, I yelled as he looked at the booth I aimed his head at. The booth where Mom, Dad, Eri, and Aunt Ray are at. What? Your mother is here to watch you, I said as I tossed him aside. And how would she feel, knowing that you're suffering over her? I refuse to use his quirk. It's not his, it's yours, I yelled as I kicked him in the stomach, causing him to roll several feet. Endeavor scum, I know that and you know that. But your quirk isn't his. Your quirk is yours, I yelled as I lifted him up. So stop screwing around, step out of that asshole's shadow, and fight me like you mean it. Todoroki tensed up as fire erupted from his left side, as steam emanated from his right. Finally, I muttered, as a smile wormed its way onto my face. You're helping your opponent, he muttered, you fool, even though you want to win this battle. Now which one of us is screwing around? He muttered as the flames calmed down to only come from his left side. I want it, too. I'll be a hero. Yes, Shoto. Oh great, it's the number 2 hero. And worst dad of the millennia. Have you finally accepted your purpose? That's it. Very good. This is the dawn of a new era for you. Bang. JHH. Sorry, slipped. My hands are a little wet, you know, I said as I pulled Ebony away from him. Ha. Todoroki laughed, before calming down. Now, this has gone far enough. I agree. Let's finish this, I said. Todoroki sent a massive ice wave at me. Rob, I yelled as Rob lifted me above the ice and threw me at him. I pulled out my legendary bat and hoped for the best. Almost. God F-wump. Concrete pillars appeared in front of me. This is going to hurt. Midnight's POV. BOOM. GAH. The explosion flung me off of my podium and onto the ground. Gee God. That's power. What happened just now? What the heck is up with your students? Mike asked. For once I agree with him. The air around the ring had been thoroughly cooled down, and then rapidly expanded when heated up. Shota explained. Of course he would be unfazed by this. Wait, that's what caused the explosion? How hot did that fire get? Geez, I can't see a thing. Is the match still going on, or what? Huh. Oh right, my job. I struggled to stand up and waited for the smoke to clear. As soon as it did, it showed both fighters still on the ring, but very near the edge. Todoroki was held up by an ice wall, while Midoriya was held up by his robot Rob beta mode. They both withstood that. Both combatants are still in the ring. I said. What? Mike asked. How is that possible? The ring is completely destroyed. So who would advance to the next round? Mr. Aizawa asked. That brat should be disqualified. He shot me. Endeavor yelled. He's got a point there mid. I give up. Wait, Todoroki, Midoriya asked as Todoroki walked off the stage. Shoto, what do you think you're doing? Endeavor asked. Todoroki did nothing but walked away. Well, Todoroki has forfeited the match. The winner is Izuku Midoriya. I yelled. The crowd didn't cheer. The second I finished the verdict, Midoriya fell onto the ground. His robot carried him off to Recovery Girl before the medical bots came to pick him up. He may have won this match. After some repairs, our next match of Melissa Shield and Fumikage Takoyami will begin. His biggest match is up next. Midoriya's POV. NGGH. Oh great. Back here again. How do you feel? All Might asked. Like I was hit by a 50 megaton warhead. I muttered as I sat up. Well, why didn't you dodge the blast? Rob could have flew you above it. Recovery Girl yelled. In retrospect, I should have. Wham. Oh, I yelled as I rubbed the impact site. Hurts, doesn't it? All Might asked. Wham. Oh, All Might yelled. Yes, it does. I responded. What happened? I asked. The stage has been rebuilt, thanks to a certain someone. Recovery Girl muttered. Yeah, Todoroki did it. I responded. He actually has a valid point. All Might said. Whatever the case, you're fine. Just exhausted and dazed from the point-blank explosion. Recovery Girl explained. Takoyami is out of bounds. Melissa Shield is the winner. I'm missing all the cool matches. Anyway, I gotta go see the other matches. Wait, you should Slam. No time for rest. I gotta see who I might be facing in the finals. What happened? I asked rhetorically as I looked at the stage. Kendo has been immobilized. Ibara Shizaki advances. Midnight yelled. Oh man. Oh well, we all made it, so that's all that matters. Wait, Melissa, I exclaimed as she stood beside me. Looks like we're meeting before the finals. She responded. And whomever wins gets to either fight Takage or Shizaki. Would Melissa Shield and Izuku Midoriya come to the center stage? Speaking of, I added. Yeah, hey, wanna make a bet? She said with a smirk. What kind of bet? I asked. Haha. Whoever loses has to buy the winner 5 things of their choice. I'm flat broke. But if I win, then I can get some upgrades for Rob for his gamma mode. Deal, I exclaimed as I shot out my hand. Then let the games begin. FWOOSH. Alright, we got a massive battle coming in for y'all. Present, Mike yelled as the screen showed Melissa and I on the right side. The girl who has been kicking major butt and taking many names. Melissa Shield. Obvious censorship. Melissa commented. And next, the boy who is solely responsible for the butt kicking and name taking she's dishing. His use of his gadgets have been smart and bold. Izuku Midoriya. We'll roll with that, I said as light descended onto my head. And next, beep beep. Rob hovered next to me. What's this? What happened to Rob's beta mode? Present, Mike asked. I see now. That's smart, Mr. Aizawa said. We both made Rob beta mode. As a result, we both would have control over him, meaning any commands I would give she would stop, and vice versa. However, she didn't touch Rob's normal mode, meaning Rob in his normal mode would listen to me and me alone. I explained. "'Kay," Melissa chuckled. "You have a knack for exploiting the rules, don't you?" Class 1IM was made because I exploited the rules, I said as I pulled out my legendary bat. So you're pulling out your weapons, eh? That worries me. Then I shall do the same, she said as she tapped the bracelets on her arms, covering her hands with rainbow-colored gauntlets. Mother 3, I asked. Yep, the mystical gloves. I'm so glad Nintendo released Mother 3 to the US last year, Melissa said. Ignore the fact that last year was 2073. Now let's see who has the better game. But that's not fair. Mother 3 is the better game in terms of story. Then why didn't you make something from Mother 3? It's been available in Japan for decades now. Because I'm not a brawler or kicker, and I'm not using sticks to fight. Speaking of fight, why don't you two get on to fighting? Mr. Aizawa asked. Oh yeah, forgot. We both said at the same time, before looking at each other. Ready? Melissa asked. Ready, I answered. Then let's go. Uraraka's POV. Oh, match of the century, I exclaimed. Well, match of the century, Kaminari asked. Even more so than Midoriya and Todoroki. Zero asked. Yes, Yaoyorozu voiced in, because this is no holds barred. Each side is fighting to advance to the finals. But still, Todoroki and Midoriya had a lot of power and explosions. Mina asked, "You're missing the point here." I said out loud, "There is not a greater battle, clang, than a battle between family." Yaoyorozu and I said, "Clang clang bang pew." The sounds of metal hitting metal, gunshots, and lasers being fired echoed throughout the stadium. Every attack is parried, blocked, dodged, and countered in a non-stop barrage of attacks. Wait, what do you mean, family? Kayuka asked. They are cousins. Her father and his have a lot of history, so much so that they're basically brothers. So Midoriya and Shield view each other as cousins. Yaoyorozu explained. They're extremely competitive, but would do anything to help each other. I added, now that you mention it, they do have that close ties type deal. Kirishima said, so, does that mean she's single? Wham whack bang plink. Oh, Minta yelled as he gripped his unmentionables. Wait, bang, why did you shoot him, Izuku? Melissa asked as she punched him in the gut. Because he was being bad. He replied by hitting her in the face with his elbow. How did he hear all the way up here? Zero exclaimed. Forget that. Ask how he ricocheted a bullet into his fucking crotch. What kind of accuracy does he have? And that was in seconds. Kayuka exclaimed. Seems there is more to him than meets the eye. Shoji muttered. It took you 3 weeks to see that. Yaoyorozu asked. Midoriya is many things. Fast, strong, ingenuitive, a strategical genius, not to mention a master of his equipment. He doesn't have a quirk, but honestly he doesn't need one, she said before looking over the ledge towards the fight. In fact, boom, seems you forgot about this. Midoriya yelled as Shield was coated in the same pink cement that All Might was covered in. She struggled to get free. You had more of this stuff. I come equipped for every single scenario, except a fire ant infestation. Should really work on that countermeasure. Anyway, Izuku exclaimed as he smashed the cement and hoisted her over his shoulder before the realization hit. Gah, she yelped as she started to hit his back. You jerk. Sorry, he said as he tossed her out of bounds, but I'm dead broke. Dang it, she exclaimed. Melissa's shield is out of bounds. Izuku Midoriya has advanced to the finals. Midnight yelled. Midoriya walked over and shook Shield's hand. But wait, why did he say he was dead broke? Yaoyorozu asked. SNRK. Bahaha. What's so funny? They probably bet before the match. What dorks? I exclaimed, before continuing to laugh. Illegal gambling is unbecoming of heroes. Ida yelled. Ida, I'm your friend, but get that stick out of your ass. I replied before laughing at his arm flailing. I don't. Would you wanna idiots shut you? Whack. Sorry about him. He's upset his plan was thwarted. His terrible plan, Kendo said before ducking back down. Hey, Takach asked peering over the wall. You wouldn't happen to know any crippling weaknesses of Midoriya's now, would you? No, Yaoyorozu and I said. Dang it. Oh well, I'll just have to improvise, she said before ducking down. The way she said that was 100% terrifying. Midoriya, I'm scared for you. Melissa's POV. Oh, I think we should add an electric wave to Rob's arsenal, he exclaimed. Of course his 5 things for me to buy would be for Rob's gamma mode, and a flamethrower too. Oh, and a transformable hand cannon. Calm down there, Mega Man, I said, which snapped him out of his speeding thought train. Shouldn't you be watching this next? Ibara Shizaki is out of bounds. Setsuna Takage advances to the finals. Match. What happened? I didn't even see anything. Wait, what happened to her hair? Izuku, did you see he's gone? Izuku, Shizaki's POV. And Midoriya, what are you doing here? And why do you have a bucket of water? I asked. I'm here to help you with your hair, he said. I saw how subconscious you were about being bald, so I want to help you. But your match, you won't be able to make it in time, I pointed out. But Izuku Midoriya and Setsuna Takage come to the center stage. Mr. Aizawa spoke out. Right, he said before pondering for a moment. I got it, he exclaimed as he dug into the locker. Here. What is this? I asked. It's a red cap. It had the word Nintendo on the front. It's a hat, he said. I had a bad haircut a year ago. The kids wouldn't stop making fun of me for it, so Dad bought that for me. I vowed to never get a haircut again, and never took it off for a long while. Then my hair got wild and out of control, so I couldn't really wear it comfortably. So I'm letting you have it. But this hat is yours. It's not like I can't buy another one if I want it. Nintendo sells those all over the place. Besides, you need it more than I do. And I want you to see my match, he said before glancing at the clock. I'm going to go now. Bye, he exclaimed before rushing off. It fits perfectly. Oshio's a nice hat, Tetsu exclaimed. Thank you, I responded while sitting down in between he and Kendo. Midoriya gave it to me. You accepted gifts from those slimy. Whack, I got it, Kendo, Away said as he laid Monoma onto his chair. Thanks, Kendo said before looking at me. So who do you want to win? She asked me. I would prefer my Nakama would win, I said simply. Well, even over your own classmate? Tetsu asked. He is done. A lot for me, I said as I tugged the bill of the cap down. Before the others can comment, Mike screamed into the intercom. ALLLRIGHT. Oh, it all comes down to this, folks. From his own class, and showing that he has more than earned that, the quirkless boy wonder, Izuku Midoriya. And his opponent, she has split this competition in more ways than one, Setsuna Takage. Midoriya, win this. No one's POV. Ready, Green Bean? Takage asked with a smirk. Gee, Green Bean. No, she's a combatant. Treat her as such. Don't get nervous. Midoriya scooded himself as he got ready to fight. Yes, begin. Present, Mike yelled. Takage split off her hands and rushed towards Midoriya. An attack from 3 directions, he thought as he pulled out ebony and ivory. Rob needed a recharge, and Light was running out of steam as well. Looks like it's up to me. He took aim and fired at the hands, but they swiftly flew back to Takage while she was a foot away. Shoot, have to take this attack and count. Chew. Takage cupped Midoriya's head and planted a kiss on his lips. GAH. All of 1A and 1B yelled in unison. Midnight muttered, watching the spectacle unfold. Oh, Ashido exclaimed as she pulled out her phone to record the whole endeavor. Oh shoot, the kiss attack. Melissa commented with a smirk as she pulled out her own phone. He's doomed. He's struggling to escape. But his lone weakness is being exploited. Yaorazu commented with a hand on her forehead as she looked at this whole interaction on the big screen. 12, 13, 14, 15. Takage thought as Midoriya fell back, swirls in his eyes. It took 15 hits to take him down. Izuku Midoriya is unable to continue. Setsuna Takage wins. That was something. Present, Mike yelled, unable to comprehend what happened. This isn't going up on TV, right? He asked his partner in commentating. Yes, it is, Aizawa responded. But that's kinda harsh and embarrassing. Mike responded. It's a weakness he has to overcome. That's all Aizawa had to say on that matter. But still, that's going to be rough on the kid. Mike thought as the unconscious Midoriya was carted off. Shizaki, what's wrong? Kendo asked as she stood up. I'm going to go check on him. Midoriya's POV. What happened? I asked as I sat up. You were kissed to unconsciousness, Recovery Girl said, which is by far the most ridiculous reason for anyone to come here I've ever heard. Wait, that was real? Yes, it was, All Might said as he showed him the live stream. Thud. Why me? I asked as I collapsed onto my bed. Regardless, you still have to go out there to accept your medal, All Might said. See, can't you just mail it to me? Please, that's not how it works, All Might said as he headed towards the exit. Like it or not, you have to accept your second place. And he left. Oh, that reminds me. Recovery Girl spoke up as she handed me a slip of paper. This was on you. I grabbed it and unfolded it. Hey, sorry for kissing you like that. Saw a weakness and exploited it. But I must admit, you have very soft and kissable lips, Not to mention you're very adorable and hot as fuck. Is this going somewhere? Basically, I want to date you. Call me. Oh, and there's her number. A girl has given me their number. And it wasn't work related? Slam. Midoriya, are you okay? Oh my nakamas. And why is your face so red? Uraraka asked. Oh shoot, it's nothing. I exclaimed as I hid the note. Very poorly apparently because they saw it in an instant. And Yaorazu grabbed it in an instant. Seems you have an admirer, Midoriya. Yaorazu said. He has a what? Uraraka asked as she snatched the note and scanned it. Woohoo, Midoriya. You lady killer, you, what's wrong? I don't know anything about girls. Most of the girls I met hated me because I'm quirkless, I said as they paled. What do I do? What if she's just rubbing salt on my wounds? No, Takage is anything but a liar, Shizaki said. She may be a massive flirt and extremely provocative, but she's never a liar. But what do I do? I asked. Well, do you like her back? I don't know. I never even talked to her before, I muttered, but she's really pretty, especially her green hair and eyes. They're like mine, I said, realizing what I was saying. But I don't know anything about her though, so get to know her, Uraraka said as she tossed me the note. But you need to go to the awards ceremony. You have no choice on that, dude. She's right. What do I do? Wait, idea. Yaorazu. Yes, Midoriya. She asked back. Can you make me something? Takage's POV. Oh my god, he's even more adorable now. Midoriya, remove that bag. Midnight muttered with exasperation. No, he exclaimed, but it was muffled by the bag. If I can't see them, they can't make fun of me. That's not how it works. But whatever, she muttered before turning towards the audience. Now, let's break out the hardware. Of course, there's only one person worthy of distributing the awards. No way. Is this real? Citizens, I am here with the medals. The number 1 hero. Ruined that, didn't I? Midnight asked as All Might glared at her. Now that you're here, All Might, why don't we start the presentation? Haha. Young Shizaki, congratulations, All Might said as he put the medal on her shoulders. He pulled her into a hug and whispered something to her. Probably personal advice. Same with Shield. Now for second place. Young Midoriya, take off that bag. All Might muttered with the same amount of exasperation as Midnight. No, I'm embarrassed, he muttered as All Might yanked it off. No, he yelled, take this medal and acknowledge where you went wrong. Overcome your embarrassing yet common nervousness around the female gender. Only then would you be able to achieve your goal as the symbol of peace. Why, yes, sir, he muttered, but keeping his head down. Maybe I was too forward with high. Young Talkage, congratulations, All Might said as he placed the gold medal on my shoulders. You understand the ideology of doing whatever it takes to win, as well as overall skill in the games. It's clear that you're a recommended student, he said before pulling me into a hug. Go easy on him, okay? He's fragile. I resisted the urge to laugh. I gathered that, thanks All Might. Here they are, the winners of this year's sports festival. But listen closely. Any of you first years could have ended up standing on these podiums. Think about what you've done today. You've challenged each other, learned, and climbed even closer toward your goal of being pros. I think the next generation of heroes is proving to be our most promising one yet. All Might exclaimed before pointing up. So I have one more thing to say. I want to hear everyone yell it with me. You know what it is. Thanks everyone for your hard work. All Might yelled. Plus Ultra. We all yelled. Really dropped the ball there, All Might. What? That was the perfect time to say plus Ultra, All Might. All of the students yelled. GHH. Well, yeah, I guess, but everyone did such a good job. Congratulations all of you, Mr. King exclaimed with pride. Not only did our own Setsuna Takage win the gold, but Ibara Shizaki made it to the semi-finals. Everyone clapped. We have finally defeated 1A. Monoma sneered. All right, settle down. You have 2 days off to recuperate from the sports festival, Mr. King explained. There will be a bunch of pros who would want to recruit you. We'll go over that once you return. Get some well-deserved rest. Your training resumes once you return. Yes, Mr. King. I definitely went overboard. What was I thinking? No, Setsuna, calm down. He's probably celebrating with family. Yeah. No need to get worried over the fact that it's been 5 hours since the sports festival and he hasn't texted me. Come on. Busy. It's him, I exclaimed as I picked up my phone. Please pay 88.86 yen. I don't care about phone bills, I yelled as I read the text and tossed my phone aside. Busy. I picked up the phone again. Setsuna, you're being too loud. Damn it, Mom, I yelled as I tossed my phone aside again. Busy. Why do I get bill notifications, texts from Mom, and other shit when I'm worrying about him ignoring me? Wait, unknown number. Hello, Talkage. It's that green-haired boy you kissed during the sports festival. Is he upset about that? I should apologize. Sint. Oh, yes, sorry about that. Don't apologize, it's fine. How are you? Sint. I'm good, how are you? My dad teased me to no end about that. Kept asking me who you were, and if you were my girlfriend. Melissa also would never stop teasing me about Iapiastwa. This is Melissa, please date my Kuib Juakif. Damn it, I didn't mean to send that. I couldn't help but laugh. But I can't pass up a golden opportunity. Sent. Are you sure she sent that? And you weren't indirectly telling me to date you? Sint. Hello. This is Melissa, you killed him. Sint. I did. Yeah. He hasn't had any good female interactions. The only good ones he has was family or work related. To have someone genuinely want to date him, it's nerve-wracking for him. Sint. Oh, I'm sorry for being too forward. He huddled underneath numerous blankets. She sent a picture of him underneath a cocoon of blankets. But he said it's fine. Sint. He's extremely adorable. Yeah, he is. Anyway, as his family, I would appreciate it if you didn't hurt him. Sint. I would never. That's good to hear. Too many people hurt him. Sint. Who? I'll show them not to mess with him. Don't bother, I tried, but Izuku talked me out of it. He would even defend his tormentors. Too kind to a fault if you ask me. Of course he would. Anyway, I think he's too embarrassed to talk to you right now. But I think I can pass along a question if you catch my drift. It's now or never, Setsuna. Sent. Is he available for a day out in the town? He said yes. Yes. No, wait. You're not out of the woodwork yet, Setsuna. Sent. What time would work for him? He has a job after all. You've been paying attention. Shizaki, Yagurazu, Uraraka, and myself will take his shift. He did take theirs on their day off after all. So anytime tomorrow. Sent. So 10 a.m. He said yes. Sent. Then I'll see him tomorrow. Have a good night. I closed out of the app and set my phone on my nightstand. Fuck yeah. Setsuna, quiet down. Sorry, Mom, I quietly yelled before clutching the nearest soft object, which was my body pillow. I did it. I got a date with Green Bean. What do I wear? Something nice since it's getting warmer, but nothing too revealing. Don't want to kill him on sight. I need to go looking right now. Midoriya's POV. I'm freaking out, guys, I exclaimed as I stood in front of the mirror of my room. I think that's too fancy for a first date. Uraraka commented. Yeah, but it's best I bought that just in case. Yaoyorozu responded. But I do believe this outfit would fit well. Shizaki said, using her finds to pick up a white dress shirt and a pair of black dress pants. I think the vest and red bow tie would help with that, Melissa said as she held up a black and gray striped vest and red bow tie. Why am I here again? Takoyami asked. Because you are, unofficially, a part of the New Leaf crew. As such, we help with each other's problems, Uraraka said. Yes, that's our credo, Shizaki added. Then, I believe both Shield and Shizaki are correct. The shirt, vest, and pants match, and the bow tie goes well with his red shoes he refuses to give up. He said, they're my lucky shoes, don't shame me. I exclaimed in defense. I will, considering you have 20 minutes until it's 10, and it takes 10 minutes to ride the train to your designated location. Shoot, Takage's POV. I'm late. I'm so late. I hope he hasn't been waiting so long or at all. Okay, our meeting place is right around this Bam thud. Oh, hey, watch where you go. Wait. Green hair, red shoes. Midoriya. Takage, he exclaimed as he stood up to help me up. I am so sorry. Don't apologize. We ran into each other, I reassured, before getting a closer look at his outfit. Nice threads though. Oh, thanks, he muttered, looking away. He's so shy and so adorable. Ugh, my heart. And I like your bag. It was super soft and cushioned the impact. What material is it? He asked with a smile. He talks about the weirdest things. But wait a moment. I don't have a bag, Midoriya, I said as his happiness quickly turned into fear. Then what did I run into? He asked. I can't pass this up. That would be my boobs, Midoriya, I said with a smirk, as all the color on his face drained, leaving him a pale white. I am sorry, he exclaimed with a bow. I didn't mean to. Oh, this is too good. Let's see how far I can push this. I'm sure you didn't mean to, unless you were lying and have an X-ray quirk. And this was a long con to cop a feel. That's not it at all. Why are you laughing? He exclaimed as my laughing fit died down. Ho. Oh man, you're fun to tease, I muttered as I leaned onto his shoulder for support. Ha. Man, that was good. But seriously, Midoriya, it's fine, don't worry about it. He eventually regained his normal face color, which brings out his adorable freckles. Man, the more I look at him, the more adorable he looks. Takage, are you okay? I snapped out of my trance. I'm fine, I exclaimed, winking at him with a thumbs up, making him blush. Adorable fact number 1042, he blushes easily. So let's shake and bake. I've never been to Mustafao before, and as such you need to be my tour guide. Oh, okay, he said as he looked around. I know of places. Follow me. Aye, Captain. This is Suiguad, I exclaimed as I scarfed it all down. Yeah, family-owned restaurants are most of the times better than big-name restaurants, in my own opinion, Midoriya said as he bit into a piece of fried pork. It's just something about the food that tastes better, like it's been handcrafted with love and care. Kinda like your store, I said. He tensed up before blushing. Why, yeah, like New Leaf. Speaking of, when am I going to be let into your little posse of yours? Posse? Yeah, what did you call them? What did he call? Oh right, Nakamas. Oh, well, what? Am I not worthy? No, he exclaimed, before reverting back to his nervous self. It's just that. I don't know. Okay, now I'm curious. What do you mean, I don't know? I don't know what we are, he asked, unsure of his sentence. Why, you made it clear you want to date me. Be very clear. Oh, right, maybe. In retrospect, I should have been more tactful about that note, and you're beautiful and all. But I don't know you. We don't know each other at all. I don't know what's your favorite color, your hobbies, your likes, your dislikes, and you don't know any of that for me. So you don't want to do this? I asked. Yes. Well, no, I don't know. Let me start over. I would like to get to know you better. Does that make any sense? Yes, it makes a lot of sense, I said before standing up to bow. I'm sorry for rushing this. And no, it's fine, he exclaimed, which garnered a shush from the patrons as sorry. But we're here now, so let's get to know each other, I said. I would like that. Midoriya's POV. No way, Takage said with disbelief. It's true, I responded, as I felt my face heat up with embarrassment. There is no way you can rap. I can, like freestyle, or can say numerous words in a minute, she asked. Be both. Okay, now I don't believe you. I can prove it, I said, suddenly feeling confident. All right, let's go then, she challenged. Gee, give me a beat. Say no more, I got something for ya, she said as she pulled out my phone, the smirk on her face. Okay, play hit or miss instrumental. While that diss track was complete and utter garbage, the beat is pretty good for spitting bars. Also, I may or may not be completely offbeat. I haven't freestyled in a long time. I nodded and took a deep breath. My life, on it. My game, top hit. I'm looking down in the cockpit. My enemies locked on targets. Ooh, okay. Invading my kingdom today. Not if I got something to say. They can come with their gangs. I'll take them out with a bang. All right. Analyze tactical angles, keeping it right like I was an Egyptian. They're fantasy. And I'm nonfiction. Now rev it on up like an engine. storming the gates of the sovereign. Step out the caves like a goblin. But look at the plans that I cook up. They go so well, they've done screwed up. I'm unbeatable, I was able. Straight killing them, broke and disabled. I, armed to explode, C4. More pressure than the seafloor. They come to my room, got sent to their doom. Like what you looking at me for? Okay, you know I'm a hero. Beat every villain that I touch ho. Yeah, I beat him, bitch. I am so cutthroat. Okay. Oh, that ended. How was it? Talkage. That was awesome, she exclaimed. I mean, you kinda lost the beat near the end, but those lyrics were fire. They weren't that good. You're being modest again, she responded. But seriously, how come you don't rap more often? I rarely have time. Well, alright then. So any other secret yet awesome skills you got in your brain, green bean? Well, I can play guitar, dude, rap, and a musician. You just got 10 times hotter. Talkage. It's true. What's next? You going to say you're a good singer? No way. I didn't even say anything. You didn't deny it. She probed, leaning in closer. Well, I just thought, if I didn't do well as a hero I would be a singer. I muttered, looking away with embarrassment. Sing something. I don't think so. Come on, I won't laugh. No, Midoriya, please. Oh, okay, fine. Yeah, she exclaimed with excitement. I hope that the others are doing well at New Leaf. Meanwhile at New Leaf, I traded in my ocean for a bigger ocean. Melissa yelled. I traded in my ocean for a forest. Uraraka exclaimed as well. I thought we were playing Uno. Yaoyorozu asked. Shizaki made the correct choice to avoid this game like the plague, and instead read a book about botany. Apparently this version has cards that allows you to make your own custom cards. Takoyami commented. I wrote one that forced the other players to rotate their hands. You're on my target list, Takoyami. Melissa yelled. So be it. Takage's POV. Holy shitballs, that was amazing, I exclaimed as Midoriya hit his face. Man, I struck gold. No, I struck emeralds with this one. It wasn't that good, he muttered. Bullcrap, it wasn't, I yelled. Geez dude, with all these talents you're going to make me look bad. What's next? You going to tell me you're a great dancer? Oh no, I'm a terrible dancer, he said bluntly. Mom said I have her voice, always said I didn't though. There's that modesty again, I replied before grasping his shoulders. Dude, you're talented. Now flaunt that talent. Oh okay, he squeaked as I let go of his shoulder. Great, now I have my own personal Spotify playlist. I never agreed to that, he exclaimed before realization sank in. Hey, you never told me your talents. Oh yeah, huh? I asked. Well, I can do impressions. Really? He asked with amazement. Yeah, I was bored and wanted to learn how to do impressions on people. In fact, I think you'll figure out who this is, I said as I got my vocal cords ready. Why? Hello, little listener. Haha. He laughed. That sounds exactly like present mic. Anyone who can yell louder than 110 decibels can do a good present mic impression, I countered. Yahoo, I got one, he said before he took a D. Oh my god. I am here. H, how did you manage to contort your face like that? Years of practice. Oh wait, I got one. I called out before bringing my hands together. I would like to say I'm honored to meet you. I must say, meeting you has really rocked my world. Bahaha. Why, you did not just say that. Oh, I did, Midoriya. What? Did you think that was bad? Don't worry, I'll dig something up. Hahaha. Don't worry, I don't take nothing for granted. Well, don't worry, I'm going to get bolder with these puns. Okay, I think we've hit rock bottom with these rock puns. Bahaha. We shared a laugh. Seriously, puns are a gift from God. But you know what else is a gift from God? Your smile. Hahaha. Sorry, what? He asked, regaining his composure. Your smile. It makes me feel happy, I admitted, feeling my face warm up once those words left my mouth. Oh, I love your smile too. Calm down, my heart. Kendo's POV. Would you care to explain to me as to why we are spying on our classmate? Ryuko asked as I zoomed the binoculars in. To make sure Midoriya doesn't hurt Setsuna, and to make sure I get that 15 yen. That doesn't matter. What are details? Pony asked. We'll get there soon enough. They're blushing. Midoriya's blushing more than Setsuna. Ooh, now they're going back to talking, and Midoriya shifted from embarrassed to excited. I recited. I wonder what they're talking about. Kanoko wondered. They're talking about quirks. Yui said. Wait, you can hear them. I asked. I bugged my dress. She said in the flattest to well, actually, that's her normal tone. Why? I asked. So I'll know if she rips my dress. That's one of my favorites. Fair enough. Midoriya's POV. Shut the front door, she yelled as she opened my Class 1B notebook. These notes are super detailed, dude, and you didn't even see us work. How? Principal Nezu gave me a list, as well as some videos on your combat trainings. I put 2 and 2 together and analyzed. Most of that is speculation though, I explained. Well, he knows how to pick 'em. These notes are awesome, she exclaimed, not to mention spot on. No wonder you kicked Tetsu's ass. It was close. No, it was an ass whooping. He didn't even land a hit on you. In fact, with this info, you'll be the strongest student here. But you beat me. Well yeah, my natural-born allure and sexiness would kill any man, I said, which made him turn the reddest I've seen him today. Needless to say, it was pretty damn red. But good thing I'm here. You'll grow immune to my natural woman charm. Why, you really think so? Actually no, you're fucked, she said with a smirk, but the second strongest isn't so bad. I miss my paper bag. Oh, I'm just teasing you, green bean, she said before standing up and grabbing my wrists. But talking is starting to get boring. Let's do something fun. Wait. Inaga's POV. Oh snap, they're on the move, Izuku whispered as the others stood up and followed close behind. Is all of this overtly necessary? I asked as I was dragged along. Yes, they all said in unison. Yui just nodded. I cannot help but sigh at their actions. I can only hope Ibara is having a better time at her job than here. Shizaku's POV. Will this game ever end? Uraraka yelled as she had to draw 4 more cards. It's been going on since Izuku left for his date. 3 hours ago, Shield yelled as she played a reverse, earning her a glare from Uraraka, who drew some more. This has been a test of our endurance, Takoyami commented as Yaoyorozu nodded at his statement. As for me, I finished reading one of Midoriya's book series about a group of kids running around an ever-changing maze, and I must say it's an interesting book series. But I must ask, why don't you all just quit? Principal, Uraraka yelled. Yeah, heroes don't just quit when people's lives are at stake. So we won't quit out of this game, Shield added. I pray for them and their stubbornness. Takage's POV. Look at the fish, he exclaimed, pointing at the different fish of all shapes and sizes. Okay, he needs to stop. Any more cuteness and I'll die. Yes, Midoriya, those are fish, I said as a smile warmed its way onto my face as he looked at every single one, analyzing them. It's amazing how whenever there's a large amount of different things, he'll be like a kid at a candy store. Oh look, a lizard exhibit. Out of my way, I said as I rushed over to the lizard exhibit. He followed suit. Look, the legless lizards. They call them snakes, but that's a massive misconception. Yeah, you can tell based on their eyes. Snakes don't have movable eyelids, while legless lizards do. And legless lizards don't have a forked tongue and can actually detach their tail from their body. Man, you know a lot about lizards, I said as we looked at the legless lizard move around. Yeah, back at my old home, before my grandparents retired and passed New Leaf on to Mom and us, there were a bunch of lizards and I wanted to learn more about them. Right, that's the same as my house before we moved into an apartment. There were so many lizards I wanted to learn more. Yeah, hey look, a chameleon. Where? I can't see it, I exclaimed even though I'm looking straight at it. It's right, the oh, I see what you did there. Bahaha. Kamari's POV. What are they doing now? Itsuka asked, sounding tired at watching. Nerding out over lizards and fish, Yui added, sounding equally tired. I'm not surprised, Pony responded. Well, at least they're happy with each other's company, I said. Yeah, they said at the same time. Does this mean I am allowed to head to my home? Ryuko asked. Yes, we're going home, Itsuka said. Thank goodness. Well, it was kind of fun to see them have fun. Takage's POV. Thank God they're gone. This bug is itching me. Now I have a little alone time with Mido. Bizzy. He dug into his pocket and pulled out his phone. Hello, what do you mean they're locked in a 4.5-hour game of Uno? How does one even do that? You need me to come home and talk some sense into them. Tell Satsuna I said sorry. Okay, I'll do that, he said as he hung up the phone. That was Shizaki. Apparently Melissa, Uraraka, Yaoyorozu, and Takoyami are locked in a 4.5-hour game of Uno, and she needs me to talk some sense into them. Or bring her a new book series, either or. SNRK. Oh man, that's ridiculous, I laughed. Oh alright, let's get you home to save them from Uno. He nodded and we boarded the train to his home. After a short train ride, his station was here. Well, I'll see you later, Takage, he said as we stepped off the train. Yeah, oh wait, Midoriya, I called out as he turned back around. What is I? Chew, if you were to ask me why I just kissed him with no warning, a tenth of me would say I wanted to see his reaction. The odd 9/10 would say I wanted to kiss his adorable soft cheeks, but his reaction was pretty damn cute. He just froze, his face is red and he isn't moving. Midoriya, I asked as I waved a hand in front of his face. Nothing. Well, time for plan B. All right, up you go, I said as I hoisted him up onto my shoulder. Wait. Takage let me down. This is you're squeezing my butt. I know. And judging by this weird thing that's poking my shoulder. What are you talking about? It seems someone likes it from behind. Ole. I can't hear anything you're saying. Oh yeah, he's going to be fun to be around. Oh Izuku, you're bad. Hello Mrs. Midoriya, I said as I stepped into New Leaf. Nice place you got here. See, thank you dear. But why are you carrying Izuku on your shoulder? Oh that, I kissed him and he froze up, so I hoisted him over my shoulder and carried him here. You don't tell her that. he yelled, but I slapped him in the butt. Eep. Hush, the adults are talking. Oh, I like you. You take control. Mom. Haha. Anyway, you two should go upstairs. I feel like we're going to get a noise complaint. She said. Got it, Ma'am Midoriya. I said as I headed upstairs. She seems nice. Kill me now, he muttered as he covered his face with his arms. No, I said as I opened the door. Why? Or FREE. WOOO. Uraraka and S.H.I.E.L.D. were hopping up and down as Shizaki, Yaoyorozu, and Takoyami had noise-canceling headphones on. So this is what we come back to? I asked as Uraraka and S.H.I.E.L.D. looked at me. And in turn everyone else. You went out on your first date. And you're already touching my cousin's butt. Melissa, he yelled as I set him down. So, how did it go? Uraraka asked with a smirk. It was fun, Midoriya said with a bright blush. So, what's your decision? S.H.I.E.L.D. asked as she nudged his shoulder. Wanna be her boyfriend? Do you? I asked. Yes, Melissa's POV. Girls, and Takoyami. I think we lost him, I said as we saw Izuku sitting on an empty table looking at his phone. He had a massive blush and was smiling like a love-struck idiot. Scratch that, he is a love-struck idiot. It's kinda cute seeing him all happy like that though, Uraraka said as she sneaked a picture of him. What was that picture for? Yaoyorozu asked. Teasing material, she replied with a smirk. So are we just watching Midoriya interact with his significant other? Or are we acutely going to accomplish so? Ding ding, we're going to accomplish something, I said as I stood up and headed to the register. Hello, and welcome to Todoroki, I asked as he walked over to the counter. Is Midoriya here? He asked. Oh, yeah he is, I said as I headed back into the table area. Izuku, get your ass out here. Todoroki's here to see you. What does ass mean? Oh shoot, Hiyori. Hi, you didn't hear that, I said as I crouched down to her level. But what does it mean? She asked. Curse kids and their infinite curiosity. It means a bad word that you shouldn't say. And a certain blonde-haired girl will have dish duty for the next month. Sorry auntie, I muttered as Izuku finally walked into the front. Oh Todoroki, what brings you here? He asked. Todoroki nodded and pulled out a stack of papers. No way, I want to work here. Is there still openings? Todoroki asked. Yeah, but you need to go through the interview. You're hired, Auntie yelled as she crushed the boy into a hug. I never thought I'd see the day. Mom, Izuku yelled. Mom said hi by the way, Todoroki muttered as he pulled out of her hug. So you finally visited her, and finally visited us. Uncle, Todoroki said. I'll remember that when Christmas hits. Uncle Hisashi replied. Speaking of, how did your talk go? I told her about my life with my father, and about who I have become. She cried and apologized. She forgave me faster than I would have ever thought she would. She told me to move forward, that nothing was holding me back, and then she introduced me to this place. She said this place was where you can be a new you, and if I could, then she would survive, that it would be her salvation. He explained, so that's why I want to work here, to move on. Inko, Hisashi, nor myself knew what to say. Luckily Izuku and Eri did. Welcome to the crew Todoroki, Izuku yelled. So, does this mean you're my cousin? Eri asked. I stood behind her and rapidly nodded. Say it, I mouthed. Yes, he asked. Eri's eyes widened as she hugged him too. Welcome home cousin, she said. But I don't lie. He took one look at her happy smile, before returning the hug. Yeah, good to be here. Oh, that reminds me. The initiation drink, Izuku exclaimed. Initiation drink. Todoroki's POV. Mom was right. It does taste like warmth and kindness. I didn't even know that was a taste. No wonder it's not a part of the menu. It's too special to just be ordered. Midoriya's POV. So what do we do here exactly? Todoroki asked. Simple, we're a bakery, but we're also going to be a flower shop. Speaking of, when is that project finished? I asked. Dad said it's almost finished, just some wiring and finishing up the installation. Uraraka explained. By his estimates it should be done by Wednesday. Awesome. Now, we need some actual flowers to sell. I pondered. I already took care of that. Shizaki said. Mother and father were kind enough to introduce me to their providers. With the 1 million yen in funding, we can afford about a year of dead business before things get concerning. Dead business? Todoroki asked. She means if nobody buys our flowers we can afford to buy more. Unlike the bakery, flowers can die as opposed to ingredients. The only difference is that people care more about a coffee shop than flowers. Yaoyorozu explained. I see, he said before pulling out his phone. What are you? He held his hand up. Hello, Fayumi. Yes, I know I never call you unless it's an emergency. No, it's not an emergency. No, you shouldn't hang up. Look, you were always complaining about not knowing where to take your kids on a field trip. No, it's not someplace dumb. It's a coffee shop bakery hybrid, with a flower shop tacked it on. Okay, I'll hold. Yes, what do you mean the administration wants the field trip to be about heroes? Okay, I understand. You still want to check it out anyway. Okay, I'll text you the address. Bye. He ended the call and put his phone back into his pocket. Well, that was a bust. What was that for? I asked. I figured having kids come here would bring their parents, and as such bring in more customers. But one more is good, right? He asked. Yes, one more would help us a lot. Todoroki's POV. Shodo, are you an EPFFT? Welcome to New Leaf. How may I help you? I asked, standing in my New Leaf apron. Behahaha. And she's laughing at me. Fayumi, what's the who-all? Oh man, Shoto, look at you. Barista. And Natsuo is here. Excellent. Hello. Welcome to New Leaf. How can I help you too? Midoriya asked in his own apron. I'll have a Blue Mountain with a cream and 5 sugars. Fayumi said. I'll have a Kilimanjaro with no cream and 3 sugars. And are your cookies any good? Natsuo asked. They, amazing. I said. Then we'll have 12. Natsuo exclaimed. Natsuo, we're under budget. Fayumi said. Says who? He asked as he waved a handful of yen in front of her. I stole these from Dad. It's on his tab. He explained before slamming it on the counter. Keep the change. All of it. I love him. So you're the one who broke my brother's walls? Fayumi asked as she bit into a cookie. Her eyes widened before shoving the rest into her mouth, ameshing. Yeah, it's amazing. Natsuo yelled before grasping Midoriya's hands. Please date my sister. www what? Midoriya asked, his face with his freckles resembling a strawberry. Which is impressive. Who man, that was funny. Huh. Yeah, sorry, but Izuku has a girlfriend already. Shield said. And Natsuo, I told you a million times. I'm gay. SHOTO. Was that something I'm not supposed to say? I asked. No, not to complete strangers. Fayumi yelled as she covered her face. Oh, sorry. I apologized. Fayumi sighed. It's fine. They seem trustworthy enough, she said, before her phone started buzzing. Hello. Oh, lunch is over in 15 minutes. Okay, I'm on my way back, she said as she hung up the phone. I need to head back to work. Have a good day at work, Shoto. I'll drive you back, Natsuo offered, giving us a thumbs up before running behind Fayumi. You're having a panic, aren't you? Midoriya asked Shield, who was shaking. Yeah, she answered. Wait a minute, Uraraka said. What? I asked. You're gay too? Yaoyorozu asked. Yeah, she admitted. Wait, you have a crush on my sister? I asked as Shield nodded. But wouldn't that be NC? We're not at all related, Midoriya said. Your mom and mine are close friends. Before he came around, but they're still close friends. So I view your mother as an aunt. Like how I view Melissa's dad as my uncle. Your point didn't come across, I added. I understand what Midoriya is trying to explain, Yaoyorozu said as she stood up and moved a few tables, then created a giant moving whiteboard. Here, I'll explain it for you. So in conclusion, it's not at all incest. An example is Mina calling me sister. We're not at all related, but we have grown our bond so much we refer to ourselves as such, she explained. Okay, but what about when he called me cousin? It's childlike innocence. She pieced together that since she views her mother as her aunt, she views you as a cousin from putting 2 and 2 together. She explained. I have a question, Midoriya, of all people, said. Yes, what's with all of the graphs and arrows? He asked. Yeah, that's a jumbled mess. I can barely keep track, Uraraka said, wearing her smart glasses while looking at the whiteboard. Is this conversation necessary? Takoyami asked. As he and Shizaki were next to Shield, who had her face in her hands. We spent 3 hours on this conversation that could have been summarized in 2 sentences like you've demonstrated, and have done nothing to help Shield. Oh right, forgot, Midoriya said as we headed over to her. So wait, you have a crush on Todoroki's sister. Aren't you like 15 or 16? Uraraka asked. Though she's 18, Midoriya answered. But she's a first year, isn't she? Uraraka asked. Well, technically yes. See, her quirk manifested about a month ago. Before that she was attending school at Island. However, once her quirk manifested, she wanted to be a hero. However, she was a 3rd year about to graduate. So All Might and Nezu let her attend school here to gain some experience, as well as learn the ins and outs of her new quirk. Why wait. Her quirk manifested that late? Uraraka asked. Oh, I shouldn't have sighed. No, it's fine. We might as well get it out of the way now. And it's something to take my mind off of this for now, Melissa said. For 18 years of my life I was quirkless. I wanted to be a hero, but due to my quirklessness I decided to take up support designing. But Izuku didn't let me quit, so he forced me to work out with him. After 18 years of that my quirk manifested, but there was a reason it took so long for it to manifest. At the time it hurt my body, broke my arm. Had it manifested when I was 4, it would have killed you, I pieced together. Yes, so naturally it was difficult to obtain. But I did, and I wanted to be a hero as well. Thankfully Uncle Might helped me out by letting me go to UA. Wait, Uncle Might. Uraraka has a knack for interrupting people's explanation. But I would like to know as well. Oh yeah, David Shield, my father was Uncle Might's partner. So, like Yaoyorozu explained earlier, He's my uncle because he's a close friend of my father, and as such I view All Might as an uncle, not because we're blood related, she explained. There goes my theory about Melissa being All Might's secret love child. So 18 and 22. That's not bad. Just 4 years. And according to the rule of sevens, her age divided by 2, then plus 7 would equate to the lowest age she can date. Midoriya exclaimed. That rule isn't a good one, Midoriya. Yaoyorozu explained. Because in that case, what would be the youngest age a 14-year-old could date? 14. And the youngest age a 50-year-old can date? She asked. 32. I rest my case, she said before looking at Melissa. And I believe you can work this out. Todoroki, she asked. I know what she wants to know. It's ultimately not up to me. I'm not her father, her love life is hers. But I'm fine with it, I said. She exhaled a sigh of relief. Oh, thank God. Don't think you're out of the woodworks yet, Midoriya said. After all, realizing you have a crush is one thing. Making her fall in love with you is another. Oh yeah, she scoffed, before a smirk formed on her face. Speaking of, weren't you talking to Takage earlier? Oh shoot, I left her on silent, he yelled before rushing back into the table area, causing the others to laugh at him. They're loud, but they're the right type of loud. Midoriya's POV. You need codenames. Time to pick your hero identities. It was homeroom and school started back up. Melissa's admission into my class was finalized over the weekend. We are officially Class 1IMS, International Marine Mammal Studies. Anyway, I was dumped into 1A and Melissa was dumped into 1B. They probably heard about S. Setsuna and I's relationship. She kept yelling at me to call her S. Setsuna, or Setsi because it sounded like S. Sexy. I am not ready for that yet, so I was stuck in here to avoid any distractions. But that doesn't help, because Setsuna and Melissa are in the same class. She's probably spilling all my secrets and she'll use them against me in an act of spite. And Setsuna's probably telling her the ins and outs of our date a few days ago. And now she has blackmail material on me. Midoriya. I looked up to see Mr. Aizawa glaring at me. Worry about your little girlfriend after class. Relationships during class hours are prohibited. You can do whatever you want on your off hours and lunch, I could care less. Sorry, Mr. Aizawa. They're so going to flank me after class. Moving on. This is related to the pro hero draft picks that I mentioned the last time we were in class together. Normally, students don't have to worry about the draft yet. Not until their second or third year actually, but your class is different. In fact, by extending offers to first years like you, pros are essentially investing in your potential. Any offers can be rescinded if their interest in you dies down before graduation, though. Mr. Aizawa explained, causing Minded to hit his desk. Stupid, selfish adults, he muttered. So, what you're saying is, we'll still have to prove ourselves after we've gotten recruited, Hagakure explained. Correct. Now, here are the totals for those of you who got offers, he said as he flashed up the numbers on screen. What the heck? 13. How the hell did I get 13? I got second place. How did Bakugo and Todoroki get the highest? Uraraka asked. Todoroki I get, but Bakugo didn't even make it to the finals. And Midoriya made it to the finals. Yaoyorozu added. And he beat me, Todoroki said. Wait, Todoroki, why are you defending him? Kaminari asked. To answer your question, Midoriya, the prejudice against the quirkless won't die that easily. While you did extremely well in the sports festival, the pros viewed it as your use of gadgets saved you. Hence why half of your listings are support agencies and police agencies, as well as smaller pro heroes. Mr. Aizawa explained. Massive freaking hypocrites. I muttered, well, I'll show them. I'll change the world. Moving on, despite the results, you all will be interning with pros. Got it. Even those of you who didn't get any offers. Mr. Aizawa explained, bringing the topic back. Oh, so, we're all interning? Zero asked. Yes, you already got to experience combat with real villains during the attack on the USJ facility. But it'll still be helpful to see pros at work. Up close and personal, in the field, firsthand. And for that, we need hero names. Sadu yelled. Things are suddenly getting a lot more fun. Uraraka exclaimed. These hero names will likely be temporary, but take them seriously or, slam, you'll have hell to pay later. On great. What you pick today could be your codename for life. You better be careful, or you'll be stuck with something utterly indecent. It's Midnight, all the guys exclaimed. Yeah, she's got a good point. Midnight is going to have final approval over your names. It's not my forte, Mr. Aizawa said as he pulled out his trademark sleeping bag. Sounds like he speaks from experience. Makes sense with an odd name like Eraserhead. The name you give yourself is important. It helps reinforce your image and shows what kind of hero you want to be in the future. A codename tells people exactly what you represent. Take All Might for example, he said before slumping against the wall and taking a light nap. I know exactly what my hero name will be. Now, students, who among you is ready to share? Midnight asked. Aoyama got ready to stand, but I stood up first. I will. I spoke out. Well, Midoriya, bring yours up. Midnight said as I stood in front of the class. It's time, tap, for a revolution. I said as I read my name aloud. The quirkless hero, revolutionary. That's OKICKASS. Kirishima yelled. I agree, represents you and your goals very well. Midnight exclaimed with a smile. An awesome name for an awesome guy. Uraraka yelled with her natural excitement. I expect nothing less from you. Yaoyorozu added in. Accurate. That's all Takoyami said. That's all he needed to say. I was expecting backlash and praise from my nakamas. Thank you, I said with a bow before returning to my seat. And after my introduction as revolutionary, the others introduced themselves. Aoyama as Can't Stop Sparkling. Yes, I'm dead serious. Ashido wanted Alien Queen but ended up with Pinky. Asui went with her childhood decision Froppy. Kirishima went with Red Riot in homage to his hero Crimson Riot. Awesome. Jiru's was Earphone Jack. Fitting. Shoji, Tentacle. Cool, a portmanteau. Zero, Cellophane, I don't get it either. Ajaru, Tailman, basic, I like it. Sadu, Sugarman, fitting. Kaminari, Charge-a-Bolt, Mes 610. Hagakure, Invisible Woman. Isn't that infringing on Marvel's copyright? I asked. Invisible Girl. I think that's better. Anyway, moving on. Yaoyorozu, Creati, my favorite up to that point, tied with Kirishima. Totally biased. Todoroki, Shoto, will work on that. Takoyami, Tsukuyomi, tied with Yaoyorozu and Kirishima. Again biased. Minta, Grape Juice, I think that's a euphemism of some kind. Kuda, Anima, a four-way tie for best name. Also, we need to add him to our new Leaf Nakama squad. I should ask him at lunch. No, he would be too focused on his internship. I'll ask him after. Bakugo, tried King Explosion Murder, got shot down instantly. Uraraka, Uravity, okay, five-way tie. Ida, stuck with his name like Todoroki. I have a bad feeling about him. And Bakugo went with Lord Explosion Murder. Then Emperor Explosion Murder. There was a lot of murder. Needless to say, Midnight got fed up and decided to put him as undecided. After that, Mr. Aizawa woke up and resumed class. Now that everyone's decided on their hero names, we can go back to talking about your upcoming internships. They'll last for 1 week. As for who you'll be working with, those of you who are on the board will choose from among your offers. Everyone else will have a different list. He explained as he held one up. You have a lot to think about. There are around 40 agencies across the country who have agreed to take on interns from your class. Each agency has a different specialty that its heroes focus on. Keep that in mind. Imagine that you were 13. Midnight interjected. You'd want to choose a place that focuses on rescuing people, not fighting villains. Understand? Think carefully before you decide. Yes, sir. We all yelled as the bell rang. All the while we were given our lists. Midoriya, Mr. Aizawa said as he handed me a supplementary list. In case you don't like your picks, your father is a support designer. As such, you don't need those nor the police agency. Thank you, I said as I set that list to the side. Might as well look at the agencies who sent me an offer. Turn in your choices before the weekend. Mr. Aizawa said. We've only got 2 days. Zero asked. Yeah, so you should start now. You're dismissed, he said before closing the door. Okay, so we have Backdraft, Manual, Indiano, Mount Lady, Kamui Woods, and Selkie. Interesting selection. Right now I can choose between Kamui Woods, Selkie, and Manual. Kamui so he can help me practice with my grappling beam, Selkie to work on my underwater skills, or lack thereof, and Manual because he's an all-arounder and he can teach me some things. Alright, time to check the supplementary list. The ones that stick out to me are Death Arms, Mount Lady, Mr. Snipe. Our teachers are on here too. I might learn something from Mr. Snipe. So right now those are my 4. I glanced over at Ida. He has this stern and upset look on his face. Makes sense. His brother was crippled by Stain, and he must be carrying the burden of the Ingenium name on his shoulders now. I don't like that face he's wearing. I get the feeling he's going to go after Stain. I need to find out if he is. Rob, I whispered as he hovered out of my pocket. Look at Ida's paper. Stealth mode. Beep beep. He beeped with affirmation as he hovered far above Ida's seat. Once Ida wrote down something and took his list away to Mr. Aizawa, Rob hovered back to me. What did you learn? I asked. Rob floated over my list and fired his laser on Manuel's name. His agency is located in Hasu, the last known location of the hero killer, so he is going after him. I need to keep an eye on him. Thanks, buddy, I said as he flew back into my pocket and resumed his nap. Lazy little guy. Either way, I'm not going to let you do something dumb, Ida. Who did you pick, Midoriya? Uraraka asked as she saw my selection. Manuel. Why him? She asked. Plain, like him. Bakugo commented. I ignored him. It's fine. I might pick up some things there, I said before standing up. Is to turn in my sheet. Thank you. I opened the door to see Ida on the other side. Oh, good afternoon, Midoriya. Excuse me, but I must be off, he said before walking past me. Midoriya, have you chosen an agency? Mr. Aizawa asked. Yes, I said as I handed him my picks. Or pick. Manuel's agency. Mr. Aizawa asked. Your list is limited, sure, but I'm certain you got a pick from Endeavor. I have my reasons, I said. Is your reason Eda? He asked, which made me froze up. I am unable to intervene, but make sure he doesn't do anything stupid, and if he does, do whatever it takes to stop him, tie him up in a closet or whatever. Revenge does bad things to a person's mind. I'll do my best. Everyone has their costumes, right? Remember, you don't have permission to wear them out in public yet, and don't lose them or anything. Mr. Aizawa explained. Gotcha, Ashido exclaimed. Speak properly. It's yes, sir, Ashido. Mr. Aizawa warned. Yes, sir, she muttered. Make sure you mind your manners with the other heroes during your internship. Now get to it, Mr. Aizawa urged. Yes, sir, everyone, except Ida exclaimed. In fact, he walked off towards his station. Ida, wait, I called out. Why don't we walk together? What do you mean? He asked. Hasu, I asked, pointing towards the station he's walking to. Oh yes, of course, he said as he turned away. We haven't been on good terms, but we're not on rocky terrain. Sure, he said some things about my quirklessness, but everyone has, so we're about as neutral as we can be. But regardless, I'm going to make sure he doesn't get himself killed. Hey, you're interning at Manuel's agency too? I asked as we stood in front of his agency. Yes, he muttered. Why are you here? Lie, Izuku, don't blow your cover, because Manuel is a cool hero, and I want to learn some things from him. You flatter me. We turned to see Manuel standing at the door. Welcome to my agency. To be honest, I wasn't expecting neither of you to accept my offer. He muttered sheepishly. Well, my list has 13 recipients, but you were my top choice. Okay, maybe bringing up that wasn't a good tactic to improve his self-esteem. But he didn't seem saddened, but shocked. Oh, only 13. But you got second place. I mean, sure, the way you lost was rather upsetting. Tell me about it, I muttered. But still, your ingenuity and quick thinking are impressive. Any agency would have killed to have you, he explained. My quirklessness was probably a turn-off to them, I added. But you more than made up for it with pure skill and mastery of your equips. Had quirks went away like snap that, you would be at the top of the world with those, he explained with a snap of a finger. Speaking of, where are your gadgets? Beep beep, Rob exclaimed, flying out of my pocket. Well, there's Rob, I said as I pulled out the beta cube. And here are his modes. This one is beta, and I have alpha should the need come for it, I explained before patting my case. My grappling beam, cement bombs, rebellion, ebony, and ivory are in here, along with the legendary bat and the holy fry pan. How did you fit all of that into that small case? Manuel asked. My cousin made capsules. Acts as storage. She had to figure out how to defy the laws of physics. But it worked. Melissa's work is always impressive. I see. Well, we should take this conversation inside, Manuel said. Yes, sir, I said as I walked inside. Ada close behind. All right, I'm in. There's no turning back now. A knife? Manuel asked as he lifted up Rebellion. I never seen you use this during the sports festival. I always have Rebellion on me should I need to use her. But the need never arose for me to use swift close quarters combat. As such, ebony and ivory got the most use for me because having the ability to utilize range is a major advantage, I explained. Most people believe it's one or the other. One must specialize in range or close quarters, never both. However, having the ability to utilize both, whether with the use of your quirk or other means, is essential to be a top hero. Take All Might for example. He's able to utilize his quirk at close range, with his overall strength, as well as at long range, with the ability to create shockwaves, with his overall strength. I see, he said before looking at Ida. What about you, Tenya? Do you utilize support items? I haven't given it any thought, he replied as monotone as he can be. Manuel clearly caught on to it, but didn't say anything. Well, you have plenty of time to give it some thought, he said before looking at us. Why don't we go patrolling? I can give you the basic rundown of being a hero in our work. That would be appreciated, sir, I said with a bow. Ada followed suit. It's even worse than I thought. Now let's start with the basics. Manuel started. Pros receive wages from the government. We're basically superpowered civil servants. However, not every person is the same, and depending on the quirk, our responsibilities are different from each other and regular workers, like combat heroes and rescue heroes. I spoke out. Exactly. So our goal as heroes is to control crime. Crime can range from a simple purse snatching to a terrorist attack. And when a crime occurs, the police will contact us. Requests come in all at once and are filtered by district. After taking care of a crime, we file a report on the work we did, assisting with arrest, rescuing people, etc. Then another agency reviews our work and decided how much we get paid, he explained. I see, I muttered as I jotted down some quick notes. On the other hand, heroes are also allowed to have side jobs. There was a lot of argument about it back during the earlier days of heroes, but after pros got more popular and frequent, people demanded it. So if I own a corporation on the side, I won't get in trouble? I asked. Not at all. In fact, most heroes have side jobs. The Obami has a cosmetics chain. Best Jeanist has a fashion line. And you have your store New Leaf. Why you know of my store? I asked. I've heard of it. It was referred to as All Might's relaxation spot. He added, right, forgot about that. But all in all, our job is to not only protect people, but make them feel safe. He said before looking at us, and judging by the looks on you too. The next generation surely be bright. I saw Ada tense up from my peripheral vision. I don't like that. Our patrol wasn't eventful aside from Manuel's lesson. To save travel time and money, Manuel gave us some space in his agency to stay and sleep. There was even a shower and a kitchen, most likely for when Manuel needs to stay overnight. After Ada and I showered, we slept in the common room. Hey, why did you choose Manuel's agency? Tread lightly, I said it earlier. I wanted to learn how to be an all-arounder. And no one is a jack of all trades than Manuel. And I respect him. He's not a complete jerk like Endeavor, nor a cocky hero like Hawks or Uobami. I feel bad for Yaoyorozu though. I see. My intentions are the same, to an extent. He explained, I would like to gain experience, and Hasu City seemed like a well place to start off. With the hero killer most likely here, I wouldn't exactly describe Hasu City a well place to start off, but I didn't comment on it. And Ida just wanted to hear why I was here, because he turned away from me. Gives me a good time to talk to my New Leaf Nakamas. I am, night of the first day. 156 hours remain. MS, was that necessary? Ooh, what I'm asking is why haven't we named each other yet? Ooh, this cannot stand. I'll handle it. Achako Uraraka has renamed Izuku Midoriya to Greenie. Achako Uraraka has renamed Melissa Shield to Fix-It Felix. Achako Uraraka has renamed Momo Yaoyorozu to Yao Momo. Achako Uraraka has renamed Ibara Shizaki to Holy Spirit. Achako Uraraka has renamed Fumikage Takoyami to Supreme Dark Overlord. Achako Uraraka has renamed Satsuna Takage to Greenie X2. Achako Uraraka has renamed Shoto Todoroki to Vanilla Ice. Ooh, and finally, Achako Uraraka has renamed Achako Uraraka to Best of the Nakamas. Fix it Felix. I was fine with it up till that one. Best of the Nakamas, it's true. Greenie, everyone is the best, except you for naming me Greenie. Greenie X2, yeah, his name is Green Bean. Greenie X2 has renamed Greenie to Green Bean. Green Bean, no comment. Greenie X2 has renamed Greenie X2 to Kaiju. Kaiju, perfect. Vanilla Ice has renamed Vanilla Ice to Freezer Burn. Freezer Burn, better. Yao Momo, I for one love my chat name. Supreme Dark Overlord has renamed Supreme Dark Overlord to Tsukayomi. Tsukayomi, that's proper. Fix it Felix has renamed Best of the Nakamas to Anti-Grav. Anti-Grav, it'll work I guess. Fix it Felix. And finally, Fix it Felix has renamed Fix it Felix to Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., there we go, that's better. Green Bean, Hail Hydra. Yao Momo, so why did you text us Midoriya? Green Bean, oh right, how are you internships going? Anti-Grav, Gunhead is awesome. And really nice. Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., I'm interning with Gran Torino. He's an old hero who specializes in speed. I want to see if I can improve my speed with him. Yao Momo, Uobami's agency wasn't at all like I had hoped. Green Bean, I'm so sorry for you. Kaiju, mine is with Backdraft. Not exactly one of my better choices. He's fine, but not exactly my skill set. Freezer Burn, I'm interning with my father. I hate him, but I could stand to learn from the number 2 hero. And Home I Fire. Green Bean, Godspeed. Tsukayomi, I'm interning with Ectoplasm. He's assisting me with my close combat. Green Bean, and I'm interning with Manuel. My list was limited. Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., for a stupid reason I might add. Anti-Grav, I know, you whooped all the butt at the sports festival and got nothing in return. Yao Momo, I must admit that is a shoddy deal. Green Bean, it's fine, I'm learning stuff so it's fine. Holy Spirit, I'm trying to sleep. Green Bean, alright, who ratted us out to the police? Kaiju has renamed Holy Spirit to Police. Police, I have received a noise complaint, so quiet down. Police has renamed Police to Maria. Green Bean, she knows she can silence the chat right. Maria has signed off. Kaiju, I think she just found out. Maria joined the chat. Maria, and I'm interning under Kamui Woods. He's teaching me a method to get around with my quirk. Maria has signed off. Kaiju, I like Police better. Might as well ask now. Green Bean, so hypothetically speaking. Kaiju, I don't like this already. Green Bean, I haven't said anything yet. Kaiju, anytime someone says hypothetically anything, it means they're going to do it. Green Bean, hypothetically speaking. If I were to be in danger, what would you all do? Anti-Grav, that's a stupid question. Anti-Grav, I would drop everything to help you. Yao Momo, my sentiments exactly. In fact, Uobami's agency is in Hasu, so I wow'll rush over there to help. Yao Momo, would. Tsukayomi, I'm close to Hasu as well, so yes, I would as well. Freezer Burn, my father's agency is in Hasu, so I would too. Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., what kind of cousin would I be if I left you hanging? Kaiju, you're my boyfriend, I would protect you until my last breath. Green bean, thanks guys. I would do the same to you all 1,000,000 times over. Kaiju, well I would do it 10,000,000 times over. Anti-grav, I would do it infinity times over. Wait, anti-grav has renamed anti-grav to infinity and beyond. Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., I approve of that one. To infinity and beyond. Thank you, Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. But enough of this sober topic, I'm going to sleep. Night. Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. has signed off. To infinity and beyond. Same here. To infinity and beyond. Has signed off. Freezer burn. Father would be upset if I overslept. Freezer burn has signed off. Tsukuyomi, revelry in the dark. Tsukuyomi has signed off. Kaiju, yeah I'm going too. Night babe. Kaiju has signed off. Green bean, you're all good friends. I signed off and set my phone aside. Tomorrow is a new day. BCCCCBCCCC, oh my alarm. I reached over to turn off my alarm. I should wish everyone good morning. Maria, I apologize I didn't respond to your message Midoriya. Maria, but I would do the same as well. Green bean, thank you Shozaki. Maria, Ibara. Green bean, huh. Maria, I believe we are far enough into our friendship to use our given names. To infinity and beyond. Uang game, call me Achako. Yao Momo, you all may call me Momo as well. Green bean, sorry, but I'm sticking with Yao Momo if you don't mind. Yao Momo, even better. Tsukuyomi, you all may call me Fumikage as well. Freezer burn. You can call me Shoto if it works. Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., you all can call me Melissa. S.H.I.E.L.D. sounds off to me. Kaiju, Setsuna. Green bean, then call me Izuku. To infinity and beyond. Oh look at us. Bonding. We should share personal stories now. Green bean, no. Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. But what about the time you cried when Dad said he got your nose? Yao Momo, you really? Green bean, shut up I was 3. Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Or the time you tripped and fell onto the pumpkin pie that one Thanksgiving. Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Or the time when we were younger and I told you that anyone can be the flower girl and you believed it. Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. I still have the photo. Green bean, don't do this to me. Kaiju, no Izuku. This is a bonding moment. We're bonding over your misery. Yao Momo, as much as I would love to hear embarrassing and admittedly hilarious stories about Izuku's childhood, I need to get ready for my internship. To infinity and beyond, same here. But keep those stories coming. I want some teasing material when we return to school. Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., don't worry I have plenty. Green bean, traitor. I signed out of the chat and got ready for the day. I took the shower first and ate right after. I took an apple and an energy drink from the fridge. Oh, you're awake and dressed. Manuel said in his gear, where's Tenya? Showering. First come first serve. I said as I tossed the core into the trash and finished my drink. Makes sense, he said as he sat across from me. So why revolutionary? Because I want to show the world that quirkless isn't useless. I said, for most of my life I was picked on for being quirkless. Heck, my classmates at the start of the year thought I wasn't as good as them because of my lack of a quirk, and some still feel that way, even with my past accomplishments, and that I wouldn't get anywhere without my gadgets. Hypocritical if you ask me. Manuel nodded at my statement, so I want to prove them wrong. I want to start a revolution, hence revolutionary. I see, but what are your goals? A revolution needs concrete goals. Manuel asked. I have 3, I said as I held up 3 fingers. 1, become a support designer, and soon the #1 support designer in the world. 2, raise New Leaf to be the best store in the world. And 3rd, become the new symbol of peace. Really, yes really. I know the quest to accomplish my goals will be long and arduous, but I will accomplish my goals. Clap, clap, clap. Those are incredible aspirations to have. He praised. Most first years have big dreams, to be a top hero, stuff like that. But you, not only do you have big dreams, but you have the skills to back them up. It's not just me, I stuttered out. It's by the help of my friends that I've made steps towards those goals. Which leads to my point. Manuel said, most people think it's a solo gig. But in actuality, having allies can mean the difference between life and death. Most people say they can do things themselves without help, and some can. However, having allies to help you can be the difference between your life and the lives of civilians. He explained as Ida stood in the doorway, decked out in his armor. Just keep in mind that allies and companions are invaluable to you and could save your lives one day. Thank you, sir. BZZ. Huh, I thought I silenced the group chat. Yao Momo, Izuku, help. Izuku, Yao Momo. What's wrong? Yao Momo, I wanted some fresh air, but I'm being followed. Quirk use is illegal so I can't fight back. Help. Izuku, I'm on my way, don't look suspicious. That stupid rule. Rob. Beep beep. Suit up. Alpha mode is all we need. We need to find Yao Momo. Beep beep. Arazu's POV. Come on little lady. Why don't you hang out with the big boys? They caught up and cornered me. Don't act suspicious. Act like a scared girl. Izuku will save you. I should be heading home. You idiot. Don't you recognize her? That's Momo Yaoyorozu, the daughter of the Yaoyorozu conglomerate. If we capture her, we'll be rich. Oh yeah, good idea boss. Then fucking grab her. Click. You willing to die for it? Izuku, what are you doing here, kid? Trying to play hero. More like save my friend's life, he said as he pulled me behind him. But these are full of rubber bullets. Not as bad as what he'll do to you. Slam, I would appreciate it if you didn't lay a finger on my creator's friend. It's Rob, or this would be unpleasant. You a boss. I don't think the money is worth our bones. Why I like being not hurt. Smart men, Izuku said. Now leave, and never lay a hand on her. I won't be so reluctant to get physical. Grr, damn it, the boss yelled as his group ran away. Phew, thanks Izu. Thud. I thought I was too late when I saw them surround you, he muttered as he hugged me. Izuku, I am so glad you're all right, he said as he gripped my hand. Let's get you back. Yeah, let's go. Momo, you're back already? Itsuka asked. I ran into trouble, so I returned, I explained. Really, what happened? She asked with concern, but I waved her off. Just some men who felt a pulse. They then recognized me as a Yaorazu and wanted to kidnap me for ransom. I explained. That's horrifying. Why aren't you shaking or something? She asked. Because I know that I would have been saved. I explained. By who? Izuku. But why didn't you text me? I was close by. You can't use your quirk to fight against the law. That law, on the other hand, doesn't involve Izuku. Well, yeah, but I could have fought them off without my quirk. Even with that, you couldn't have known what their quirks were, and you would have been in more danger. How? I could have beat them. And if you couldn't have? I asked, which made her pause. If you couldn't have beaten them, if you had lost, then you would have been kidnapped with me. They wanted me for ransom, but who knows what they would have done with you. There was little to no risk relying on Izuku to help me. Little risk? You're blowing this way out of proportion, Itsuka, I replied. He had more options in terms of combat should the need arise. So he has guns, a bat, a pan, and a robot. His name is Rob. Fine, but anyone who uses a gun in a fight is basically saying they have no confidence to win. Then what does that say about Mr. Snipe? I countered. His whole fighting style revolves around utilizing guns. So can you say with honest truth that he has no confidence in winning? Well, that's exactly what you said. You're just saying different because he's a pro hero with a quirk. Now hold on. And Izuku doesn't just use guns. Like you listed off, he has weapons for physical combat. His legendary bat and his holy fry pan. He also has a knife called Rebellion, but he has yet to use that for anything. Besides his other gadgets he brings if the need arises, he has Rob. And may I remind you that Rob helped All Might defeat the Nama back at the USJ, and has only gotten stronger and will continue to get stronger with each form Izuku creates. The only limit he has is his imagination. And materials, I explained. But Lepister resistance is that he would risk everything for us. He views us all as equals, his nakamas. He values us more than he values himself. While it is rather annoying, it shows what kind of person he is. I grow tired of this conversation. I said, all right, night. Itsuka replied as she laid back down. A tense air in the atmosphere, even after all Izuku has done. The prejudice against quirkless people hasn't died. Not even close. Such shine, such volume. My cue. Hair flick. Such luxury. Easy curls. Busy. Cut. The director yelled, shut that phone off. I ignored him and look Izuku. Green bean, help. Aiko Street. Hero killer. Ada's hurt. Rob went to help with Namu. I said shut that foe. My friend is in trouble. I have to go. What? Let the pros handle it. He's facing the hero killer alone. He needs help. Momo, you can't take on the hero killer. Many heroes have tried and many have died. How can I be a hero that saves people if I can't even protect my friend? I'm standing my ground. It may not look like it to you, but I believe without a shadow of a doubt that Izuku Midoriya will be the next symbol of peace, and I'm going to do whatever it takes to help him and stand beside him, I said before heading towards the door. God damn it, wait. I'm coming with you, Itsuka said. Right, let's go. Girl, Slam, where's the place? Itsuka asked. Aiko Street, I said as I pulled open my costume and made a motorcycle. Get on. Do you even know how to drive that? She asked as I handed her a helmet. Not at all, but we don't have time for thought. Then let me drive. I learned from my dad. We can get there faster with me driving. Fine, I said as we swapped positions. Now let's help Izuku. Midoriya's POV. Ada, I asked as I looked around for any sign of him. He's on the move. Rob, a little busy creator. Ada left to find the hero killer, I said as I moved towards him. He's at Aiko Street. His heartbeat is frantic. He must have found him. Manual, I called out. What is it, revolutionary? Ada ran after the hero killer. I need permission to fight. You what? No, I'll go after him. No, you're needed here to quell the fires. I texted for backup, but I need to stall him for time. Give me permission to fight him off. God damn it, fine. Just go. Manuel yelled. I'll take the heat later. Thank you, Manuel. I yelled before rushing off. Ada, I swear to God you better be alive. May your death bring on a stronger society. Bang plink. M. Midoriya. Ada asked as I stood in front of him. Leave him alone. W, what are you doing here? I can ask you the same question. Why are you going after the hero killer? He wanted revenge for me hurting his brother. A hero shouldn't chase selfish desires. He's as far away from being a hero as I can imagine. I'll admit, what he's doing is selfish and extremely stupid, I said, which earned me a glare from Ada. Regardless, he's a kid and a hero in training, meaning he's not a hero right now, and as such, I won't allow you to hurt him. And him? Stain asked, pointing to my right. I looked. Oh shit, Native. Now I can't just take Ada and run without leaving behind Native. Looks like I have to fight him. Slight change of plans, I said as I put away Ebony and pulled out the legendary bat. I'll just have to fight you. But why? Stain asked. Why risk your life for these two false heroes? See, here's the thing, Stain. My friends and family always tell me that I'm too nice for my own good, I said as I rushed over to attack, and I won't let you hurt them. Finally, a true hero, Stain yelled as he blocked my swing with a loud clang. Now come at me. Show me that heroic spirit. I plan to. Eda's POV. Why? Why is Midoriya here? Why is he fighting off the hero killer? Why is he doing better than I have? You're a pretty good kid. What's your quirk? I don't have one. I don't need one. Midoriya yelled as he blocked Stain's swing. Impressive. What's your name, hero? My name, clang every time his sword and his bat collided. The smaller I felt, is revolutionary. Revolutionary, Stain exclaimed as he sheathed his sword to pull out two knives, a proper name for a true hero. If I weren't fighting for the lives of 3 others, I'd be flattered. He's so cool. He's a true hero. And I can't even hope to be a hero like him. It pains me to do this. Thud SHNK. GAH. He stabbed Midoriya. But I have a duty to uphold. Wham. I don't know what your quirk is, Midoriya muttered as he stood back up. But judging by all the knives, it revolves around blood. And considering nothing happened to me yet, it doesn't revolve around looking at blood. So I'm not out of it yet. Midoriya. Stop this. I muttered. This is my fight. Get out of here. Didn't you listen to what Manuel said? He asked as he got ready to fight back. Even with that knife jammed in his body, that having allies to help you can be the difference between your life and the lives of civilians. If I just run away fearing for my own skin, then I won't be the hero I aspire to be. Excellent, Stain yelled as he pulled out his sword. Show me your aspirations. Smash. Midoriya smashed his sword. He jumped back and pulled out a knife and got ready to swing, only for Midoriya to dodge and hit him in the back of the head with his bat, causing him to fall onto the ground unconscious. Now, Tai Yu. Thud. Midoriya. Midoriya. Arazu's POV. It should be he. I only needed to look at the scene once to realize what was happening. The hero killer was pulled away into a police van, as Izuku was lifted up onto the ambulance along with and Native. Rob and Shoto is there. He'll give me an update. We parked the motorcycle and rushed towards him. Rob, what happened? Hold on, this isn't NV. They are close friends with my creator, the one who took down the hero killer. So he succeeded. That's great. As such, they deserve to know. Fine, but they are the only ones that can know about it for the time being. The police officer, who has a head of a cat, said. Excellent, Rob said before looking at us. Here is what happened. Rob, where's Izuku? I turned to see the others. They've come. Izuku is fine. He fought the hero killer and succeeded. The only downside is that one of Stain's knives pierced his side. He is currently being treated at the nearby hospital. Rob explained. Before you ask, you cannot visit him. Though the wound wasn't serious, it missed his stomach and other vital organs. And with modern medicine and healing quirks, you should be able to visit him tomorrow at the earliest. That's a relief. But for now, you all should go back to your respective internships. Thank you for coming in moment's notice, Rob explained. We all nodded and began heading back to our respective internships. Setsuna was the slowest of us to head back. This must be the hardest for her. Godspeed, Izuku. Midoriya's POV. Oh Ada, I just had the weirdest dream. You and I were in an alley fighting off Stain, and I got stabbed. And then I got hauled off to the hospital, and Manuel took us out for ice cream for celebration. That dream actually happened. Oh Manuel, so can we get ice cream? You're probably still reeling from the drugs. Get some rest. Okie dokie. I feel awful. Looks like the drugs wore off. I turned to see Manuel. How's Ada? Ada's fine. He was pierced in the back, but it missed his spinal cord. Though he has been silent during your surgery, Manuel explained. I could yell at you for hours telling you how dumb your actions were. And had that incident in Hasu not happened, I would have stopped you instantly. Right, I did just dump that Hasu incident with the Nomus on him and Rob. But I did give you permission to fight. And you did save Ada. So as far as the law is concerned, you acted well within your right of quirk usage. So wait, I'm not in trouble. As I said, as far as the law is concerned, you did a good thing. Was it stupid, dangerous, and borderline suicidal? Yes, but you did save your classmate and Native. But it's not the same hearing it from me. Slam, but from him. I turned to see, oh God. T, the chief of police. This is Hasu's chief of police, Kenji Tsuragami. Manuel introduced as I moved to stand up. No, stay seated, the chief urged before continuing. So you are the one who brought down the hero killer? Huh. Why, yes I am, I answered. Now Stain sustained severe injuries. One of the most notable injuries is a strong blow to the head, fractured his skull and gave him a concussion. He is currently being treated under intense watch. Woof. The chief explained, this is a lesson you already learned, but I will explain it anyway. When quirks became the norm, the police force sought to maintain the status quo. They decided we wouldn't use quirks as weapons. That's when heroes came in. They could do what we couldn't, if they were licensed, of course. Woof. It would be impossible for the police to condone the use of deadly quirks. After all, we're here to stop such harm from being done. The only reason pros can use their powers now is because of a strict code of ethics that the early heroes chose to abide by. That's why it's against the law for uncertified people to use their quirks to cause injury, whether you were up against the hero killer or not. None of you had the authority to harm the villain. At least under normal circumstances, he explained. You were granted permission from your mentor to go after the hero killer to save your friend. If what he says is true, then you were within jurisdiction to take down the hero killer. I let out a sigh of relief. However, I sucked in another breath. You fall under a gray area within the law books. It's not against the law for quirkless people to fend off villains. I have advocated for that law to be implemented, but the houses don't believe it should be an issue. With you bringing down the hero killer without a quirk, that will surely open their eyes to the truth. Are you serious? I asked. I know it's not fair, but it has. Awesome. What? That means my revolution is working. Laws are being placed to prevent unlicensed quirkless users from acting out, meaning we are as much of a threat as people with quirks. I don't think that's something to celebrate. Manuel commented. Let me have this, I replied before looking at the chief. So, I'm not in trouble. Quite the opposite. You have done a public service. So for that, allow me to thank you, he said with a bow. Don't do it again until you get a license. Why, yes, sir. After the chief left, Manuel told me to take a day to rest before leaving to do his job. Once he left, Mr. Aizawa walked into the room. And Mr. Aizawa, when I said do whatever it takes, I didn't mean take down the hero killer yourself, he muttered, pinching his nose. You're lucky you only got off with a flesh wound. Sorry, but that's not what I came here to tell you, he said before handing me a piece of paper. A date. News got out that you took down the hero killer, and the press were eating up that a quirkless UA student took him down when numerous heroes, including All Might and Endeavor, failed to capture him. That day is your press conference. My what? Your press conference. Don't worry, it's against the law for underage people to have a press conference without adult supervision. That's where All Might and I will come in, Mr. Aizawa explained. But the media are horrible people. I am well aware of that fact, but you can't just not show up. That would look bad upon you and UA as a result. So suck it up. Oh, okay, good. That's all I needed to say. Slam. She, on the other hand, has a lot to say. Setsuna, you little rat, I'll leave you two alone, he said with a smirk as he closed the door. Wait, come back. I need a witness when she kills me. Setsuna, I can explain. Thud. I thought I lost you, idiot, she exclaimed as she punched T on the shoulder. Oh, if you thought that hurt, imagine how I felt seeing you carted away in an ambulance. I thought, she muttered, before pulling me into a hug. Just don't get hurt next time. Okay, promise, I promise. Gainarazu's POV. Are you sure I should be here? Itsuka asked. Of course, why shouldn't you be? I asked. It's just that I'm not a part of your group, so maybe I shouldn't visit, she replied. Nonsense. And besides, do you seriously want to watch that commercial Uabami made? Let's go, Itsuka said as she threw open the hospital doors. I thought so. Room. Here we are, room 302, I said as I opened the door. Oh hey, yeah, Momo, Setsuna greeted with a smile. Why is Izuku on your lap? I asked as Itsuka pulled out her phone and started taking pictures. Oh, Green Bean over here loves having his hair played with. I learned that from Melissa and I's gossip session while we were picking out names. He also loves to lay on my lap, but I didn't need Melissa to tell me that, she explained. He's out like a light, and he makes the cutest little snores. Is it okay if I send these to everyone in 1B? Only if you send me some, Setsuna replied. Slam. Where is he? Oh, Mrs. Midoriya is here. Izuku, wake up, Setsuna said as she shook him lightly awake. He asked before stretching. What? Mom, young man, care to explain to me why you, I don't know, ran after the hero killer of all people? She asked. A friend of mine was going to die if I didn't do something, he responded, and I beat him. You got stabbed in the side, Mrs. Midoriya replied before sighing. Well, I'm glad you and that boy are alive. Izuku nodded as Eri walked up to him and hugged him. She's been crying ever since she heard you were in the hospital. I thought you died, she muttered as she hugged his torso tighter. Izuku hugged her back. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. Oh, I made this for you, Eri said as she handed him. A weird device. I must say, that's an impressive piece of machinery, Mr. Midoriya said. Granted she had help from me, but she made an upgrade for Rob. It freezes stuff. Really? Izuku asked with excitement. I've been thinking of expanding Rob's arsenal. This will help, Eri. Thank you so much. Eri looked at him. Before smiling, you're welcome. Well, I guess that's all we had to say, Mrs. Midoriya said. But if you rush face first into danger again, there will be consequences, young man. Why, yes, Mom. He stuttered. Then let's go, she said as she exited the room. Mr. Midoriya followed close. Bye, Izuku. Bye, Momo. Bye, Setsuna. Bye, orange-haired lady, Eri said before walking away. Setsuna started to laugh and point at Itsuka. Oh, orange-haired lady. It wasn't that funny, Itsuka yelled with slight embarrassment. It was pretty funny, I replied, fighting off a smile. Momo, not you too. So you and Momo had an internship together, and you came with her when she was rushing to help me? Izuku asked. Yeah, Itsuka replied. That means you helped save me. Gasp, that means you can now join our new leaf cult. Slam, we are not a cult. Ibara, Setsuna and Izuku yelled as she and everyone else walked in. I'm grateful that you survived that wound, Izuku, Fumikage said with his usual dark tone. Yeah, you really scared us, Ochako said. Yeah, you moron, Melissa added. It was pretty dumb, Shoto said. Sorry, guy. Slam, where is my work buddy? Do you guys always have to slam the door? He asked as Hatsum walked in. Did you beat the hero killer? She asked, leaning in. Ooh, yeah, KICKASS, she exclaimed as she gripped Izuku's hands. You understand what this means? This means you're making progress towards your revolution, and our glorious babies will feed from your success. Babies? I asked. That's what she calls her inventions, Melissa answered. So she has a mommy kin? No, Izuku yelled. I mean, what's wrong with loving your creations? That's right, Hatsum exclaimed with a thumbs up. Oh, speaking of, I heard your teacher talking about a press conference. Oh, that's for me. You have a press conference. Everyone, barring Fumikage and Ibara, yelled. Why, yeah, I was given permission to attack the hero killer, so I got the credit, Izuku explained. The media and the press are eating up the fact that a quirkless kid beat the person that gave heroes trouble. So Mr. Aizawa said I'm going to a press conference with him and All Might, and it would look bad on myself and UA if I didn't show up. Dude, you have to drop a shout out to Hatsum Industries, Hatsum stated. I don't think I could, Izuku muttered as Hatsum leaned in closer. Oh, come on, please. Remember, I did help you with Rob's alpha mode, and with Melissa's help beta mode. She does have a point there, Izuku, Melissa added. Fine, Izuku muttered. Swih. But, Izuku yelled, cutting her off on her excitement. You have to come to New Leaf and officially join our crew. You've been flaking on us lately. Deal, Midoriya's POV. I really don't want to do this, I muttered as I felt a hand hold my shoulder. Calm down. The press can smell fear and nervousness. That isn't helping. Now listen. They will ask you a bunch of stupid questions before going for the kill. Stay calm and answer them honestly. All Might and I will step in if things get too hairy. They don't care about me, since I'm a known enemy of the press, but they wouldn't dare raise a hand against All Might. That is right, young Midoriya. Now get out there and knock them dead. All Might urged. Knock them dead. Knock them dead. Right. I can do this. I got this. Flash, flash, flash. Mr. Revolutionary. A question, Mr. Revolutionary. I can't do this. Let the man get to the table first, Mr. Aizawa said as the press stopped talking but still took pictures. At least they know when to stop. I hope. IBEEP, you bumped the microphone. Excellent start, Izuku, 10 out of 10. I'll take the first question. One man stood up. Mr. Revolutionary. You are a quirkless student at UA, and yet you defeated the man that has killed tens of heroes and injured many more. How did you do it? Don't say anything unnecessary. I figured out his quirk was related to ingesting blood. He got a clean stab in, but I made sure he didn't retrieve his knife to paralyze me. You fought off the hero killer with a stab wound. Yes, I did what was necessary to take down the villain. Are you sure there wasn't another reason to fight as hard as you did? That is a private matter, All Might stated. Thank God he's here. But what of the boy that was taken away with him? Never mind, we're doomed. That boy got wounded but has recovered. However, he has suffered numbness in his left arm, so he needs to rest for the duration of his internship. So he's a UA student. Shit. Yes, I answered. So a UA student rushed blindly into danger. What is UA teaching you? Oh, so this is a slandering reporter. You don't have to answer hi. It's fine, Aizawa. I've dealt with reporters like him before. I whispered back before standing up. You value your family, don't you, Mr. Reporter? I don't understand. Answer the question. Thankfully, All Might has my back on this. Well, yes, knowing that. What would you do when you say the person who hurt your family member right in front of you? I asked rhetorically. The human mind is known to succumbing to mass hysteria when met with stressful scenarios. In the point of view of my classmate, he saw the person who hurt his brother, his dear brother. With that kind of stressful scenario, he lost grip on his rationality and attacked. I explained without dropping names. Don't get me wrong, what he did was boneheaded and his lost grip on his rational thinking is something he needs to work on. But in his situation, and the fact that he is a 15-year-old boy, I understand why he attacked. As a bad idea as it was. Nice job, kid, Mr. Aizawa said with a smirk. I suppressed mine. Next question. Kid, that was amazing, All Might yelled before clasping Mr. Aizawa's shoulder. Definitely a better run than this one's first press conference. All Might teased as Mr. Aizawa slapped his hand away. Shut up, unlike me he had experience, Mr. Aizawa rebutted. New Leaf used to deal with slandering press from the Yaoyorozu family, but the moment it became All Might's hangout spot they stopped entirely. I commented, you kept your cool, and didn't drop young Ida's name. Impressive, All Might praised as we pulled up to New Leaf. Manual cleared you of your internship. You got full credit for it, so don't worry. Just stay with your family. Got it. Thanks for the ride, All Might, I said as I headed inside. Wait, Ida, I asked as he walked up to me. He didn't say anything. Before getting on his knees and pressing his forehead on the ground, he was trembling. Oh my God. Ida, are you okay? I should call for he. How can you be so concerned for me? You're literally on the floor, shaking. How can I not be worried for you? You don't even know me. We aren't friends by any means. None of them were, and yet you cared about them, helped them, even risked your expulsion on them and your life for me. Why? Because people can change. That's what New Leaf is all about after all. Here at New Leaf you can become a new you, I said as I helped him up. I meant what I said during my press conference, but I meant when I said you need to work on it, meaning there is still room for you to grow. Your brother survived his fight against the hero killer. That doesn't mean you should lose yours. When I watched you fight the hero killer, I felt so small in comparison. You were an actual hero, while I was helpless, Ida said, before wiping his eyes. It's clear that I am not the hero I envisioned myself being. At least not yet, he said before looking at me. I promise that I will be a hero that will save you one day. I'll wait for it. Actually wait. That means I would be in danger. But yeah, I exclaimed. Oh, you should join our New Leaf crew. I mean, I haven't gotten word on Kendu's decision, or even if she noticed me asking her to join. Ibara kinda interrupted and it never got around to that point. But still, you can join us and we can get stronger together. But it's all up to you. I accept, Ada said. It's an honor to work with you. Yeah, oh right, the initiation drink. The, what? Ada's POV. Why does this remind me of my brother, Midoriya's POV? Green Bean, ladies and gentlemen. We got him. Kaiju, got who? Green Bean, I completed the trifecta. I have officially hired the 3 richest students in our class, to infinity and beyond. Oh shit, you got Ada, Maria, Langage, Yao Momo. But I thought he left to heal with his family. Green Bean, turns out he was waiting for me so he can say how sorry he was that I was involved, and how I'm a better hero than him, but promised to get better so he can save me one day. And I told him to join us so we can get stronger together. Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Has anyone ever tell you that you're a massive blabbermouth through text as well as through speech? Green Bean, yes you have. Frieza Burn. So now that you have completed your trifecta, who's next? Green Bean, Ike. What did Kendu say? Yao Momo. She's been thinking about it since the hospital, but I can add her to see her decision. Yao Momo has added Itsuka Kendu to the chat. IK, hello. To infinity and beyond. Hold on a sec. To infinity and beyond. Has renamed Itsuka Kendu to Hands-on Approach. Kaiju, no, this is better. Kaiju has renamed Hands-on Approach to Big Sis. Green Bean, back to acute business. Kendu, we need to know what's your decision on joining New Leaf. Big Sis, would your parents be fine with me? Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. He hires people without their consent like 75% of the time. The interview is just a formality at this rate. Tsukuyomi, accurate considering he hired me during the cavalry battle. Green Bean, and yet you rushed into cheerleading with me. Tsukuyomi, I have yet to escape the embarrassment. Big Sis, then, I accept. Green Bean, awesome. That's 2 in 1 day. What's that about 2 in 1 day? J-H, I yelled as I dropped the phone, and Mom. H, how's your night? Good, good, especially since I just saw my son hire 2 more students without my consent. She said. That's her angry and disappointed tone. Most parents are one or the other, but Mom is both. I love you. You do realize that you've hired 7 people, right? She asked. Not to mention that your girlfriend, Melissa, and Hatsum aren't technically working here, but you count them in anyway. 7 isn't that many people. And it's not like they're working 24/7, so you're paying by the hour. I said, trying to salvage this situation. She's having none of it. That's coming out of your allowance. I have an allowance. You have 5 minutes. Yes, sir, I said as I sat in front of a tied-up hero killer. Revolutionary. What a pleasant surprise. Stain said. What brings you here? All that. Well, first, I said before standing up to bow, I'm sorry for hitting you in the head with a stainless steel bat, fracturing your skull and giving you a concussion. I mainly intended to knock you out. I tried to kill you and your friend. And yet you're here apologizing to me for hurting me. He asked. Yes, I said. So I brought you some cookies and my famous mocha. Though considering I brought a dozen and there are only 3 left, and the fact that the cup is half full shows that the guards tested it for poisons, I muttered before sending it to his side. But they're still warm. You're a strange kid, he muttered. I get that a lot, I said as I looked up at the timer for my visit. 3 minutes left. Man, time is going by fast. Anyway, I heard you're getting a 20 to life for the heroes you killed and injured. But if you ask me, had you not used your powers for killing those meant to protect us, even if their reasons for doing so is less than typical of a hero, I think you could be an awesome hero. You really believe that? He asked. Yeah, your quirk can be used to stop villains. All you need is a drop of their blood to activate it. You can specialize in steel. Please do not divulge methods to improve his quirk, the officer said. Sorry, I exclaimed. Anyway, I think you could be an awesome hero. You say, could be, as in future tense, he pointed out. Well, yeah, I said. I don't know much about prison sentences, but 20 years will soon end, and you have the rest of your life ahead of you. Whatever you want to do with your time is up to you, but you can be a hero, I said before the alarm started blaring, signaling my time is up. Well, my time is up, I said before standing up. I hope you do something good when you get out. Stan's POV. Delicious. It's like a dream. That kid is going to do great things. Midoriya's POV. Ha 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 ha. Holy crap, what the heck, Bakugo? Kirishima and Zero laughed. Stop laughing. My hair's gotten used to this and I can't get it back the right way, he muttered, seething with rage. Did you not hear me? I'll kill you both. I'd like to see you try, pretty boy. Zero teased. What you call me? Bakugo yelled, his rage causing his hair to pop back to normal. Wow, how did he do that? Hey, there it goes, they said. Awesome, you got to face actual villains. I'm super jealous, Ashido exclaimed. Well, I didn't fight. All I did was help people evacuate and provide logistical support, Jiro said. But it still sounds like so much fun, Ashido commented. I spent basically the whole time training and cleaning the ship deck, though there was this one day we caught a bunch of drug smugglers, Asui said. Okay, that's cool, Jiro and Ashido commented. What about you, Achako? How was your week? Asui asked as Uraraka was displaying her growth in terms of fighting spirit and power. While those 4 days in between the hero killer incident and now must have been super action-packed, I'd say that it was very enlightening, she said as she did some practice jabs in the air. I think she found her fighting spirit, Asui said. Yeah, that battle hero must have been something else, Jiro commented. After 1 week she's like a totally different person, Kaminari said as Mineta shook a finger at him. Different? Don't be fooled, Kaminari, Mineta said before showing the look of fear. All women are demons at heart. They just hide their true personalities behind pretty faces. What the heck did Mount Lady do to you? Everyone at my internship loved me. It was actually kinda great, Kaminari said. Now, if you want to talk about the ones who really changed, it's him. Oh great, everyone's looking at me. Oh yeah, the hero killer, Zero yelled. I'm glad you made it back. Seriously, Kirishima muttered. That press conference of yours was awesome though, Uraraka yelled with excitement. I watched the part where you roasted that reporter like 30 times. Slam, that was our cue to rush to our seats and quiet down. Warning, there isn't much to do in terms of homeroom, except an announcement. I don't like where this is going, and neither does Ida. I'm sure you're all aware that the hero killer was apprehended by our own Izuku Midoriya. I don't need to remind you that what he did was stupid and reckless, so just because he doesn't have a quirk, doesn't mean you can take on villains on your own. Not only is that dumb and irrational, but also against the law, he said before looking at Ida. While Midoriya has belief you can change, and I do as well, we cannot let that action go unpunished. So as of tomorrow, you will be sent to the general course until you show you won't act irrationally again. Now that's not fair, I yelled. Would you like to challenge it? Mr. Aizawa asked. Because you can't. You used your first and only challenge during the sports festival. 2ch. Damn it. Then I'll do it. Wait, Melissa, I asked as she stood in the doorway. I was running late, but am I glad I did, she said as she entered the room. What he did was dumb and suicidal. I can't argue with you there. But expelling him after he is suffering numbness in his hand, a scar of what has happened, that's too far. Shield, you don't have to. You're one of us now, she said looking at Ida, meaning we'll protect you and your status at the hero course. So what is your decision, Mr. Aizawa? Fine, we'll handle this after school today, Mr. Aizawa explained as he headed towards the door and left, bringing in Cementos for his lecture. The atmosphere in class today was heavy, and rightfully so. After all, Melissa challenged Mr. Aizawa for Ida's hero course expulsion, placing her overall expulsion on the chopping block as a result. I did the exact same thing and don't regret it, so I can't say anything. Man, was this how she felt when I put my expulsion on the line for her? Man, this feeling of dread and nervousness sucks. No, I need to have faith in her. She can beat Mr. Aizawa even if he erases her quirk. She can fight without it. For now I need to focus in hero basic training. Ieyaru's POV. I am here, All Might yelled as we arrived at the new training ground. Hope you're ready to return to our lessons. Today it's hero basic training. Feels like I haven't seen you in a while. Welcome back. Now then, listen carefully for what's in store. We're going to be conducting a little race. Take everything you've learned from your internships and apply it to this rescue training. No questions. Well, alright then. You all are about to step into Field Gamma. Inside is an area full of factories that form an intricate labyrinth, so good luck finding your way around. You'll be competing in groups of 5 and 1 team of 6. Each person starts from a different location on the outskirts of the model city. I'll send you a distress signal, and you do what you must to rescue me. Whoever finds me first wins. All Might explained before pointing to Bakugo. But try to keep the property damage to a bare minimum, please. Why are you pointing at me? Bakugo growled. All right, first group, get to your places. The first group is Izuku, Ida, Mina, Shiro, and Ajaru. All of them are evasive and capable of covering vast distances. All except Izuku. He is Rob, yes, but he dropped Rob off at the support department so Hatsune can brainstorm about upgrades for him Gamma mode. So he's left with nothing that could cover a vast distance in a short amount of time. Ida hasn't completely recovered yet, right? Kaminari asked. He should sit this one out. Man, everyone in this group has really good mobility. Kirishima commented. I'd say Izuku is at a heavy disadvantage against those 4. I added. That's what I think. He doesn't have his robot with him, so he's stuck with his guns and his cement bombs. Kaiuka added. Who's your pick? I'm betting on Shiro. Kirishima challenged. Oh yeah, I got odds on Ajaru. Kaminari replied. I choose Ishido, cause she's got a super athletic body. Of course he would focus on that. All I know is that Deku will come in last. Bakugo said with a hint of anger. Even if he's still recovering, I think Ida's got this one. Ochako said as Tsuyu nodded in agreement. The alarm sounded off as everyone took off. Shiro took to an early lead, a large part due to his quirk allowing him to grapple from metal beam to metal beam. However, Ida, Mina, and Ajaru aren't far behind. But where's Izuku? See, the damn nerd won't why. Wait, a green blur. Izuku. Wait, that's right. I forgot about his grapple beam. Ochako yelled. His what? Everyone exclaimed. He used it against Tetsu during the sports festival, remember? He hasn't used it since, but he still has it. And to think he's going faster than Shiro with it. I explained. Unlike Shiro, Izuku's grapple beam has a finite length, albeit quite extensive in length. Fumikage said, however, I noticed he can lock it to any length he desires, allowing him to do that. We turned to see Izuku spinning around a pipe at rapid speeds. He's almost a blur, and then let go, causing him to sail over the building and zoom towards All Might. Well, everyone winced in pain as he fell on his face, but he gave a thumbs up so he's fine. And he got first place. Dude, was making a jetpack necessary? Mina asked as she took off her costume. She really needs to wear underwear in that. Yeah, talk about unfair. Toru, who faced off against our group, and ultimately lost, whined as she took hers off as well. Well guys, shush, Kaiuka said as she jacked an earphone into the wall, and pulled off a poster to reveal. Those perverts. Then you'll have to throw me in solitary confinement, cause you can't stop me. That's Maita. I wanna see Ieyaru's curves, Ashido's slender waist, Hagakura's floating underwear, Uraraka's super fine body, Asui's unexpectedly soft boo, grapple beam bitch, FWIPFWOOSH slam. GIH. Wait, that was. Sorry about him. That's Izuku's voice. Be sure to patch this hole up. I take back anything and everything I've said about him. Ribbit. Sue said. I told you he's a cool guy. Ochako exclaimed. But Kaiuka looks upset. She's probably disgusted by Maita's actions. Midoriya's POV. You sure you don't need any equipment? I asked as she suited up for battle. Unsure, Melissa answered. I have a few tricks up my sleeve that he won't notice. Probably. Well, I believe in you. I cheered. Well, of course you do. If you didn't, I would be mad at you, she said as she headed outside. I followed close behind. It was a secret match, but the principal was there to be a witness. The only ones that are allowed to come was myself, Momo, Ochako, Fumikage, Kendo, Ibara, Shoto, Setsuna, Ida, and myself. She probably felt more confident with the other Nekamas here. Now then, let us begin. The issue on the table. Tenya Ida's hero course expulsion for engaging the hero killer without notifying his advisor, nor without a hero license. If Melissa Shield wins, Ada's expulsion from the hero course is overturned. However, if Mr. Aizawa wins, then Ada's hero course expulsion still goes through, and Ms. Shield's official expulsion from UA goes through as well. Principal Nezu explained. Are both combatants ready? Yes, sir, Melissa said. Let's just get this over with. Mr. Aizawa replied. Then begin. Principal Nezu yelled. Mr. Aizawa and Melissa rushed at each other. Mr. Aizawa has erased her quirk, but that won't deter her. because she fights extremely well without that quirk. One for all. Melissa raised her hands to deliver a punch, only for Mr. Aizawa to grip both of her arms. Now what? Mr. Aizawa asked. Now this, she yelled as she pulled back to kick him in the chin. She then tapped on her gold ankle braces, causing golden boots with wings on their sides to form on her feet. Wait, I know that. The mystical boots. What do you mean? Mystical boots? Momo asked. It's a weapon from Mother 3. Melissa said. May was nice enough to make them while I was training my kicks during my internship. Being a mixed fighter will benefit me in the long run with switching up my fighting style, she said before running towards him, this time with one for all coursing through her. His 30 seconds are up, and keeping you on your toes. Wham! A clean hit, I yelled as Mr. Aizawa blinked rapidly before using his quirk again. Without proper eye rest, I noticed that the time it takes for him to blink again goes down 5 seconds every time he uses it, meaning this time he can keep it up for 25 seconds. However, he had a hard time figuring out Melissa's fighting style because she didn't know HWE's own fighting style. She was just using moves that appeared to be random, a bizarre mix of punches and kicks, and it's working. I never seen Mr. Aizawa so on the fence like this, until he stepped out of bounds. Mr. Aizawa has stepped out of bounds. Melissa wins, Principal Nezu yelled. You did it, Melissa. Achako yelled as she rushed over to hug her. Everyone else followed suit, but that looked too easy. Mr. Aizawa didn't even land a punch. You threw the match, didn't you? I asked him in private. He looked at Ada, bowing to Melissa. Before she hugged him, I have no idea what you're talking about, Mr. Aizawa said, before walking away. That big softy. A toast, Satsuna yelled, raising her unnecessarily fancy champagne glass, courtesy of Momo, full of unnecessarily expensive and fancy apple cider, again, courtesy of Momo, into the air, for Melissa's victory. Victory, we all chanted as Melissa stood up. I want to make this brief and quick. I appreciate all of you for being there, from our oldest members to even our new ones. I did this for Tenya, but acknowledge that it could have been any of you on the chopping block and I would have done the same without hesitation, like how Izuku did for me. And because of his challenge, our new leaf is growing fast and growing strong, and I'd like to keep it that way. Woo hell yeah, Satsuna yelled. Lano, I'll let it go just this once, Ibara said with an exasperated smile. Now let's make a vow to not do anything stupid that would warrant us using more challenges. Please, cheers to not do something stupid, I yelled. Cheers, everyone yelled before downing their glasses. Woo, strong stuff, Momo, Satsuna said. Only the finest for our new leaf allies, Momo replied. Amen to that, Ibara and I yelled. As much as I love to celebrate this, we have final exams, so we should get some much-needed rest. Oh, don't be such a stick, Tenya, Achako said. It's just one night. Live a little? I must agree. And besides, it's not like you can just leave, Momo said before pointing to the doors. Izuku blocked them with chairs. You're one of us. Now you must celebrate with us, I said as I got scooted closer. One of us. One of us. Achako joined in. One of us. Satsuna did as well. This is really terrifying, Tenya yelled. One of us. One of us. Oh, okay. I'll stay, Tenya yelled. We did it, I yelled. We got 'em, boys and girls, Satsuna added. Tug tug. I looked down to Sayuri. Can I play too? She asked. Yeah, I said as I walked to the fridge and pulled out a carton of apple juice and poured it into an empty champagne glass that Momo just created. Here you go. She nodded and drank it. Does this mean I'm a part of your, crew now? Yes. This was the sacred apple juice drinking of friendship, I said. If you drink, you're a part of the crew. Wow, that actually works very well, Melissa muttered. So you're one of us now, I exclaimed as I raised her up into the air. Yeah, she exclaimed as I set her on a chair to join us. We'll only get better. Midoriya's POV. Alright, that's it for class today. There is only 1 week left before your final exams begin. I'm sure you're all studying constantly, right? Don't forget to keep training. The written exam is only one element. There's also the practical portion to worry about, Mr. Aizawa said before heading towards the door. Good luck, he said before leaving. I've barely even taken notes this semester. Both Kaminari and Ashido yelled. Kaminari was freaking out and Ashido was laughing with hysteria. And with the sports festival and internship, I didn't have time to read the textbook, he exclaimed. It's true that we haven't had very much free time lately, Fumikage muttered. We'd barely learned anything when we took our midterms, so they didn't seem all that hard, but I'm kinda worried about these, Satu said. We've been through a lot, and they probably won't pull any punches when it comes to testing us. Minta then turned around to look all smug. As someone ranked in the top 10, I'm not that concerned, Minta said. What? You were 9th in the midterms? Kaminari and Ashido exclaimed. Wait, really? I didn't expect that either. Aw, man, and here I thought you were one of us, Ashido yelled. Don't you know weirdo little creeps like you are only likable if they're kinda stupid? Who's going to like you now? Kaminari yelled. Everyone, trust me, Minta said. There's still time to study you too, Ochako interjected. That way we all can go to the camp together. Yes, as class rep, I have high hopes that we'll all make UA proud. Tenya chimed in. It's pretty hard to fail if you just pay attention in class, isn't it? Shoto said with his normal tone. Why you gotta cut me down like that? Kaminari said, gripping his chest in faux agony. Hey, don't worry about it. You two, I can catch you up to speed on the important topics if you want. Momo offered. You're the best, Yao Momo. Ashido and Kaminari praised. I've been studying, but could you help me out, too? Jiru said, pulling out her notebook. I'm having some trouble understanding quadratic functions. She said. Really? She asked. Tutor me, please. Classical Japanese is killing me. Shiro exclaimed. Is there room for one more? I'm afraid I'm falling behind a little. Anjiro said. Pretty please, they said in unison. Yaorazu suddenly beams with excitement. This is wonderful. Yes, let's do it, she yelled, jumping out of her seat. All right, they yelled. We'll hold a study session at New Leaf during the weekend. Whoa, wait, I yelled. What's this about New Leaf? Oh, come on, Midoriya, it's just one training session. Yes, but I'm the one who lives there. Slam. Are they pillaging the sanctuary? Melissa asked with Setsuna, Itsuka, and Ibara in tow. Yes, I exclaimed. That's sacrilege, Ibara muttered. Indeed, one does not invade one's sanctuary, Fumikage stated. Fine, Momo said. Soar. Slam. Midoriya. Here, All Might yelled as he handed me a thick envelope. What is this? I asked. Your payment for apprehending the hero killer. All Might explained. Why do you have it? I asked. Well, you don't have a bank account, and Manuel didn't know where you lived, so he had it delivered here. All Might explained. Now, I must be off. Goodbye. FWOOSH. I swiftly opened the envelope and counted my money. 5 million. I yelled as I counted it 3 times over. We can expand New Leaf again, I exclaimed before pointing to Ochako. Call your parents. We have a new job for them. Gotcha. Ochako yelled with glee before pulling out her phone. Oh, and since I'm in a good mood, I will let you all into my sanctuary, I said. Thank you, Izuku. Momo exclaimed with glee. Ooh, I'm going to get a bunch of tea and snacks for everyone. Then Itsuka quietly walked towards me. Can you possibly help me study? I've been falling behind. Before I could answer, Momo walked over to me. Of course, you can join us. Oh, okay, Itsuka said with a smile. Izuku. Oh no. Hey Setsuna. I want you to help me study. Please, she asked, leaning in. Setsuna. People are watching, I muttered. So, Setsuna asked, how did he get a girl before me? I heard Minda ask. Because he's strong, attractive, a perfect human being, and above all else not a fifth my size. Who? Damn, Ashido exclaimed. Minda got roasted. Shiro added. He paled and didn't respond. Setsuna smirked in response and kissed me on the cheek. See you at New Leaf, lover boy, she said with a wink before walking off. Izuku, are you okay? Melissa asked with a smirk. I don't know. Takage's POV. So you need to divide. Slap. So you need to divide. Slap. So you need to divide by 2 and subtract 15. Izuku yelled rapidly. Slap. So are you actually going to study? He asked, a red blush completely covering his face. His adorable face. Of course I am, I said with a smirk. I'm studying. You're perfect, but slap. You really want that break, do you? Ma'aibi, I asked, feigning innocence. He sighed and set his notebook aside. Fine. 5 minutes. Yeah, I yelled as I sat up and pulled him onto my lap. If you ask me, I've been pretty good with the scores. His face turned blood red. Why yeah. He squeaked. I smirked and placed my hands on his ass, giving them a light squeeze. GHH. Now, I think it's time for a reward, I said as I moved my lips closer to his line. Slam. It's time for a stew. Do you ever knock? I asked as Ochako burst into the room with her backpack. Oh, you got my text. Good. Melissa lives here, I forgot. Can't have you two get too far in your relationship, can't we? She teased with a shit-eating smirk. I can take you touching my cousin's ass whenever you wanna, but that's about as far as I'm willing to go. You hindrance. The atmosphere was tense, awkward, and all kinds of uncomfortable. We couldn't just kick them out after they came all this way. But God, do I need a distract. Wait, Izuku said as he looked around. Where's Light? Wait, that's true. She was there during the sports festival, but she wasn't anywhere after, I pointed out. You think something happened to her? Momo asked. I don't know, but I'm going to look for her, Izuku said as he set his notebooks aside. I'll come too, I exclaimed. Anything to get out of this tense atmosphere. We took a short break to look for Light. We figured that Light wouldn't go far, and considering this is a lot, she probably perched herself on a tree somewhere. The problem, there are a lot of trees in this lot, so we marked a tree and said it was the meetup tree. Then we split to cover more ground. We searched tree after tree, and after we met up, we didn't find Light. Maybe she flew somewhere else. Fwoosh fwup. I think I found her, Ibara said. Light, Izuku exclaimed as Light hopped off his head and flew onto the ground. You're okay. She looked up and flew into the tree. Did we seriously not check the tree we promised to meet at? Either way, she clearly wanted us to see what was up there. So Shoto made perfectly crafted ice stairs and we climbed up to see a nest with 3 eggs. Oh, Izuku said, I understand. He said as a hawk flew in and screeched at Izuku, only for Light to step in front of them and say something to the male hawk. He looked at Izuku before settling down. Then, the eggs started to shake, then crack, revealing 3 featherless chicks. We just witnessed the miracle of life today, folks. Izuku and Light locked eyes. Before Izuku smiled, you should stay. I'll be fine, you take care of your chicks. Light nodded, before using her beak to pluck off one of her feathers and placing it on Izuku's hand. Izuku smiled and put it in his hair. Goodbye and stay safe, friend, he said, before walking down the ice stairs. We followed him after Shoto melted the stairs. Are you okay, Izuku? I asked. He stopped but turned towards us. His eyes were slightly red. Never better. Midoriya's POV. It's okay, Izuku, calm down. It'll be fine. It's not like Momo is inviting people who look down on you at the beginning of the year because of your quirklessness. And some still do. And it's not like there are a bunch of 1B folk who are coming in with Itsuka, Ibara, and Setsuna who probably don't like me. And it's not like they're going to invade my coffee shop and bakery and eat my inventory. Okay, I'm extremely scared. Someone hold me. Oh, calm down, Izuku. It won't be that bad. Achako said as she set some cookies out. So long they pay 15 yen per cookie, will be fine. 15. Tenya exclaimed. I'm kidding. 14 will suffice. Achako replied with a smirk as Tenya started to flail his arms around. Okay, that made me feel better. But still, I'm nervous. Slam, we've done it. Melissa yelled as she and May stormed out of Dad's workshop. Rob's gamma mode is ready. Oh my god, really? I asked as I rushed over to them, only for them to block the door. What's with this secrecy? Because we've been sworn under secrecy by Principal Nezu and everyone else, May explained. You plan on using Rob for the final, so that's why May and I have been tinkering with it in privacy. So that way you won't know what kind of fancy new upgrades we gave him, and you can't use it for the finals, Melissa explained. That's not very fair, I exclaimed, but you using it would be too overpowered, and as such won't let you learn anything. May said, at least that was Principal Nezu's reasoning. Maybe he wants to see you suffer. Now that is more believable. But did you at least incorporate Uri's invention into his arsenal? I asked. Oh yeah, that thing of hers is a real piece of work, I tell ya, May praised. Took a little bit of tinkering to be able to incorporate it into Rob Gamma mode. But I did it. I let out a sigh. I guess I can wait to see him at work, I said. Attaboy, Melissa said, but get ready. Ding ding, because we have company, Melissa said as everyone Momo promised to tutor came into the building and started to look around. Time to make myself scarce. I don't really need to study. I am the top rank of my class after all, which is saying very little since I'm the only one in my class that took the exam. Melissa entered right after the sports festival, so she was exempt from the exam. But still, I didn't miss a question, so that's about as much proof as I need. But I have a store to run. The flower shop was finished just yesterday, believe it or not. Yes, it was delayed a frick ton because Mr. and Mrs. Achako had other jobs, but I told them to take as much time as they needed. But it was finished, and it looks amazing. But I have to work on the displays and setting up the different flowers, so it's time to go beyond. Plus Ultra, Dearazu's POV. I believe you all deserve a break, I said as everyone gave out a sigh of relief. I think my brain is going to explode. Mina moaned as she gripped her left temple. I think my grades are going to explode, Kaminari said with a defeatist attitude. While I personally feel that I'm going to ace the finals, Kayuka said with a soft smile. Same, to be honest, Setsuna replied. You got half of them wrong, I replied as I held out her previous practice test. Well, that's because I got bored halfway through, Setsuna said. She's extremely smart, but loses interest halfway through studying, Itsuka stated. Do I know that? Oh, that's Izuku. But I finished setting up the flower shop, and it looks absolutely fabulous. That's when Ibara got up to look. I like it, she said, but I feel that the lilies should be next to the tulips. Or no, the roses should be next to the tulips. Really? I thought the poppies were nice next to the tulips. But you're a flower expert, Izuku exclaimed. I even paid extra for this fountain. Though Mr. Achako insisted that the 7 million more than paid for it. I didn't care. It's a nice touch, Ibara said. Ooh, we should have a fountain about all of us, Achako exclaimed, using this opportunity to ignore studying. Much to Ida's behest. Achako, we're supposed to be studying. Case in point. No, I agree. A fountain about the New Leaf Crew would be a nice centerpiece, I said, voicing my opinion on the matter. I like the New Leaf Crew fountain idea, but we should wait until Mom doesn't want any more workers, because I want to expand still, Izuku exclaimed with excitement. You greedy little nerd, Melissa quipped with a smirk, but I agree. Even with the 11 of us, Izuku still plans to expand, meaning more work. "You right," Setsuna commented. "Speaking of, when are we getting paid? We offered you all paychecks," Izuku exclaimed, "though none of you wanted your checks." "I'm doing it to defy my parents," I said. "I'm doing it because I'm indebted to you and wish to become a better hero with all of you," Tenya stated. "I'm doing it because Mom wanted me to," Shoto added. "I'm doing it because my boyfriend works here," Setsuna exclaimed with a wink, making Izuku's face flush. "I'm doing it because you help my parents and in turn help me, so I'll help you," Ochako said, raising her hand. "I am here because you joined my Bible club, and you're a good friend," Ibara voiced. "I'm here because your dad's workshop is awesome," Mei voiced before returning back into his workshop. "I'm here because you kinda dragged me into your crew, but you're also a cool dude," Itsuka said. "What? I didn't think of a good reason when I joined." "Valid," Izuku yelled. "I'm here because I live here," Melissa said. "See, even I don't have a good reason for working here. I just do. I am present because I wanted to learn how to properly brew coffee. And I wanted friends." "Awa Fumi," Izuku exclaimed as he hugged him. "You unhand me, and don't call me Fumi," Fumikage yelled, his beak growing red. "Awa, he's Tsundere," Ochako squeaked. "I am not Tsundere," Midoriya's POV. The study session went along until it was dark out. The others went home. Well, all except one. Jiru, are you going to go home soon?" I asked as I started mopping the floors. Everyone else left. Well, everyone except Melissa and Mei, though Mei pretty much lives here now. "Midoriya, can I ask you something?" Jiru asked. "Sure, I can probably teach you something before you leave, though it's not studying related," Jiru said. "Oh, okay." I set the mop aside and sat on the chair across from her. "So what do you want? Am I attractive?" "I'm sorry, say that again," I asked. "Am I attractive?" she asked. "Any reason why you're asking me?" I asked. "You're the only level-headed guy that was here. Kaminari is an idiot and the second most perverted," which is saying very little when Minta is his only competition, Takoyami is Tsundere, and Ida is too serious to answer properly. Jiru listed off. "So tell me, am I attractive?" I hope Setsuna doesn't kill me." "Why, yeah, you're beautiful." "Are you sure?" she asked. I mean, back during the race last week, when that purple-haired perv was going to look through that hole, he listed off everyone's attractive features. She explained, in comparison to the others. "I'm nothing special. I mean, look at Momo. She's gorgeous from top to bottom, and Ochako, Mina, and Tsu have really nice Is this going somewhere?" I asked, not wanting to think of my classmates in that way. "What I'm saying is that I'm not like them. I don't have the curves or the proportions. I know Minta is a pervert, but can't he just say something about me?" "But that's stupid," I yelled, before clasping my hand on my mouth. I just wanted this conversation about my classmates' bodies to end. "Why did I say that?" "What do you mean, stupid?" she growled. "Well, I'm way in too deep now. What I'm saying is that focusing on the female body is, well, stupid," I said. "Everyone's body is different, and you can't change it, unless you go with some man-made methods," which always creeped me out anyway. Getting off topic. Who cares if you don't have big breasts or a big butt? Like you have room to talk. Your girlfriend is stack. She focuses on my butt way more than I do hers, I said, before realizing what I just said. Forget I said that. It's too embarrassing. You really don't care? Jiru asked. Of course not, I exclaimed, glad she's moving on. I don't see my classmates, nor do I see my nakamas for their bodies, because those two parts are just two parts of the female body. There are the noses, SNRK, the noses. Don't judge me, I exclaimed. There are also the arms, the legs, the stomachs, their voices, and their eyes. Their eyes are the best parts in my opinion. Oh, then whose eyes do you like the most? Jiru asked. Why yours? I admitted. Really? She asked, her face turning a light pink. Why, you're not fucking with me, right? No, I exclaimed. I didn't rank Setsuna's because that'd be unfair. But it's yours, then Momo's, then Setsuna's, then Itsuka's, then Achako's, then Ishido's, then Asui's, then Hagakira's. Haha, ha. And now she's laughing at me. God, this is embarrassing. Oh man, that was good. I needed that. Jiru said before looking at me with a smile. Thanks. You don't know how much that means to me hearing that from a boy. But why does it matter though? I asked. Well, you're a boy. It's different for you, Jiru said. But Setsuna fawns over my body. As embarrassing as it is, it's funny how you two got together. The shy nerd and the provocative girl, Jiru said with a smirk, the most unlikely pairing. Hush, I exclaimed. But if you don't like it, why do you let her do it? She asked. I don't like it. Oh, so you like getting your ass played with? Let's not talk about that, please, I exclaimed. She laughed and rolled her eyes. You're an enigma, Izuku Midoriya. I don't know if that's a compliment or not. Up to your interpretation, really, Jiru said before packing up her stuff. But just so we're clear, do you really think I'm beautiful? Well, yeah, why wouldn't I think that? You're cool, play a bunch of instruments, have the best eyes, and a bunch of other stuff. I explained, just because the perverts of the world only set their sights on the size of women's body parts and not their true qualities. While their minds are as empty their girlfriend lists. Ha 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 ha. Jiru bellowed. Oh, I'm so stealing that. Be sure to give me credit, I said as we shared a laugh. Well, I should be going. Mom and Dad are going to kill me if I'm not back by 10. Jiru stated. Do you want some cookies? There are 3 left and we hate to waste. I offered. Well, who am I to deny some of those delicious cookies? She said as I put them into a small paper bag and handed them to her. She looked at them before hugging me. WWWA. Bachako's right. You are a cool guy, she said. Why, you're welcome, I exclaimed. Man, I'm dating Setsuna. I should be over this stutteringness by now. She laughed before taking the bag and began heading towards the door. Before stopping, you wouldn't happen to have more room on that new leaf crew, do you? Wait, really? I exclaimed as I rushed in front of her. Hey, why not? I must say you have a pretty fun gaggle of members, so I want to join in, she said with a thumbs up. If you'll have me, of course. Yes, I exclaimed before I lifted her up to spin her around. Ooh, I wanted to recruit you for months. Oh, okay, I get it. Calm down, boy, she exclaimed. Oh, sorry, I muttered as I set her down. I get excited when I make new friends. I don't know if that's cute or sad. I'll go with both. Cad, no suit, she said with a smirk. Well, I should get going. No, wait, I yelled, which made her stop. What now? You need to take the initiation drink. The Aniti. What? Jiru's POV. How can a drink taste so liberating? I downed the whole thing before giving the mug back to him. Like it? He asked with a shy smile. Loved it. Shame I can't drink it more, I muttered. Why, you can. Just on specific days, I muttered. Like when? Well, my birthday is one. Christmas is another. New Year's is a big one because it's essentially new leaf in holiday form, where people try to become new them. God, that was terrible grammar. But that made sense, right? He asked. No, I get it, I said before smiling at him. Anyway, thanks for the drink. You're welcome, he said with a bow. This dork. But do you need me to walk you to the station? It's a block away. I can take care of myself, I said with a smirk. But that's... I wasn't insinuating. Why are you laughing? Because you make it too easy, I said before ruffling his hair. Anyway, I'm gonna go. See you soon. Why, yeah. See ya, he said before turning away from me. Hey, you only live once. Slap. GHH. He squeaked as he nearly dropped the mug. But luckily he caught it. Why did you slap my butt? I wanted to see why Setsuna liked it so much, I said with a smirk before waving my right hand in the air. And I must say it lives up to her expectations. Huh, he exclaimed with a bright red fa. Man, Izuku, macking on all of the ladies. That voice. Setsuna. We both yelled as she walked up to me. I can explain. Though I saw it all. You slapped my boyfriend's ass, huh? She asked as she backed me into a corner. There's a rule for that. This is how I die. Well, at least I got that delicious cough. Slap. Wait. What? Why, you slapped my ass? I squeaked out. Duh, she said with a smirk, and I must say it's a top-tier ass. Almost as good as Izuku's. But nothing can be as good. Why is my butt being used as a comparison? Midoriya asked, his face now fully red. That's like asking why I'm so attracted to it. It's for your reactions, dum-dum. And your ass is phenomenal, she said with a smirk before looking at me. So, anyway, I couldn't care less if you want to cop a feel of my boyfriend's ass. But you have to pay the price every time you do it. What's the price? I just wanted to touch it once. She smirked and leaned in to whisper, a cup of coffee. All my fear has left my body. A cup of coffee? I asked. Well, that or I get to slap your ass in return. Whichever I feel like, to be honest, she said, so touch at your own risk. She warned with a wink before giving Midoriya a kiss and walking out the door, swaying her hips with each step. How do you deal with her without dying? I asked. I don't know. Melissa's POV. Where is everybody? I asked as I saw Principal Nezu standing there with a smile. Class 1 and Class 1B have already taken their final exams. Principal Nezu explained. All that's left is for Class 1Ms to take theirs. Which is? Izuku asked. Isn't it obvious? You're facing one of our esteemed teachers, Principal Nezu exclaimed. But first allow me to explain what this test will entail. You two will fight a teacher solo. However, since I am not without mercy, I will allow you to choose which teacher you will face. I want Mr. Snipe, Izuku said instantly. Interesting pick. Care to explain why? Principal Nezu asked. I want to fight a gunslinger, he said as he pulled out ebony and ivory. Then I shall alert Professor Snipe that he will face you. I'm sure he'll be extremely overjoyed by that, Principal Nezu said. And you, Miss Shield? All might, I said. I'm sure he'll be happy to face you as well. Principal Nezu said with a smile. Now before we get into it, I must explain the exam's objectives. To complete the exam, you'll have 30 minutes. In order to win, your objective is put these handcuffs on your teacher, or you can win if you escape from the combat stage. Now, due to special circumstances, Mr. Midoriya shall go first. He's talking about All Might's time limit probably. Izuku nodded and entered the building. Now, Miss Shield, you may step into the viewing room to watch the match. Why not? What do I have to lose? What the heck are you all doing here? I asked, seeing everyone in the viewing area, some with bags of popcorn. We're showing them these matches so they can learn from them, Mr. Aizawa said before looking at Kaminari, Ashido, Sadu, Kirishima, and Zero. And for those who failed can see how one can win. That goes double for 1B. Vlad King said, which made Monoma sulk. At least everyone from New Leaf made it. Speaking of, didn't Izuku want to recruit Kota? Oh, it's starting, Achako exclaimed as she shoved a handful of popcorn into her mouth. Is there a way to crank up the volume? Kayuka asked. 1 second, Principal Nezu said as he typed on the interface, cranking up the volume to max. VRE. The alarm started as Izuku ducked behind a pillar. He blew up 2 of his cement bombs on the side of him, trying to hide her. Snipe asked as he shot at the cement. I thought you wanted to face me. The cowards is running. Bakugo yelled, until we saw Izuku slip out without his boots to not make noise. He's walking laps around the building while looking at the ceiling. I see his plan, I said, which made everyone look at me. He's not running. Bang, crash, bang. He's taking out the lights. Bang, crash, bang, bang, crash, bang. It was a constant game of cat and mouse, with the room getting darker and darker as the game goes on. This burned 10 minutes of Izuku's 30, but Snipe was down to 1 light, and he was standing in it. Your quirk is amazing, Mr. Snipe, Izuku said as he walked into the light and raised Ebony up into the sky. But let's see how you fare in pitch blackness. Bang, crash. The screen went black, and nothing was visible. Damn it, Kirorio, why didn't we think of that? Kamakiri asked. I don't know, you were the one that said, let's rush Professor Snipe so he can't shoot us at close range. Kirorio muttered as he rubbed his side. Those rubber bullets were cruel. Wait, look there, Momo yelled, pointing to the screen. Bang bang. Snipe and Izuku are now taking close-range shots at each other. Bang bang. Their only source of light is from when they take shots, coating them in bright orange blasts for a split second at a time. Bang, click, click, until Snipe pulled out the big guns. Bang, 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 shatter. Snipe pulled out an assault rifle and shattered the windows, bathing the room with light as Izuku jumped back a few feet. They are standing face to face. You're pretty good, kid, Snipe commented before tossing his guns aside. You're amazing yourself, Izuku replied before returning the gesture. Before pulling out Rebellion, I'm surprised I've never used this yet, but now is a good time to bust out Rebellion. Fancy name for Snipe said before pulling out a knife of his own. But let's see who is superior. Izuku nodded as they rushed at each other. They had knives, Ashido asked. But I wanted to watch this. Each and every swing is blocked and countered. A beautiful display of knife combat mastery from both sides. But it's clear that Snipe is better and stronger in this battle. He knocked Izuku's hand into the air and slashed his costume. It was clear he was holding back because it just cut through the top and didn't even graze his skin. Izuku jumped back and checked his costume. Once he saw there was no blood, he held his knife back up and slowly walked close to Snipe. Before they rushed back to each other, Snipe continued on the offensive, while Izuku was on the defensive. Why isn't Izuku fighting back? Achako asked. He's figuring out his fighting style, I said as Izuku dodged a knife swing from Snipe before going on the offensive. His swings were swift and concise, and now Snipe is on the defensive, but Izuku is going for the win and some payback for the slash. He switched the knife from his right to his left so he can grip Snipe's right hand with his. He then delivered a slash across his costume's chest. Again, not enough to graze the skin. Just a little eye for an eye with Izuku. Before Izuku kneed him in the chin and held the knife near his neck. I win, Izuku said as he slapped on the handcuffs on him. So you ave, Snipe admitted while dropping his knife and getting me with the shirt. Not bad at all. Izuku Midoriya has passed the final exam, the intercom said. Attaboy Izuku, Satsuna cheered. I smiled and walked towards the door. It's my turn to pass. Like hell, I'm going to be the only one from New Leaf to fail. Midoriya's POV. Omelis's match is up, I exclaimed as I rushed over to watch. Oh Izuku, Achako said. Good job on your fight against Snipe. That knife fight was awesome. I must agree. Your skills with your knife is something to behold. Ibarra replied. It wasn't that good, I muttered as a loud alarm signaled Melissa's round to start. She immediately charged up 10% of One for All and began running down the middle of the road. Wait, that's where All Might is, Komori said nervously. Shouldn't she be running away from him? Oh, she doesn't want to run, I said. What do you mean, doesn't want to run? Shishida asked. Facing All Might, the symbol of peace, is utter suicide. She knows how strong All Might is. But here's the difference. Slam wham. She doesn't want to be one-upped by me. Melissa and All Might were locked in a fierce battle. Punch is met with a punch, as the sheer force of the two are causing the roads to shatter and the buildings to slowly crumble. She's my cousin, but hates losing too. Well, everyone really, but mostly hates losing to me. So she figured that defeating All Might, the symbol of peace in hand-to-hand combat, while I defeated Mr. Snipe, she figured that she would win by having a tougher battle. She also wanted to test her progress with One for All with All Might, but best not to mention that aspect. You two have quite an extensive rivalry. Yanagi commented. Oh, you don't even know the half of it. Ochako commented. These two have fought every time they've been together. His record is 49-53, was it? Get your facts straight, it's 50-53. I did beat her in the sports festival, I said as I saw her dodge one of All Might's swings and retaliate by punching him through a building. A clean hit, Tenya yelled as All Might brought down the building and dusted off the dust in a boat of confidence. No need to be so cocky, hero, All Might boasted before getting into stance. The fun has just begun. All Might practically teleported to Melissa and punched her square in the stomach, making her fly into the building behind her. You do not have the firepower to best me, villain. Give up, All Might ordered. But Melissa stood up and rolled her neck with an audible crack. Guess it's time to bring out the big guns, Melissa said as she raised her hand to the sky. Hope you're watching, Izuku. Wait a minute, I yelled. But it was too late. Snap slam. Behold All Might. Rob Gamma mode, Melissa yelled, smirking at the camera. For Rob's beta mode we focused solely on offense and arsenal improvements. This time we focused on his defenses, Melissa stated. Took a little bit of mental magic and some importing from my island, but May and I managed to upgrade his defenses tenfold. But that's not the only thing Rob has upgraded. That was Rob's cue to utilize one of its weapons. Yuri's invention. Rob created an ice wall close to that of Shoto's. My little cousin made that weapon. Took a bit of tinkering to make it usable for Rob, but she essentially made one of the most difficult weapons that we planned for Rob to hold. A freezing ray. Wait, I thought Midoriya said she wanted to beat him. How is relying on a super-powered robot one-upping him? Kamakiri asked. Oh, she one-upped him all right, Ochako said with a devious smile. She just stole his thunder by upgrading his own robot. Fine, I see how it is, I muttered. Wait, I thought Rob was banned. She lied, Principal Nezu said with a smirk. That she demon. Fine, I see how it is. Then I'll build Rob's Omega mode. That'll teach her. I pulled out my notebook. Time to pull out all the stops. I said I wanted a flamethrower and a weapon that allows Rob to shoot out electricity. My goal was for Rob to have access to PK Fire, PK Thunder, and PK Freeze. We have Rob's lasers, which is PK Beam from Earthbound Beginnings. Yes, it took me this long to realize that, and I'm extremely happy that that's the case. The flamethrower is easy to create for Rob, that's not an issue, but that electricity weapon will be. Now what's knee? Izuku, Ochako yelled. You're muttering to yourself. Oh, sorry about that, I said as I put the notebook back into my back pocket. I'll work on Rob's Omega mode later. Now what happened with Melissa's Ma? Melissa Shield has passed the final exam. Oh, she handcuffed All Might. I said, I feel bamboozled. Shouldn't you be happy? Rob is almost to his ultimate form. Well, yeah, I love the fact that he's almost perfect in beauty incarnate. But I wanted to use him first, I muttered before shrugging. Oh well, that'll make it all the more sweeter when I finally finish and show off his Omega mode. And he will be true beauty like he always wanted. Everyone, I'm looking forward to hearing all your stories of how fun camp was, Ashido muttered, sounding like she's close to crying. Maybe they'll end up letting you go. There might be a last-minute twist or something, I said, trying to cheer them up. Stop, Midoriya. By saying that out loud, you're just jinxing them, Zero commented. They said whoever failed the exams would have to skip training camp and live in summer school hell. We didn't pass the practicals, so we're doomed. Don't you get it, Midoriya? Kaminari asked as he prepared to jab my eyes, only for me to block it with my hand. I like my eyes to not be in absolute pain, thank you, I muttered. Yeah, ease up, Kaminari. I'm not sure I'll get to go, either. Our team only passed thanks to Minda GMMPH. Don't bother. His ego is already the size of the freaking sun, Ochako said as Zero nodded. At least bring us a bunch of camp souvenirs, please. Slam. Once the bell rings, you should be in your seats, Mr. Aizawa ordered as everyone went to their seats. Morning, Aizawa greeted as he walked to his podium. Unfortunately, there are a few of you who did not pass your final exams, he said as Kirishima, Sato, Ashido, Kaminari, and Zero winced. So, when it comes to the training camp in the woods, everyone is going. It's a last-minute twist. All 5 of them cheered in unison. We really get to go to camp? Kirishima asked. Seriously? Ashido asked as well, with tears forming in her eyes. Yeah, the good news is that no one bombed the written exams. 5 failed the practical, badly. 2 teams of course, and then Zero failed as well, Mr. Aizawa said. He then proceeded to explain the fundamentals of the final exams, how the teachers had to leave one way for us to win, or else we would have had no possible way of passing. They were interested in observing how we would do under certain, grave, circumstances. But didn't you promise the teachers wouldn't be holding back? Ajiro asked. That was just to keep you on edge. Besides, the training camp will help you focus on building your strength, Mr. Aizawa said as he looked at the 5 who failed. Those who failed needed these lessons the most. We were never going to separate you, he explained with his trademark grin. That was just a logical deception we used. He pulled that move again. The 5 who failed were cheering to themselves while Tenya balled his hand into a tight fist and started shaking. He tricked us all. I should have expected this, he muttered as he shot back up. Mr. Aizawa, this is the second time you lied to us. Aren't you afraid we'll lose faith in you? Tenya asked. Not how I would have took it, but sure, we'll roll with it. A little blunt there, Tenya, Achako commented. That's a good point, I'll consider it, Mr. Aizawa muttered. But I wasn't lying to you about everything, he added as he glared to the 5 who failed. Failure is failure. We've prepared extra lessons for the 5 of you, he said as the excitement they once had left immediately, being replaced with pure dread. Frankly, they'll be far tougher than what you'd face at summer school, Aizawa stated. After that explanation, classes were out for the day, and as such we were given a travel and packing guide for camp. This is gonna be great. I'm so glad we all get to go together, Ajiro commented. Tenya opened up the booklet we all have been given. Looks like we'll be at the camp a whole week. I've gotta find a bigger suitcase, I muttered. Yeah, I don't even have a bathing suit. Guess I need to buy some stuff, Kaminari muttered. Like night vision goggles, Minta yelled. I don't even want to know what he has in mind for night vision goggles. Guys, since we're off tomorrow and we finished exams, I have the best idea. Why doesn't class want to go shopping together? Hagakure asked, sounding way too excited about this. Hey, yeah, we've never hung out as a class before, Kaminari commented, as Ochako nodded in agreement. Bakugo, see, they're right, Kirishima asked. I can't think of anything more annoying. Bakugo muttered. Are you coming, Shoto? I asked. I promised my mom I'd visit her tomorrow, he said. You party poopers, don't you ever get tired of being so serious? Minta yelled. Ignore him, I said before smiling at him. Tell Aunt Ray I said hi. He looked at me, before lightly smiling back. I'll pass on the message. Kayashi Ward Shopping Mall, a massive shopping complex catered to, well, everyone. People with specific mutant quirks, and a bunch of other stuff pertaining to quirks, and I was immediately left behind by everyone. Those traitors. But I'm here to a suitcase, and maybe some more gold paint for the legendary bat and the holy fry paw. Whoa, Yue, some no. That voice. I want an autograph. You're the guy from the USJ. The one with the hands. Shigaraki, was it? I felt him tense up, before calming down. Well, that saves me the effort of trying to make up a story, Shigaraki said before placing 4 fingers on my neck. That must be what activates his quirk. Whatever it is, act natural. Don't make a scene. I'm just an old friend who ran into you at the mall. Calm down, and wipe that sweat off of your face. I think we should have a conversation, is all. A friendly chat. Oh, and of course, if you try to run or fight me in any way, well, it'll be fast. Soon as all 5 of my fingers touch your neck, your throat will be the first thing that disintegrates. In a matter of seconds, you'll be nothing more than dust and powdered bone. He has me locked. Even if I attack him, he'll just kill me, then kill many others before the police get here. Fine, let's talk. Shigaraki chuckled. This is nice. A real moment, he said before pointing to the empty bench. Let's go grab a seat and get comfortable. Why don't we? When it comes down to it, I hate basically everything. But the hero killer pisses me off the most right now. Shigaraki started. The media made it look like he was one of our guys, and that's what my problem is. It's like suddenly, everyone is obsessed with that stupid hero killer. The attack on Yue, the Nomus I released on Hasu, he upstaged all of it. No one's even giving me a second thought. Why is that? Despite what he claims to believe, all he really did was try to get rid of whatever things he didn't like, he stated before leaning in, creepily close. What do you think the difference is between us, Midoriya? The difference is that I don't understand you or your goals, I answered. While I don't agree at all with the hero killer's methods, his goals I understand. He wants to rid the world of quote-unquote fake heroes. Heroes who have strayed far from the meaning of a hero, pointing to All Might as an example. Unlike you, who just wants to destroy everything. Like you said earlier, his goals and mindset are completely radical, on the verge of obsessive even. But at least he doesn't flee when things get tough. He fights it out till his last breath. Unlike you, who fled when things went wrong. He held true to his beliefs. That's the difference between you two. H's face. It's horrifying. That's like a weight off my chest. I see it now. All the dots connected. Why he makes me so angry. Why you irritate me so much, and everything makes sense, he said before smiling at me. Help. It's him. The problem is All Might. That's not what I Yeah, that's it. That's the most rational explanation, he said before laughing. I didn't see it even though it was right in front of me the whole time. What was I worrying about so much? It's simple. He's why these morons are able to smile thoughtlessly. He's squeezing my throat. They feel so safe because that garbage pro is smiling thoughtlessly, too, as if there's no one in the whole world he can't save. Oh, I'm glad we had this chat. I feel better. I can't thank you enough, Midoriya. Gee, great. Now stop squeezing my throat, I muttered as I reached for his hand. Whoops, don't struggle now, unless you want to die. You want all these people here to crumble as well? He asked. Fuck, he has me in a bind. Come on, let go. What are you doing to my cousin? I opened my eyes to see Melissa. It's fine. Get back, I yelled, before Shigaraki pulled his hand away. Oh, you were here with a friend? I didn't know. Sorry about that, Shigaraki said before leaning in towards me. If you try following me, I'll get angry, he warned before walking away. I'll get that Kree. Don't, I yelled, stopping her dead in her tracks. He'll just kill someone or other people before you do, I said as he walked with the crowd. Let him go. After that, Melissa alerted the police and they conducted a full sweep. They couldn't find Shigaraki. Afterwards, they brought me into the nearby police station to ask me questions about anything pertaining to Shigaraki's plans. They didn't gain anything aside from what they already know. The fact that Shigaraki wants to kill All Might. Afterwards, I was driven home in a police van. Once I made it home, I checked my phone that I've left on silent for the interview. Numerous texts from the group chat and individual chats. I decided to check the group chat first. Green Bean, I'm fine guys. No need to worry. Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., you were held by the neck by Shigaraki. How can we not be worried? KJ, yeah dude, how can you be so calm about it? Green Bean has renamed Kyokajiru to Old Time Rock and Roll. Old Time Rock and Roll, I approve first off. Second, don't dodge the question. Old Time Rock and Roll, how did you manage to get through that without shitting yourself? Green Bean, oh I was terrified. Green Bean, but it was better than letting him run around and potentially killing all of you. To infinity and beyond, why do you always have all the brave moments? To infinity and beyond, save some for us. Yao Momo, I don't think that's something you want. Green Bean, speaking of, where's Setsuna? Slam, Green Bean, never mind, found her. Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. has started a group video call. Wait, what? I pushed accept. Why is this happening? I asked as everyone answered the call. Just wanted to see you get maimed. You Judas, Slam, and now as Setsuna, let's be civil about this, I said, backing up to the headrest of the bed. A little back up here. Nah, I'm good, Achako said as she brought out popcorn. Thanks for looking out, Melissa. No problem. I looked up to see Melissa standing on the doorway with her phone up. This is mutiny, I yelled as she loomed over me. Be gentle. No, Melissa's POV. I can't believe you held him upside down with your arms and kissed his face all night long, I muttered with a smirk, as Izuku's eyes were swirling, and his face, neck, and collarbone was coated with red kiss marks. Oh, he loved it, she said with a smirk. I mean, you should have seen downstairs MMPH. That's enough of that topic, Itsuka said as she wrapped a big hand around her mouth. So was there a reason you called us here? Oh right, I exclaimed as I tossed out a pamphlet. Dad invited me back home to Island for Expo. He wanted to see Rob in all his glory, and he wanted to see his nephew again. Uncle S.H.I.E.L.D., Izuku exclaimed, snapping out of his trance. Island, May yelled with equal excitement. We get to go to the technological wonderland that is Island. Yeah, but I can only bring so many people. 4 people at max. Uncle Might, on the other hand, can bring 2 people as his plus ones. He's bringing Izuku in. After much begging, pleading, and crying, Yuri, I explained. Awa's such a good big bro, Setsuna teased, making Izuku blush. But smile. We need to get her out of the house more and explore, Izuku explained. Expo, Momo voiced. I was given an invitation to attend as well, because of my parents. That made Izuku grow a disgusted face, before changing it back. Well, at least they did something to benefit us, he muttered. So I'm allowed to bring 2 others as my plus ones, she added. I was given an invitation as well. It was supposed to include my brother Ingenium, but he cannot attend, Tenya said, so it was given to me in his stead. I'm going in my father's place as well, Shoto muttered. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, plus yours, Shoto's, and Momo's invitations, so that's 12. Oh, I was given 1 because I won the sports festival. Now that made Izuku blush. He must be remembering his loss. I can also bring someone along if I love them enough. So that's all 13 of us. Plus 1, I said, doing the mental math. Wait, are we sure that's right? Achako asked. Yes, I said. All Might is taking Izuku and Uri, so that's 2. Tenya doesn't have a plus 1, so he's just 3. Momo has 2 plus 1s, which can be Achako and Kyoka, so that's 6. Then there's me, who has 4 plus 1s, which can be May, Fumikage, Ibara, Itsuka, so that's 11. Shoto has his own, so 12. And then there's Setsuna's win and her plus 1 invitation. So that's 13 plus 1. I explained. Did I miss anything? Momo was doing mental calculations. No, you're correct. We have an extra invite. Well, it'd be a waste to just not use that +1 invitation. Hyuka stated. I have a suggestion, Izuku said, raising his hand. Really? Who? BZZ click. Hello, Izuku, a new voice asked on speakerphone. Wait, Pony? Hey Pony, you're on speakerphone. How's your Japanese coming along? I asked. Oh, it good. Close, it's good. Izuku corrected. Oh, sorry, it's good. This Pony said in loose Japanese. Oh, that's why she wasn't in class every Friday. I borrow point. Wait, that's why you weren't in business class on Fridays? I asked, which made him flinch. Principal Nezu approved it. Izuku responded. Anyway, we have an extra invitation to a convention. Expo. In Island. Island. She yelled in English. Sorry. Island. Yeah. Melissa is the daughter of David Shield, so she's invited with 4 +1s. I'm going with All Might. Momo has her invite in 2 +1s. And Setsuna goes because of her sports festival win with a +1. So we have 1 extra, so we're bringing you. Izuku explained. But why me? Don't you have other friends? She asked. Yeah, we do. So you're coming? I said. But I'm not your friend. I'm not even a part of your group. Well, that's garbage and you know it. Oh shit, he's speaking English. Pony asked. I wouldn't be teaching you Japanese if I wasn't your friend. I wouldn't have offered you a spot to Expo if I wasn't your friend. And I wouldn't be speaking English right now to yell at you that I'm your friend if I wasn't your friend, he said. So you're coming with us to Island and Expo to have fun and meet the rest of our crew and see a bunch of stuff. Or God help me, I will go to your house and drag you to the airport myself. Oh okay, she exclaimed. Okay, see you soon, he said before hanging up. Well, that mood went away real quick. So when is the Expo? Izuku asked. A week, I stated, looking at the pamphlet. I need to ask my parents, and then pack my stuff. Achanko said. Yeah, same here. Itsuka said. Meet you all at the airport in a week, assuming we all get permission. Setsuna asked as we all nodded. Great. New Leaf crew break. They all left, leaving Melissa and I alone in New Leaf. We should get packing too, shouldn't we? Izuku asked. That would be a good idea, yes. Izuku's POV. Nair. Eri yelled, making plain noises before looking out the window. Look, the island. Eri pointed to the island that is growing in size. We're almost there. That's right, young Eri, All Might said in his deflated form. He figured he might as well tell her since she was bound to find out about it eventually. That's Island, where we'll be staying for the next 3 days. Her smile widened and her eyes dilated with excitement. Really? Yes, and there is a lot to see, All Might said, before the announcer said we'll be arriving to Island soon. This is going to be monumentally exhausting, he stated before puffing up to full form and ripping off his outfit once we've landed and go out in public. I must maintain my muscle form constantly. Now, it's about time for you to change as well. You did as UA if you could bring your hero costume along with you, right? Oh yeah, I did. We will now begin the immigration process, the computerized voice said as all 3 of us rolled into the immigration area. Let's test your trivia, young man. Why was this artificial island created? All Might asked. Oh, that's an easy one. It was built for the world's smartest minds so they can gather together and create hero support items. The security of this island is top tier, on par with that of Tartarus prison. Not to mention they made it mobile so no scientists would be killed or their research doesn't get stolen. And there has never been a crime or raid here because no one would dare try it. Wow, too many details. But I should have expected that from one of the students of Class 1Ms. All Might praised. The immigration inspection is complete. The island is currently holding the pre-opening of Expo, an event that showcases research and development projects our teams have been working on. Only those with invitations may attend the preview, the automated voice said. But who cares about that? Yuri exclaimed with excitement. This place is magical. I can't believe so many people are here before the Expo is officially open to the public. All Might said. It's been a few years, and yet this place always gets more and more cool. I muttered. Unlike in Japan, people are allowed to use their quirks however they wish on this island. The pavilions are jam-packed with attractions and demonstrations. Make some time for them later, All Might told us. Right, Yuri and I exclaimed. Now let's see, the hotel should be nearby, All Might said as he was tapping into his phone. Welcome to Expo. A woman, I assume she's in charge here, said before gasping with shock. Is that you, All Might? She exclaimed, getting everyone within a 50-mile radius rush over here. Hold on, Yuri, I yelled as I pulled out Rob's Alpha Cub. Rob, get us out of here. Beep beep. Rob beeped as the cube formed into his alpha armor and lifted us off the ground, leaving All Might with the fans. He laughed, but looked terrified. Godspeed, All Might. We landed in front of a flower clock. Thanks, Rob. Not a problem, creator, but best save those forms for the presentation. We don't want to expose my beauty haphazardly after all, Rob said before he flew out of the suit and alpha mode has deformed back into a cube. Right, I replied as Rob flew back into my pocket. Now, where to first? How about you meet up with us first? I turned to see Melissa. Eri yelled before running over to hug her. Eri, Melissa yelled back before lifting her up and carrying her. Anyway, I took the liberty to round up everyone. You're welcome. Sorry. I got held up by All Might's fan mob. Slam. Thanks for the help, by the way. All Might, coated in kiss marks, muttered as he wiped them all off. Anyway, I'm glad to see you all have made it safely, and in your hero costumes no less. Thank you, sir, Momo said with a bow. Now, what should be the first order of Busey? Actually, we have something to do first. Which is? Tenya asked. We must maintain proper punctuality and maintain schedule. Oh, we won't deviate that much from the schedule, I said. I just want to see my uncle. Slam. W-wah. Uncle Shield. I yelled as I gripped his arm in a hug. Hi. Aw, it's so good to see you. Did you miss me? Did you miss me? Nope, he said with a smirk before ruffling my hair. Gah, you're making my hair messy. It's kinda hard to do that when it's already messy. Uncle Shield responded. Now, is it just you? Or is there someone else? Dad, here comes Melissa as she took Uncle Shield's other arm. Melissa, you're here. And so am I. All Might yelled, shaking with emotion for our heartfelt reunion. But you're not shaking. GHH. All Might yelled, shaking but for other reasons. Why yes, you're right, young Eri. And didn't you reunite when you picked up Melissa? I asked, letting go of Uncle Shield. Yeah, All Might and Dad cried like adult babies. Let me have this. All Might yelled before picking up Uncle Shield. Luckily, Melissa let go just in time. Glad to see you again, my friend. Agreed, Uncle Shield said before looking at me. Now where is he? Where's Rob? Oh, Rob, right, I exclaimed as Rob flew out of my pocket and began hovering in front of Uncle Shield. I thought he had armor. Uncle Shield asked. Oh, he does, I said as I pulled out his 3 cubes. One's alpha, one's beta, and one's gamma. Alpha's the weakest and gamma's his current strongest, but we're working on his omega mode as we speak. Uncle Shield took his gamma cube and pushed the gamma symbol on the top, making it transform into his armor. Whoa, and this is the most powerful one? Uncle Shield asked. Yup, we focused on his strength and speed with his beta mode. With gamma we kept the strength the same but focused on his defenses and resistances. We also added a freeze ray to his arsenal. We only had 2 weeks to work on his gamma mode, and we weren't all working on it together, Melissa explained. Oh right, now where is this Mei Hatsum you've talked so highly about? She's right here, Mei yelled as she rushed inside. And it's an honor to meet you, sir. And it's an honor to meet you as well, Uncle Shield replied. So you 3 managed to create this impressive invention. And you're not even at his max rank. You still have 20 more ranks left. Actually, it's 1 more rank, I stated. We went with alpha, beta, gamma, then omega. KHHKMM. All Might coughed. That's our signal. Anyway, Melissa, May, let's go look around. We don't want Tenya to blow a fuse because we're behind schedule. I said. Right, let's go, May, Melissa said. May looked confused. Before excitement took over, let's go, she exclaimed before rushing out. We followed after her. Here's hoping he has some muscle form left for the event. Did this place get bigger after I last visited? I asked as I saw different places that are completely new to me. It's the monster hero, Godzilla. I bet a sponsor flew him out here for the Expo, Melissa pointed out. So cool. I've only seen him on TV and live-action films, Achako exclaimed. Yahoo! You have to check out this building, Melissa yelled. The Support Equipment Museum, I exclaimed. Coming through, May yelled as she rushed inside. We ran after her to make sure she doesn't blow anything up. F-whoop. H-A-H, May yelled. I've never seen so many beautiful inventions in one place. Look at this one, Melissa yelled. This multipurpose vehicle can fly like a jet, of course, but also move underwater. So cool, May and I yelled. You can wear this diving suit and dive under 7,000 meters in the ocean. So deep, Achako yelled. How tall is this building? Kayuka asked. This helmet is equipped with 36 different sensors so you can see all the way around your body. So many, Tenya yelled. I can think of so many uses for that, Satsuna said. I can't tell if you're thinking in a perverted way or an actual strategical way, Itsuka muttered. It helps with unpredictability, Satsuna replied. You know, almost everything here is made from different inventions that Dad patented, Melissa pointed out. Impressive, Fumikage muttered. I bet you're proud of him, Momo added. I am, and you know, before my quirk developed, I was more than willing to just stay a support designer. Heck, even with this quirk I still considered being a support designer. So she was still hesitant even after our talk with All Might. If it wasn't for this dork I wouldn't even be here, trying to be a hero in support and a hero on the field. I must say I'm glad you came to UA, Ibara commented. I'll say, you'd kick Major A. Language, Ibara growled. Major butt, and develop amazing inventions, Kayuka added. Melissa blinked at the sudden praise, before smiling. Thanks. Hey, why don't we get something to drink? Right, The seats have been bolted to the ground as are the tables, so we're forced to turn towards each other to talk to each other. But one thing remains. Where the heck is Shoto? I asked. Oh, he said he had something to do and that he'll meet us later, Melissa explained as the sound of class hit my table. Thanks for waiting. That voice. Kaminari. Hyuuka asked. Is that Minta? Ochako asked. We're doomed. What are you two doing here? Hyuuka asked. They needed extra wait staff, and since it meant a free trip to the island we applied to work, right? Kaminari asked Minta. We get to explore the Expo on our breaks, and we make some money. Plus there's a chance we'll have passionate encounters with some of the cute babes of the island. You'll have a better chance of winning the lottery. I responded. Who damn? Izuku out here roasting. Setsuna yelled with a massive smile. Anjijijoichh. Kaminari growled. Anyway, why are you all here? Anyway, my father's a shareholder with some of the Expo's sponsor companies. Momo explained. She had a few extra +1s so we gambled for M. Flashback. No hard feelings whoever wins. Rock, paper, scissors. 2 rock, 3 scissors. My life is over. Ashido exclaimed holding up her scissors as Hagakure dropped her signs. And Asui looked sad with her scissors. Back to reality. Hyuuka and I were supposed to be the ones to go because of our new leaf crewmanship and cruelmanship. But Mina claimed it was unfair bias and wouldn't shut up about it. So we played rock, paper, scissors for it. Ochako explained. We won so it didn't matter and that whole rant was a complete waste of our time. You sound salty about it. Itsuka commented. They made me miss my show because of it. Ochako muttered. Oh, it can't be that Eoom. Okay, that can be that bad. Melissa said pointing to the cloud of smoke coming from the rocky-looking stadium a ways away. Let's check it out. Melissa said. Right. A clearance time of 33 seconds. He's in 8th place. Wait. KIRISHIMA. Please welcome our next challenger. No, we're doomed. The villain attack force has been reset. Ready, go. Bakugo prepared himself and jettisoned himself towards the robots, destroying all of them in a record-setting 15 seconds. Hey, isn't that Midoriya in the stands? Shoot, he's looking at me. Boom, damn it, what are you doing here? DIKU. This is my vacation home, I asked, and I'm here for the Expo. Vacation home? Bakugo asked as Melissa stepped in. He's my cousin, and my dad's David Shield, and he visits during summers and we alternate Thanksgiving and Christmas. Took a lot of legal garbage to be able to travel with island's restrictions, Melissa explained. But the real question is, how did you get here? Bus Genus gave me an invitation. Bakugo scoffed. This idiot tagged along just because he could. Melissa rolled her eyes before looking at the course. And 15 seconds is child's play. Oh, is that right? Then fight me, damn it. Bakugo yelled. Step aside, Melissa said as she jumped down to the stage. We have a sudden challenger. The announcer yelled, clearly not prepared for this at all. The villain attack force has been reset. Ready, go. FWOOSH. Melissa activated One for All and rushed around the stage, smashing robot after robot. And after the last robot her time was tallied. 14 seconds. A new first place. The announcer yelled as Melissa returned to a baffled Bakugo. I got lost and couldn't find the last robot. Melissa boasted. Shut up, I'll destroy your record. FWOOSH. WOAH amazing. The announcer yelled as ice coated the cliff. 13 seconds. A new first place. Boom. Out of the way. Icy hot bastard. Bakugo yelled. Bakugo. Shoto muttered as Bakugo got all in his face. You can't just appear out of nowhere and show me up. Oh, and the others are here too. Don't ignore me. Bakugo yelled. What are you doing here on the island anyway? My father was invited so I'm representing him. Todoroki explained. The next person is waiting. Shut up. I'm doing it again. Everyone please stop. You're going to make the world think UA is full of degenerates. Tenyu yelled as he rushed in to stop break up there. Well, mainly Bakugo. Break up Bakugo's rage. And he's losing. Guess I have to step in. Oh, All Might, you're back, I said as All Might, now in his deflated form, entered the room. KHHM. Yes, I'm here, All Might said as he sat on the bed. This is already exhausting and the Expo hasn't happened yet. Here, I said as I handed him a green vial. It's the stamina potion you drank before the USJ. I tweaked it and tested it. The effect's length has tripled from an hour to 3. The downside is the side effects have worsened. Nothing life-threatening if that's what you're concerned about. All Might took the vial and put it in his pocket. Thank you, young Midoriya. I will drink it right before the event. That's goo. Izzy. Group chat. Kaiju, Izuku. We have a code blue. Green bean, what is it? Big sis, we need help deciding what dress Pony should wear. Green bean, and you're asking me because. Kaiju, you're next door. All Might puff up. He puffed up right before Setsuna slammed the door open. How did I expect that happening? Anyway, we need help, Setsuna said before hoisting me over her shoulder. By All Might, I exclaimed as she carried me to next door. F-woom, only for her to drop me on the bed. I swear I almost hit the ceiling. So Izuku, Pony said as she held out 2 different dresses. One was a knee-length bright blue dress with a white going diagonally across the stomach. The other was dark red and sparkly. It went all the way to her ankles. Red, I said, pointing to the red dress. I like the red one better. I agree, Itsuka added. And I'm not saying that because I want to get to the party before Tenya blows a fuse. Oh, it's Tenya. Hello, Midoriya. You're supposed to be here by now. Prep, come on, we're going to be Izuku, can we talk for a moment? Pony asked. I stopped running and looked at Setsuna and Itsuka. We'll just hold the door for you two, Itsuka said as she rushed inside. Don't do anything scandalous to my boyfriend, Setsuna yelled as she ran inside too. I can't help but roll my eyes at Setsuna's antics. So what did you want to talk about, Pony? I never thanked you. For what? I asked. For inviting me first off. She started. I'm not a part of your new Leaf crew as Setsuna always bragged about in class. But yet you thought of me first out of everyone that you could have. Well, of course, we're friends, aren't we? I asked. You think we're friends, right? I asked again. I don't know, she said. I've never had friends before. Everyone in America thought I looked weird. Weird legs, weird feet, weird eyes. And to suddenly have 12 friends. It's overwhelming. I can't help but feel they just tolerate me. Well, that's dumb, I said. Of course we all love you, I said. You know, before I started bringing in other people, I didn't like any of my classmates. Oh, really? But you're just a nice and social guy. Well, yeah, now. Before everyone didn't think I was going to do well because I don't have a quirk. Then one of my classmates, Tenya actually, yelled at me during the practical 4. I don't even remember why, it's that far ago and so insignificant. But I held it against him until I learned how much of a cool guy he is. No, wait, what was I talking about? Oh, right, hatred, I said. See, I didn't even like Momo because her parents screwed over New Leaf. Heck, New Leaf used to be a bustling store back during my grandparents' era. But once the hands have been changed, the Yaoyorozus tried to take it from us, using whatever dirty tactic in the book they could. Not because they wanted New Leaf, but they know that they can't stop us once we get going. The Yaoyorozu heads want power and control. I've learned that at a young age. That's terrible, Pony muttered. I know it is, but I held Momo in the same regard as her parents because of her name. But she's actually a cool girl who dislikes her parents' actions as well, I explained. Achako was another one I didn't think too much of because she agreed with my classmates about my quirklessness. Until I gave her parents the biggest job ever and then she felt guilty, so I let her join my crew. And soon many others joined. So why can't you? Me, are you sure? Pony asked. Why wouldn't I be sure? I asked. Because I'm ugly. Well, the people who said that are stupid and don't have functioning eyes. I said before I held Pony's shoulders. You're not ugly, you're just different. What's the difference? She asked. I'm friends with a boy who has the head of a crow. I'm friends with a boy who has engine pistons jutting out of his calves. One of my classmates, and one who's on my list of future recruits, has 6 arms. Hell, we have a guy in our class who literally cannot stop sparkling. No, seriously, he emanates sparkles from somewhere. I don't know where, I exclaimed. The point is, we're all weirdos, but being normal is fucking boring. And that's coming from me, a guy who is literally a normal human with no special powers. Just a gold bat, a gold frying pan, and a powerful robot. Normal is boring, Pony repeated. Yup, and besides, you're going to become a top 20 hero now that you're with us. So who cares what others think when you'll be famous and make people happy by your presence alone? No one, she said as she started standing up straight. I will be a top 20 hero. There you go, I exclaimed as I hugged her, and don't tell Setsuna or else she'll hold me upside down and kiss me until I die again. Wait, what? Pony asked. I'll tell you after, I muttered. Anyway, I personally think you're very pretty. Oh, thank you, she responded with a light blush. Now come on, let's go to the E. This is an announcement from the Island security system. We have received a report that an explosive device was discovered on the Expo grounds. What? Island will now be in high alert mode. Your safety is our top priority. Residents and tourists will return to their lobbies and homes. Anyone remaining in the streets after 10 minutes will be in violation of the law. Please clear out of any public areas. Slam, slam, slam. As a precautionary measure, most of the main island buildings will now be sealed off. That's not right, I said as Pony looked at me with fear. What's not right? The system protocol isn't to go on high alert when explosives are discovered. I remember Uncle Shield telling me that the security drones would head towards the location of the explosive and disarm it. I explained, before looking at the tower, meaning someone has hijacked the tower. Then shouldn't we wait for the heroes to do something about it? Pony asked. No, I said, because if they are on high alert and sealed off the buildings, then they must have complete control over everything. Even the capturing device Uncle Shield created 3 years ago, as so they could be trapped. Pony exclaimed as the growing sounds of sirens can be heard heading our way. We don't have time to waste. The security drones are coming, I said as I pulled out Rob's gamma mode cube and activated it. Time to show your stuff, Rob. Beep beep. Rob beeped as he flew into his slot on gamma mode, giving him complete control. Shall we go, Creator and his friend? Rob asked. Yes, I said as I looked at Pony climb onto my back. But this is Melissa's home, and this is my home too. I refuse to let it fall, and neither will she. Knowing her, she's already making her way up the tower to take it back. So I'm going to help her out by taking the top and moving on down. I said, so let's go. It's time to be heroes. She looked hesitant. Before she ran over, hand climbed onto my back. Then let's go. Right, I exclaimed as the robots are moving closer. Rob, let's go. Yes, Creator. Melissa's POV. We received All Might's orders loud and clear. He's our teacher. I suggest we follow his instructions and escape this place. Otherwise, we'd be going against his will. Tenya ordered. I'm afraid I have to agree with Tenya on this one. We're still only students. We can't fight these villains if we don't have our hero license. Momo pointed out. I'm not going to just sit here and wait for things to get better, I said, standing up. And Melissa? Ochako asked in shock. Izuku's outside with Rob and Pony, remember? And I'm sure you all are aware of his tendency to jump face first into action. Tenya looked down when I said that. So whether you all want to come or not, I'm going out there to help Izuku and fight these villains. This is my home, and this is Izuku's home as well. I refuse to let it fall to villains without me having to say something about it. But we cannot use our quirks. Yes, we can, I said as I pulled out the pocket rule book I got as a prize for second place. Lame, but it's serving its purpose. Rule 10230. Citizens of Island may use their quirks for whatever purpose suits them. Acknowledge that quirk usage against citizens of Island is strictly illegal and will be met with immediate arrest. I read aloud. It said no quirk use against citizens, and I don't know about you, but villains who hold people hostage and threaten to murder civilians and heroes forfeited all right to be Island citizens. Are you certain this is the course of action you wish to take? Fumikage asked. Yes, because I know where the security system is, and Izuku does as well. He'll work his way from the top down, so we'll work from the ground up, I said. With a war on two fronts, the villains will have to divide up their forces, and they'll aim more of their soliders at us because of our numbers. We can take them, and let Izuku, Pony, and Rob take care of the top floor. They can't beat us. They got too careless. Let's make them pay. Very well. I shall follow you into battle, Fumikage said. I'm coming too, Ochako exclaimed. We can't leave Izuku, Pony, and Rob hanging. I'm coming too. I can't be a part of the New Leaf crew if I don't pull my own weight, Kaiuka stated. I'm going too, Itsuka said. So will I, Ibara said too. I'm not going to leave my boyfriend to fight off the villains by himself. Count me in too. I'm going too, Shoto said. I shall come too, Momo said. If there is even a hint of combat, I'm pulling us back, Tenya said. May, I asked. I wanted to show these to Mr. Shield, but now is as good of a time as any, May said as she pulled out a capsule. Go up a floor. This thing's big. We did as told and moved up a flight of stairs, only for May to move up a step and throw the capsule, revealing 7 rather large crates. I got inspired last week, so I made these, she explained. So you made something for all of us? Momo asked. Well, not exactly, May said as she nudged to the crates. Inside was my mystical boots and mystical gloves. I made those supply crates should something like this happen. Always have a contingency plan, you know what they say. What's this? Tenya asked. That's a cooling device for your engines. It's single use, so think about when you want to use your super move. I brought Momo some high and fat snacks so she can refuel her quirk. I made neck brace so Ochako won't be nauseated easily. And you know what your stuff is. I brought your boots that will allow you to unleash your sonic blasts, she explained. I couldn't think of anything to bring the rest of you, but I brought some running shoes. They're not broken in, but it's better than running in Oxfords and heels. These will work perfectly. Thank you, May, I said with a thumbs up. May just nodded as she walked over to the 8th crate, revealing a bunch of other items. I'm not comparable to all of you in terms of combat, she said as she placed a metal disc on her chest, covering her entire body in a thin exoskeleton. But I'll make sure he never leaves my side. Good. We can't leave her alone or else the villains might capture her. Our only option is to bring her with us and make sure she's safe, I said. Right, everyone said. Then let's roll. No one's POV. I'll start from the top, Izuku thought. I'll start from the bottom, Melissa thought. Game on. Melissa's POV. Ha ha ha. The route's blocked, Tenya yelled. What should we do? Break through it, Shoto asked. If we do that, then I'm sure the security system will alert the villains that we're up here, I stated. But if we do, then we'll take the heat off of Izuku once he, Rob, and Pony make it to the top, Setsuna pointed out. There are 200 floors. We are where we stand. 120 floors up, given we're on the 80th floor, Momo pointed out. What about this do? Don't touch it, I yelled as Kayuka pulled her hand back. Smashing that grate and opening that door will yield the same outcome. The system will be alerted and the villains will come. So no matter what route we take, we'll face opposition, correct? Fumikage asked as I nodded in response. So instead of thinking how to get up to the 200th floor the fastest, let's think about how we can get to the 200th floor without much trouble. Most of our quirks requires space. So climbing up a thin stairwell won't garner us valid results. So, we open the door, Kayuka said. That's my opinion on the matter. Get out of this stairwell and obtain more breathing room, Fumikage explained. That would help us survive a fight. Shoto commented. I can use my ice and fire without hurting you all. Tenya can use his speed without hindrance. Itsuka can use her quirk, along with Momo, who can utilize her quirk for heavy artillery should we need it, along with your dark shadow and Melissa's speed and agility. So we're in agreement then? I asked as everyone nodded and prepared themselves. Eri got close to Mei. Then let's go. Midoriya's POV. Tab. We're here at the top, I said as I looked around the roof. There's a helicopter, probably their method of escape. 3 bodies are coming. Rob said. Any other new upgrades Melissa and Mei gave you that you'd like to share? I asked as I placed a cement bomb on both sides of the door. That should stop them. We need to destroy that helicopter. If we can trap them here, then we can even the playing field. They're trapped as much as we are. Slam wham crack. Shoot. Rob. Destroy the helicopter. Shatter. Pony. Let's hold them off, I yelled as I pulled out Ebony and Ivory, knocking out the guns they were holding. GHH. Damned brat. Just die. Boom. Ass shit. The helicopter. You barge into my home, expecting that I or my cousin won't stop you, I asked as I rushed in and hit him with the legendary bat. GH. Then you're damned fools. NGGH. You little brah. SHNK. W what? The other thug asked as he was pinned to the wall. Horns. Pony. Take him out, Izuku. Pony yelled. Right, I said as I whacked him in the head with the legendary bat. He'll be fine. I didn't hit him as hard as I did Stain. I pulled off the horns and tossed him with his buddy. Then one cement bomb was enough to coat them entirely, rendering them immobile. What next, creator? Rob asked. Deform back to your base form. We'll move quickly and quietly, I said. They'll have to divide their attention to both Melissa's squad and ours. We have heavier artillery, but they have more numbers. And if they see you not there anymore, then they'll probably see us as a smaller threat in comparison. Rob saw the logic there. All right, he said as he deformed out of gamma mode and into my pocket. Beep beep. All right, once we reach the control room, we'll need you to hack it to regain control. That will give Melissa free reign and free all might, I said. Beep beep. Rob beeped with affirmation. Okay, ready, Pony? I asked. Why yes, she exclaimed with determination. Then let's move. Melissa's POV. Smash. Everyone quick. We can cross through here, Tenya yelled as we ran inside. What is this place? Achako asked. It's a plant factory. They research the effects that quirks have on fauna here, I explained before Kayuka stopped us. Hold on, she yelled. Look, the elevator's coming up. We should hide and let them pass, Momo suggested as we hid behind a bush, as voices grew louder and closer. Come on, just walk past us, these stupid villains. Hey, we see you, stupid kids. So much for that plan. We have to fight. What you say, you bastard? Wait, that angry voice. What are you two doing here? The other thug asked. Heh, that's what I want to know too. Hey, just leave this to me. Okay, that's Kirishima too. We kinda got lost looking for this party. Can you maybe point us in the right direction? How did they end up at the 80th floor? Go get to the ground floor. You had to be there to get up here. Don't lie to me or you'll regret it. Hey, watch out. Kirishima. FWOOSH. This looks like. Bakugo muttered as he looked at us. Todoroki. Kirishima asked in shock. Slam. We've been compromised. The 3 of us can keep them busy down here. Look for the way to get higher, Shoto ordered as he lifted us up to the support beams. I'll be right behind you after I clean up this mess. Good luck, Shoto, I yelled as we ran along the support scaffold and through the door. This way's blocked as well, Tenya yelled. What's our next move? They asked. There, I pointed to the vent that runs under the maintenance room for the sunlight system. There's most likely an emergency ladder there, but it's a manual release, so someone has to be in there to open it. Perfect, Momo yelled as she threw a Klingon explosive on the vent to blow it open. That's my cue, Satsuna said as she detached an eye and arm and flew them inside. Almost. Got it, she exclaimed as the ladder flew down. All right, time to climb, I said. Right, Eri, get on my shoulders and don't let go. Mei said. Oh okay, I'll be brave, she exclaimed as she climbed on Mei's shoulders. Fwoosh boom, I'm sure they'll be fine. Todoroki's POV. We're working on it, the rip-off Hulk villain yelled as Bakugo flew around him, hitting him with an explosion every chance he gets. HNNG. Boom slam. But I have more faster and more annoying things to deal with. FWOOSH. I sent an ice wave at the villain but he jumped over I. Thud thud. Wait, he's not erasing matter. He's displacing it. Is that how his quirk works? Bakugo asked before looking at the rip-off Hulk. I was saving this move for you or the damn nerd. He yelled before launching himself into the air and spinning rapidly. Howitzer. Impact. EOOOM. KHKU. Damn you. My villain yelled before using his quirk on Bakugo. Bakugo, I yelled, but the villain ripped off Bakugo's sleeve. What the hell? That's sweat from my palms. It works like nitroglycerin. Wait, HNNG. I shot a wave of fire at the villain. Wah, huh, boom, GHH, hug. I locked him in an ice prison. He shouldn't be moving unless someone breaks him out. Hug Hiroshima. Bakugo yelled as he rushed towards the indent in the wall. Are you okay? I asked as he looked up at us. I can't move. Can you get me out of here? Hiroshima asked. Are you that stupid? Just turn your damn quirk off, you idiot. Bakugo said with a roll of his eyes. Oh, right. He muttered as he deactivated his hardening. Guess I should have thought of that. I'm just glad to see you're not injured. I commented. Yeah, same to you guys. Hiroshima replied before standing up. K. Bakugo grunted. Thank you. Well, where'd that come from? Hiroshima yelled with a smirk. Don't worry about it. I quote am not worried. Let's catch up with the others. Don't order me around. Todoroki, time to give us some detail. Beep beep beep. Security drones. A lot of them. Looks like they've gotten serious. Melissa's POV. The path's been clear since we've passed the 100th floor. Ochako commented. Think we've lost them? Or they're too focused on Izuku? No, I think they're leading us somewhere. I said. Likely. Fumikage replied as we ran to the 130th floor laboratory, filled with robot sentries. The villains aren't just trying to trap us in anymore. It's like they're trying to capture us now. Tenya stated. Then they probably figured out we're Hero Course students. Itsuka replied. Then time to show them what we are capable of. Fumikage said as he stepped forward. Come join me, Ibara and Itsuka. If we are expected to take down the villains, then let us do our part. He yelled as he pulled off his jacket and brought out Dark Shadow. Right, Itsuka exclaimed as she enlarged her hands. You all go ahead. You need all the energy you can get. Ibara stated. We can't leave you behind. We'll join you once Izuku gains control. For now, just get to the top as fast as you can. Ibara said, I trust you all to do it, and I trust the future symbol of peace to get the job done. All right, I trust you three, I said as I looked at the others. You all ready to run? They all nodded. Then good luck, you three, I yelled as I slammed open the door, letting Itsuka, Ibara, and Fumikage rush in and deal with the robots while we ran away. They'll be fine. Boom. Oh great, more sentries. These things are starting to annoy me. Kyoika commented. Then let's break them. Tenya yelled. Wait, I yelled. We can't damage the servers. It could damage the security system. We can handle them without damaging the servers. Momo said as she kneeled down. You, Mei, Setsuna and Ochako advance. They could use your zero gravity. And Mei can protect Eri. Setsuna, your quirk isn't suited for waves of enemies, so go with them in case they need to get to something out of reach. We'll join you once Izuku regains control, she explained as she finished making a cannon. We'll leave it to you then, I said as the five of us ran to continue. RECIPRO Burr. Slam. Izuku, for the love of God, hurry. Midoriya's POV. Slam bang bang. GAH. Boss. Izuku Midoriya is. Whack. Hello. Swordkill. Hello. I picked up the receiver. I'm taking back my home. Feel free to come and stop me, I said before smashing the receiver. Rob, you're up. Beep beep. Rob said before he flew over and began hacking the system, turning everything green. We're in Contro. Slam. We mad Izuku, Melissa, and Mei, and Eri. You're all safe, I exclaimed as they ran over here. I retook the tower. Everything is now under Rob's control. Beep beep. Awesome, Melissa exclaimed. But where's Dad and Sam? I don't know, I said as I pulled out Gamma Mode. Rob, find them. Right, Creator, he said as he scanned the area. But where is everyone else? I asked. They stopped at different parts of the tower to fight off the sentries, but they are free now that the system is under Rob's control. They should be coming up soon, Melissa explained. There, in the storage room. Rob pointed. Then let's save them. You did it, Professor. Look, everything is here, it's perfect. That's Sam. Finally, I've gotten it back. Uncle Shield. All my research. And they just took my device away from me. But now it's mine. Just like we planned. And it looks like the villains are holding things down. What do you mean? Just like we planned? I asked, stepping out of the shadows. Izuku. Uncle Shield yelled in shock. What are you doing here? Sam asked. Oh, I don't know. Preventing a villain attack that you caused, I yelled before pointing to the case. That better be the cure for cancer or the solution for world hunger in that case. The invention inside this briefcase can amplify someone's quirk, Sam explained. Is that even possible? Melissa asked. Yes, but unlike the use of drugs, this device will amplify a person's quirk without doing any damage to their body or brain. Rob, destroy it. What? Sam and Uncle Shield asked in shock. Do it now. Yes, Kriya and GH. Slam. Rob, I asked as I saw May slam into the wall as well. I can't move. Seems I underestimated you brats. I turned to see a man with a steel mask. So you're the boss, I commented. And judging by how you're only moving Rob and May in her new power suit, your quirk must be related to metal. Metal manipulation probably. Right, he said before using her quirk. GHH, Melissa, I yelled as she was trapped with a metal fence. You'd be smart not to resist. The boss villain warned me. Sam, hand it over. Right, here you go. Sam exclaimed as he snatched the case from Uncle Shield. Sam, this was your plan. You were going to hand it over all along. Uncle Shield asked. You're the one who tricked me, Professor. I've been your assistant for all these years, and you let them take our work. Sam explained. We could have had fame and fortune. But no, I deserve more. I need to be rewarded. Otherwise my entire career was a complete waste of time. Bang plink. What a drama queen. I muttered as I shot the gun out of the boss villain's hands. But he grabbed the case. Damn it. Drop the case. You damned bra. I am here. Slam crash. All Might surged into the room and launched the villain up into the ceiling. But he took the case with him. All Might, his quirk is metal manipulation. Melissa yelled as she forced herself out of her metal prison. We have to stop him. Right, May get her out of here. But you're made entirely of metal. You can't help even if you wanted to. Melissa, All Might. And I will handle this. I said. Creator, I wish to help too. Rob said. You can't. I said. You'll just get sucked in and used against us. Make sure May and Eri make it back safely. Yes, Creator. Rob relented. Come on, Eri, let your cousin, brother, and All Might take down that villain. May said. All right, Eri exclaimed as they ran away. All right, let's take him down. Slam. All Might broke through the layers of metal that blocked the exit. Sorry for destroying your only exit. I hope it was insured. NGGH. The villain scoffed before ripping off his jacket. Since I'm cornered, I might as well go all out. He yelled as his put on the invention and formed metal around him, lifting him into the air. That weapon is an abomination. David Shield's genius lives up to its reputation. I can tell my quirk is growing more powerful. It feels amazing. I'm never taking this off. Dave, what in the world have you made? I have no idea he made something so powerful. Melissa muttered. Wait, his arms. They're getting bigger. I yelled. He has multiple quirks. Correct. While we were planning this, I received an intriguing phone call from the man himself. He said he wanted to work with me to help. When I asked him why he'd bother, he was happy to explain his interest. All for One is behind this. Who the hell is All for One? I asked, before shaking my head. Forget it. He's irrelevant now. Let's beat him and we'll worry about him later. You're right, young Midoriya. All Might said as he got ready to fight. Let's go. Yes, sir. Melissa and I yelled as we rushed at the villain. I can't run as fast or jump as high as them, but I have my grapple B. Izuku, jump. Wait, pony. I jumped as I felt something hook onto my shirt. My quirk can let you fly. Now take him down. Thanks, Po. Boom boom. We're here too. That's Momo. FWOOSH. We'll clear the path for you. Just end this. Shodo. Slam. Don't let that brute make a mockery of you, Tenya. I looked back to see everyone fighting off his attacks. About time I play my part as well. Melissa and All Might are running along his metal slabs while I flew in the air. He tried sending more metal our way, but I dodged them while Melissa and All Might smashed them and continued running. Eventually he gave up and lifted every single ounce of metal into the air, forming a solid cube of metal. Melissa and All Might soon joined me in the air. Time to be a hero. I'll bring down this entire tower. Triple. Detroit. SMAAASH. HNNNGGH. OR power. It's not Eno. BZZT. R Rob's laser. Finish this, Creator. Crack crack boom. We did it. We smashed through. Time to end this. IZUKU. Stop him, Melissa. Go All Might. Destroy this guy. Let's go. Melissa. Beyond. All Might. Plus. Myself. Ultra. Together. Smash boom. Gah. Everything shattered. Everything is gone. We did it. We did. Thud. Oh, Izuku. Melissa yelled as she rushed to me. Are you okay? K. Ha 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 ha. We did it, Melissa. We saved our home. I yelled with excitement before I saw the villain hanging on the hook. No, we didn't save the island yet. I struggled to stand up and walked over to him and pulled out the bat. Why, young Midoriya? Izuku do. Smash BZZT smash BZZT smash smash smash. There, the prototype is destroyed. I said before looking at the building. Rob, erase the data. Already accomplished, Creator. Not a trace of it remains. A machine like that won't see the light of day. Rob reassured. Thank goodness. We were all escorted off the roof and onto the ground floor. All of the thugs and the big boss was rounded up and hauled away to Tartarus. The first thing I did was hug her. She must have been so scared, and yet she pushed through. She's a real hero. Nephew, Melissa, Uncle Shield, I'm sorry for what I've done. What I did was selfish and endangered every single one of you. Which is why, I asked, which is why I'm turning myself into the police. Dad, no Melissa. Uncle Shield insisted, I need to atone for my crimes. Crimes that put not only you all in danger, but a little girl in danger as well. Your reputation will suffer for this. I said, but we still think you're amazing. He stared at me wide-eyed, before wiping his eyes. Thank you, nephew. But more importantly, I exclaimed, we got to fight alongside All Might. It was so awesome. You and Melissa were like Pishu Pew Pew Pishew, and the villain was all like HRGH, leg, and then Rob came in like, I know, I was there, Melissa said, and it was Kikas. Did you see when the others came in like a Deus Ex Machina and was all like, take him down? I know, I yelled before All Might stepped in. Now calm down you two. All Might said, we saved Island, and now the Expo starts tomorrow. So why don't we rest up and enjoy the remaining day we are allowed to stay here? Right, POV, busy dang. So the pompous old fool did it. He got the blueprints. I spoke to no one in particular as I sent the blueprints to our research and development wing. With the blueprints to the quirk-enhancing device, all that's left is to eliminate those who stand in our way, starting with that 500-year-old man and his league of villains, and with them out of our way. Haha, no one can hope to oppose us. Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.